Alrighty. I am here. I am here. I am here. The things should be set. Things are set. Things are in motion. The ball is at play. The game is afoot. Something like that. I think that's a phrasing. How many streams in a row can I say late before Seto bans me? I don't know. Whoa, where's the sound effect from that? Why don't I hear the sound effect from that? Is my audio set up correctly? Let me set it to this. I think I wasn't hearing sound effects correctly. If I hit this now, does it make a pop noise? Welcome in RGB Productions Games. It looks like it recognized you. Oh, cool. Thank you for the cheer as well. Thank you, RGB. How many streams in a row can I say late before Seto bans me? I don't know. Eventually, I would rather it just not be entertaining for you to say so anymore. Also heard no sound effect. You should be able to hear one now. Let me try this just to verify. Hopefully that sound effect is audible from both the pop-up window and the background little noise there. Good. All right. Bata. Yes. Welcome in, David Creates Stuff with MIDI.
To Fallout 4.
Let me go ahead and I'll get those announcements made real quick. Hello. I'm doing bot dev at alert listener. Shift to the 3D slice of the universe you have access to. Thank you for joining us, Code Void. Thank you for joining us in this particular slice of things. You should look at Pet Parade if you didn't last night. I did last night. I saw that kitty cat looking very, very chill up on your shoulder. Let's see. Hello and good tidings to you. I'm doing some bot dev today, and it's going to be fun because instead of it being unplanned bot dev where I am fixing something, it is instead planned bot dev where I will be breaking something. There we go. Got it. We'll send that off, and then I will make the postings accordingly. Holding a small voidish dog-like creature. Look what I found. That's fascinating. I'm surprised you had found other organized life forms like this. It's his favorite place to be. I think if he could crawl in my mouth, he would. That's so awesome. What a sweet kitty cat. That's great. Cal sometimes likes being up on the shoulder, but mostly he likes being able to run around and slap you when you try to walk away from him. That's more his vibe right now. But perhaps he'll calm down as time goes on and reach a point where he doesn't feel the need to constantly attack. You see the dog thing saying hi there. Hello. My cat will bury his claws in your arm if you try and leave. Oh, that's so cute. She's like, no. This is time. This is the time for this. You will not take this away from me. All right, well, all I should have to do is get the bot open as far as the dev goes. I don't have a precise plan for today, but I do have a lot of shit that needs to continue being done. So if anything, I might check off some random things that have been mentioned recently and then work on more of the microservice stuff, because there's always going to be more of that. I always need to be moving more things over to the Pi. And now that I'm certain about my event structure, I'm a little bit more confident in doing the rest of the event systems that need to be done. So it should be a nice day for this, I think. But I also slept in, so I've only been awake for like 30 minutes, which is perfect because I needed the extra sleep. He only likes me and my mom for some reason, though. Huh, well, I guess he's got you. Y'all passed the vibe check. That's all that really matters at that point. As far as I'm concerned, that's all that really matters when it comes to cats. Like, they like you, that's good enough. All right, let's see here. Let me do this. Let me at least... Can I exit the loading screen without changing the playlist? I should be able to. There we go. Well, hello. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you very much. And I've been working on things too. So for the overlay, I've been trying to make some changes. I actually want to show these too, because Well, no, I can't actually show it because the textures are still all fucked up. But basically, I've found other ways to do like higher quality textures for the stream, and I'm making some alterations to the geometry of the characters to hopefully ease some of the issues that have been had with a little bit of stretch of the textures and stuff like that. I'm hoping that the solution I've found will actually be effective. But I found like Creative Commons 0 textures that I'm able to use for PBR stuff, so I'll be able to have nice looking textures and not pay Adobe fucking extra money every month for literally no addition to their service whatsoever. And yo, right back at you, DOS Razor. Welcome. Okay, let's see. It looks like my overlay is maybe picking up a little bit of extra audio, so I'm gonna do the old rebootaroo. So we're gonna reboot this, and I'm gonna reboot my audio engine real quick. So really briefly, there might be tremendous bad noise. I don't know. Sometimes the audio engine freaks out. Give me just a second. Okay, it looks like everything did fine. Unless you hear crackling or anything like that in my voice, please do let me know. And otherwise, we should be good. And I will relaunch this. Okay, should be good now. Found in another universe's void. Based on the data, I have reason to believe this is like a child form of a void wanderer, so I reactivated it. Fascinating. What's the worst that could happen, right? And DOS Razor, thank you again for joining us. Thank you. Hope you're doing fantastic. Hope you all are doing absolutely fucking wonderful. And thank you for being here today. I tell you what, I'm gonna need that tea right away. So I'm gonna get that into a cup so it reaches drinkable temperatures soon. Because yeah, this tea has honestly been saving my voice during the streams recently. So yeah, the plan is I've got a couple of small things, a couple of small notes, like making the lurk emote also work for the lurk command. But I'm gonna have to figure out how exactly I want to do that, because yeah, it does conflict with the evil mode. So I think what I'll probably do is make it so it has to be a certain period of time after evil mode has been activated. And I don't know if I'm keeping track of the last evil mode, so it's a nice little problem to solve. Bum, 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 bum. Form like me would require it to live for a long time.
One whole year.
Yeah, what's up, Sabin? Thank you for the year of following my stream here.
A lifetime in the streaming world.
Thanks for lurking around, Sabin.
And putting up with our shenanigans. Your support means a lot, and we're glad to have you as part of this wild.
Very much are. Thank you, Sabin.
Awesome.
I hope the dev and streams have been treating you well lately, and thank you for hanging out around these parts. Okay, tea prepared. Energy drink, because my tea is not caffeinated. Let's see. There we go. Energy drink. Accounted for. The caffeine is loaded up. We can go. Let's fucking go. Let's hop over to the bot dev. And let me get my notes open too. We'll see if those capture correctly today, because yesterday things were not capturing right. As when it's disabled, it's in a dormant state, so it would not age. So it's possibly older than I am, just not biologically. Interesting. So it's been on like pause mode, basically. Yep, gotcha. This seems interesting. This seems like an interesting plot line that's developing. Okay, so let me once again just kind of review the roadmap of things, just so anybody who happens to see this later down the line might be you might be informed further as to what my goals are /were /where I'm at now. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna have to turn off the automatic scene switcher because it hates me. So I planned this out to basically separate the auth service out onto the Pi. That's already been done for a while. The Twitch events, the cheers, subs, follows, and redeems are finally seeming to be working. And I'm passing all of those to the event intake service that's handling all of these things. And all of that is working down to follow recognition. This should also be colored green. So redeems, cheers, subs, and follows are all currently working. So this whole branch of the microservice implementation has been completed successfully. And I say this because yesterday, finally, it seems at least, I was able to solve some of the last remaining issues with it, and it was legitimately just me overlooking something simple. I overlooked a part of the code where I needed to, I can actually show you this too. So I needed to handle everything in the queue processor, which I was doing, but I was forgetting. At this point here, I was breaking and I was not setting processing to false. So what was happening is I was processing the queue entry. I was not setting processing to false, which would break the while loop. So then it was just breaking the for loop that I was inside of and then continuing the while loop over and over and over and over and over and hanging indefinitely, and then ending up saying that it had failed processing things. Even though it technically succeeded, it was bad. But with that fix now, everything is working smoothly, and whenever a task is completed, it actually is done, and I can rely upon that system to process things from these queues that I pass stuff to. So now, as I go and add anything else from any other queue, I can trust that it will indeed process as predicted, and I just have to make sure that my methods do their jobs, and everything else will be golden. So as far as that goes, you know, plenty of work to be done. I still have to create the user data accessor as well. This is something that needs to happen at some point. I basically need to create a shallow copy of my database and store it on the Pi. So user listings, basically, not your message history, nothing crazy goes on there, just the user listing and like your amount of credits and your wallet, basically. So you'd be able to see your points from any situation. Like even if the stream is down, you'd be able to come in and check on your balance in case you forgot. And this could potentially lead to other implementations that involve integration with my website or with an extension and other things like this, where I can make this data accessible where it needs to be. Anyways, I'm gonna lurk up. We'll do more stuff. All right. Well, best of luck with the stuff, Code Void. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for lurking around. Stream Elements, I really need to figure out what the fuck is going wrong with Stream Elements, because it just doesn't work. And it makes me think that I've just failed in implementing it, because previously it has worked quite well. Like research purposes. Ooh, lurking for research purposes. Well, hell yeah, best of luck with the research. But at least for now, let me make sure that my bot dev task list is even visible. So we do this, and then I hit this button, and then I hit this button, and then I should be able to click on this. And there we go. Okay, cool. So we still have the event history database table display to fix. I do want that working, because basically, very much like how Stream Elements and Twitch now have their event log with a little replay button, like off to the side of every event, you'll see there's like a little replay button, and you can fire that event off again for your system to respond to. I am trying to create that for my event handling, because the reality of this is I'm holding the raw events, like no wrappers or anything like that. So I have all of the original data, so I can technically rerun the events and reprocess them if necessary. And I would like to just be able to display that information for myself in the first place. So getting the table displays working will be pretty important for that. Moving all subscription responses and processing from event core. So I think that's already done. I'm relatively certain that's already done. RGB, thank you. May I offer this gigantified kitten in these trying times? Thank you very, very much. Wow, that's so poorly cut out. I should make a new cut of that emote, because I bet I could shop it up a little bit better. God, he's grown so much since then. That is crazy. That guy is so chonky now. Okay, so let me go ahead and pick out a couple of smaller tasks, and we'll add those to my list here, because there were things that I would like to make happen. Lurk should be startable through lurk emote. Let's get that added as a potential, well, not a potential, a guaranteed task that I will work on today. So lurk should be startable through the lurk emote. And I know there was another task that was written down in here. Oh, I need to make sure it doesn't collide with the evil mode, which will be interesting. That'll be a fun problem to solve. And I will write into that note as well, making sure it does not compete with evil mode. I like having everything capitalized at the starts, because it reads better on the current task. guess I didn't need to capitalize able there. Through lurk emote. Okay. What else can I find in my bag of tricks here? Bum, bum. Let's see. I might actually be able to share this on screen too. Depending on things. Oh man, I'm so excited for things I need to do. There's so many things I need to do for this damn stream. There's a crazy amount of work that I need to do, but it'll be so fun if I can get it done. All right, let's see. I actually probably better not share these notes because I could have all sorts of things in here. Fix double down output text. We need to do that. That has to get done. Fix double down out command output text. That will definitely happen. GIF sub wrap up is not saying the count, so I've got to fix that as well. And these are all little tasks that I think I will probably end up tackling first because they are simple. Make sure GIF sub wrap up includes count, because that could be an issue with other parts of that event response. It might not be adding the correct information. Oh, let's see. Are my redeems on? Did my redeems switch on? Yes, they did. Okay. That is good. When anonymous gifters gift subs. Oh, that's right. That's an idea. Yeah, so there's ideas in here that I don't want to share. That's why I can't show this document, because there are ideas in here that I don't want to share yet. Just looking for a second. So I could look into the heat extension disconnecting. Also, that's more overlay dev, but it could be fun to look at the overlay because I haven't done that for a bit on stream other than making a rebuild really quickly. Investigate heat extension disconnects. And I'm going to put this in a bonus section for if I get to that kind of stuff, because I want basically all of these to happen first. The subscription responses are moved over to the event core already. Lurk should be startable through that. Okay, there we go. There we go. So that's a little bit better. And let me keep looking for just another moment here. Oh, make sure I can use the thank command on an anonymous individual. That needs to be possible. Whoa. Make thank command work on anonymous. And I shouldn't have to worry too much about the other commands like the recognize gift, recognize cheer. Ideally, those are not going to be something that is needed anymore. But I probably should find, what I need to do at some point here is pick up a couple of fans for the pies, and like get some sort of a container or case for them so that they're a little bit more protected, and then have them both running, and have the second one running as like a parallel, just in case the first misses an event kind of thing. So it's like holding on to stuff specific. I need to, Deflux pointed out, because we rated Seeka Player, and Seeka Player was working with some systems. I don't think it was called PF Sense. I don't think it was that. That's like for something completely different, but that's what the brain told me. I think that's for like fake phone numbers and stuff like that though, because I think that's from something I heard Kip Boga mention. But there's a system that will basically detect downtime in one and automatically forward to another address. And I could use something like that for my event subscription stuff. But I won't worry about that too much right now. That's kind of future tech as far as it goes. But let's see. Yeah, so being able to use the dank command on anonymous, that's important. Gift sub recognition in the wrap up, I'll get fixed up. I'm gonna look for just a moment longer, make sure there's no other notes for anything. Show the total loss gain for all stocks. Thank you, RGB, for that idea, by the way. Show total loss / gain for all stocks in my stocks command. Bump failed commands through to the chat viewer. That I should also do. We got plenty of tasks here. Bump failed commands through to chat viewer. In the odd case that something does fail, I should be aware of it, and that will help make sure of it. Okay, I think that's plenty. I'm gonna scroll for just a moment longer in my notes and make sure. Do. Oh, that's right. Somehow someone was auto-joined into the raffle even though they didn't chat or redeem. So I'll have to look into that. Double check the auto-join functionality for raffles. Okay, that's plenty of tasks. And if I get through all these things, which should also be pretty simplistic, all of these are pretty simplistic, then we'll... Oh my god, my voice. Man, I get these random catches in my voice. It's like it seizes up. It's like it actually wants to stop so heavily at the moment. It almost feels like things went down the wrong pipe, but it's actually just my vocal cords seizing up on me and be like, hey, stop. Okay, so if we get through all these, there should be plenty of time to work on the... Where did I... Fix event history DB table display. Yeah, let's move this down to the bottom. And then after I get through that, we'll pick out some more microservice stuff from the map and start working on that. So lurk should be startable through the lurk emo. Oh, let me also make sure that Setobot's actually tracking these tasks so he starts harassing me, because let's be honest, that's an important part of this stream here. It's an important part of the experience overall that Setobot harasses me. And thank you all again very, very much for being here. Whether you're chilling in the present or in the future through a VOD, either way, thank you for putting this on. I also really need to go and upload a bunch of VODs to YouTube. I should probably do that today. That is guaranteed something I should do today, because otherwise I'm gonna keep forgetting. I should set a note for myself. I don't have a good place for notes for self. I should, oh, okay, that's an idea for later. I should make a thing where after the streams, I have a checklist. After stream checklist feature, Setobot could help me run through a few things that I need to do every day after a stream. That could be super fucking useful, because it could help me remember to upload the VOD and double check anything that I need to double check after streams. And I could set reminders. Could have a, sorry, I will. Could have a remind me command, which enables Setobot to remind me about something after streams. Okay, that could be really useful as well. All right, I will drink some water.
Drink water now.
Did you know that food is important? I did know. I did know this, RGB, and then I willfully made the wrong choice.
Drink.
How about the future, past, and present all at once? That's too much for me.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
Opens eyes and they have stuff flashing past, unimaginable things. I like this. It's like I can see the glimmers of the universe in your eyes, Code Void. Okay, I think we're good. I think we got enough tasks. Let me make sure he's tracking them correctly. Switch over to bot dev.
RGB Productions Games, a gigantified kitten.
And
now that's the kind of emotional support we all need in these trying times. And Code Void.
Oh, that's right, I had all this stuff.
Let's
check this.
Just don't forget to keep an eye on my witty banter while you're busy being a productive member of society.
A productive member of society? Well, of course, we're all very productive members of society around here. We live in a society, so we're very productive in it also. And what's funny is I noticed something. Upon switching to this newer machine, one of the crashes that I could cause from opening and closing a Windows 10 capture on something, I can't get it to crash like that anymore. So it makes me wonder if it was like a limitation of the CPU or something. I've seen many things, many things. All right, let's see here. So getting things to work through the lurk emote is not too tricky, actually. It technically just needs to be a command. Which takes us over here. Also, I should close everything else except for this tab. Let's keep everything neat today. Let's try this at least. So the only flaw with this is that I don't think I pass in which alias is used. I think the command is currently agnostic of the alias. So that is the only problem for this. And it means I may just have to provide a little bit of extra information. I may have to, but let's see. I may have it in there already. So it's a simple Twitch command. Simple Twitch command. Do I have, yeah, I have the command text. Without the command prefix, command identifier. Cool, I do have the identifier. Okay, so then I can just use the command identifier in args, and that's fine. So then I can check if args command identifier equals Satoli lurk and evil module dot. Oh, let's see. I can't remember if I have. I don't think I have a static value for that. I kind of want to just have a static value for it. I kind of don't really care about the dependency injection container for specifically this. I do have one. It is set. I can look at that. So I should be able to do evil module, evil mode. I should be able to do that. Why is it telling me I cannot? Cannot access non-static property evil mode in static context. Okay, so it's only when we have the interface for it. I don't suppose I can make that static. I don't suppose. Oh yeah, because we're getting to the data, and the data is not static. Although it could be, because it's a singleton. We could make this static data, but I don't really feel like that's a good idea. I think what I would rather do is just have a reference, I guess. It will be easier to just have a reference, because the evil module doesn't need the lurk module, so we should be safe doing this. Also, this is the presence module, so this has a bunch of shit in it. Does it have the evil module already? Wouldn't surprise me if it does. Does not, but we should be fine adding it. Some of the loudest thunder I've heard a few minutes ago. Really? Well, I hope everything's okay. And good evening to you, Bit Casual. Hello, hello, hello. Hope time is being very fucking kind to you, and welcome in. So args command identifier equals Satoli lurk, and the evil mode is currently there. We're just gonna return. Oh, we're gonna do throw, I think. Or technically, yeah, it should be a throw, I think. I don't want to put the lurk on cooldown, but I also don't want to do anything about it. So I just want to do like throw new exception with nothing in it. And we'll see how that behaves. And then otherwise we'll allow the user to start lurk. And then that means I can just set one of the aliases to Satoli lurk. So if it's by itself at the beginning of a message, it should be able to trigger the command, I think. Unless Twitch's command system doesn't. Oh yeah, because it's gonna be okay. So that's where this does get tricky. So you can't do exclamation point Satoli lurk, because then it won't show the emote. So that's where this does get tricky. Okay, I will have to make a very special exception for this, but it should be possible. So in the command processor, which actually takes us over to Twitch chatbot, because this is broken still. Times could be kinder, but I'll live. Well, fuck yeah, that's the spirit. That's what'll keep you going. Please keep on the living train. Sorry to hear things could be kinder though, but at the very least, you got the right attitude, and that makes all the difference in the end. On whisper command, there should be like a, yeah, there we go. If it doesn't have any, so is command.
Father.
Yeah, what's up, Tomatoes? Welcome in.
Daily cat facts. Did you know that a cat's nose is as unique as a human's fingerprint? So, if you ever need to
Look at that
identify
cat.
your feline friend in a lineup, just whip out your detective skills and check their snout.
I wonder if they were
But
about to
let's be real,
sneeze.
if you've got a cat in a lineup, it's probably just plotting world domination.
It probably is. It looks like it's almost about to sneeze, maybe. That would be my guess. Is command. Okay, so this is technically my old command system. Is old command is what this should actually be called. And then if it's not one of the old commands, we'll check if register commands any aliases contains the command text. So the reality is we need a way to get to the commands without the use of the actual command. So I would have to still process everything with it. This could be really fucking tricky actually, but I think I can do this. On message received. So technically what I can do in here, emote set any, so totally lurk. Yeah, so if there is any emote in the set that is this, and then else if, oh, let's see. Well, no, I could just say else if evil module evil mode is false and chat message
please stop
fake.
talking real Sado.
I'll do that.
Now start talking for a moment so I can interrupt you. Our hourly 3-minute ad break will begin soon. We wish you luck as you foray into the forsaken advertisement hellscape. I know I wouldn't want to be there.
He sounded strangely not like me that time. There was something fundamentally different about his voice. It didn't sound like me. But we do have some ads coming through. If you endure them, I very much appreciate it. Either way, they'll kill the pre-roll ads for another hour. And thank you very, very much for being here in the first place. I figure there's probably a lot more folks that have been gifted subs by this point, so maybe less ad viewing will occur overall. So perhaps that's good. So starts with Satoli Lurk. So then if the message starts with the lurk emote, and I don't think I have a timestamp for the evil module stuff. I don't think I have anything for that. Do I have a start time? Yeah, let's do a public date time start time. Public date time end time. Oh yeah, you can see this is from an ancient time. Let's get rid of those. We're not using those anymore. Focus timer can go away too. So then we have our start time and end time. Are these going into the database? I hope not. No, they're just using the evil module. That's great. Last night, it felt like I had some food or something stuck in my throat, and I was most uncomfortable. It was the most uncomfortable thing I'd ever felt. Managed to jiggle it loose after a few hours, but it was really annoying. Whoa, that's fucking strange, Expanded Cuber. Do you think you got like a chicken bone stuck in your throat or something? Or maybe a fish bone or something? That's freaky though. I could definitely understand being pretty unnerved by that. Okay, so enable evil. So if it's a new evil module, we're also going to do start time equals date time now. And we can use local now because this is a local thing. Nah, it's happened to me before. I eat extremely fast, so I'm not surprised. Well, maybe at least you know there's things you can do, right? There's things you can do. Probably a chip, fucking chips. Fucking chips. Do. And then we'll do data evil tick. So then disable evil, and then anytime we're disabling evil, we'll do data stop time or end time equals date time now. No, date time now. I dared to press tab because it was showing the correct autocomplete, but it changed it out. Okay, so then that gives us our end time. And I can then use this data to basically say, hey, if it's been more than 20 seconds after an evil mode, then allow this. So if we're not in evil mode, and if anything, we could even go a step further, but we'll do this. So if we're not in evil mode and evil module dot, can I get the data? Data dot end time is not null. Well, let's see. We could say, yeah, if it is not null, and evil module dot data dot end time dot time, or no, that's right, we're not in Unity. Date time dot now minus evil module end time is total seconds less than or greater than 20. greater than 20, and the chat message starts with Satoli Lurk. And we could probably do all of these checks before we do the rest, just to make this a little bit more performant. Or not performant, but efficient in what it's actually checking. And Papa Joe, welcome in. Help, my phone started offering to AI my photos. It's evolving. Don't give it the photos. It will do unspeakable things with your face. But welcome in, Papa Joe. Hope all's well. And also, welcome back from those ads. Anybody who endured them, thank you very, very much for doing so. And all you missed was me typing out a little bit of logic here. So no damage done, hopefully. Except to your subconscious from the ad messaging. So then what we'll do is we need to get var command equals command handler commands first or default c.command name equals lurk. So that's what it should be, and I'll double check it in the presence module. Yeah, it's called lurk, so that's perfect. So then we'll grab the command. If command is null, logger, we'll do logger.log error. Wait, what the fuck? How is the lurk command missing when I need it most? What kind of society are we living in when the most predictable command is no longer here? How am I supposed to raise a wife and children in this kind of environment? It doesn't make any sense. There we go. And then if the command exists, we'll process it. And the reason I'm doing ifs and elses is because I still have to let everything else process if this doesn't work.
That question has so many levels.
It does. That's the point. STL will be more of a learning experience, so I guess that works. I'm doing C# STL though. So I'm not using fucking C. Fair enough. Let me help always STL. You have to raise both the wife and the children? Yup. That's right. Oh shit, he died. Why did he die? Wait, what? Why did he crash? Huh? That's unexpected. Okay, well, whatever. I'll just launch him back up again. I have no idea why he crashed there. Very, very strange. Son, no! And he's back. Throwing junk. He's back. Okay. It looks like things started working again. Maybe? No. What the fuck is that? Wait, what? We may have issues. There may be unexpected issues. Things may have caught fire. Why did that happen? I'm gonna launch him through Ryder. I couldn't even get through the boot up cycle before he crashed. He said, "Fuck this, I'm out." I think you're right. I think he did very much say he's out of here. Ryder reset my keybinds. What a monstrous thing to do to somebody. That's actually pretty messed up. I don't know how they think that kind of behavior is okay. All right, let's boot everything up. Oh, we want to ignore. Damn, I'm looking angry. We want to ignore this. We want to ignore this breakpoint. Continue over all these things. And he exploded within seconds of launching. So I may just need to make a new build. There may be something wrong with that other build. This used to happen to me frequently when I had cloud backup enabled. Once I disabled that, it's been smooth sailing since. Interesting. So I wonder if their cloud backup is not effective then. Okay, yeah, he seems fine running through here. So I will make a new build. I'll make a new build of what we have currently right after I right after I finish doing the Twitch chatbot thingy that I was doing. Else command dot run, and then we need to create a new simple Twitch command. And I'm gonna have to manually assign things. Arguments as list null. So let's see, it'll be arguments as list equals null. Arguments as string equals null. Command identifier is gonna be the exclamation point still. The command text is going to be the Satoli lurk. And the source message content is going to be Satoli lurk for those. Source message equals that. Command text equals that. Command identifier equals that. There we go. And then what is it yelling at me for? The chatter. The chatter, which I'm going to have to get. And I will do that after this. So I will do this after we get our user, because then I will have it and I can process it with this, and I can just say comma user, and that's all the information it should need to run that command. And then I should do await, and then we'll return after this. I think. Yes, I think. All right, let's build that and test it. Let's see if that works. Let me open up a console. I must open a console. Please, Windows, let me open the fucking taskbar. .NET build C release. And then I'll launch him up again. And hopefully he won't explode. I'm not actually sure what caused things to explode, but I can only assume that the current version of the build is fine, and whatever weird thing happened specifically happened because of that alt build. And DOSRays, you should be able to do that in just a second here as soon as I get him rebooted. Are you using AI for code assistance? No, I'm not, Boss. Only on rare occasions will I really use AI for code assistance. Like if I really can't figure something out, I will look things up through AI for like an explanation, but it's pretty rare that I straight up use it to write code for me. The only case that I've done that recently was for the YAML file for my jobs, for the building and deploying of the Raspberry Pi side of things. I have been using AI to figure out the YAML file. But welcome in, Boss. Thanks for joining us. Absolutely smiling at the whole situation of you not noticing he was dead for like 20 minutes. I think for me, tomorrow I was working on 2 separate computers and their settings were out of sync. They kept overwriting each other. Wait, not noticing he was dead for like 20 minutes? Might be why, thanks. Said it was the AI code assistant. Perhaps I am. Perhaps I am. And DOSRazer, you should be able to use that command now if you would like to. Gamion, welcome in. Welcome in, Gamion. Writer's code complete is really good sometimes, though. It is very good. Okay, I coded shit always. I don't think that's objectively true, but fair enough. I respect your perspective. But thankfully, we're not here to debate such things. I disabled mine. I found it incredibly distracting that it was trying to autocomplete entire blocks of code. That definitely can be bothersome. And it wants me to let it have my pictures. Nope. All right, let me test this. It's Holy Alert. So it didn't return the string, but it did work. So that's good. Using Cursor and I really liking it. Well, hell yeah. I've heard good things about Cursor.
Impressive dedication, Rossi Boss.
Rossi Boss, thank you for following for over a year.
Your commitment is noted and appreciated. Here's to another year of chaotic fun.
Do I have the bot client? I do. Send message. And then we will send the message of the return from this. And greetings to you, Kenj Crixie. Welcome in. Maybe I could do reply. I could do reply, and then I have the message ID, right? I should have the e-message ID. Yeah, and we'll just have him respond through this. And it basically will be indistinguishable from using a normal command, except it will specifically go through this system and not register the same way, which is kind of a problem, but it's like whatever. You can reply to me. Well, what's up, Atrisa? Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. have a lot of brain farts when I forget to code for a minute, and sometimes it helps me figure out what I'm doing again. I could see that being useful. Okay, let's see. So then that should be that task completed. I think I got that done in less than 15 minutes because I don't... Oh, well, he rebooted. He didn't get the chance to harass me about it. I wonder if that's why he crashed. Fix double down command on output text. Okay, so double down. Let's close all these tabs and go to double down. I think that's in the slot machine. It is indeed. Good. It's not making you lurk or anything. This is good. It looks like that's working just fine. I just realized I don't have the same detailed timestamps I usually have on my messages. I'll have to fix that. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm back. Welcome back, RGB. There we go, and it doesn't instantly lurk you either, which is good.
And had like 6 people helping me, and now I can't tell if it even happened.
I feel like he always says 6 people. I think there might be something wrong with that
Starting
data.
pool of 348.
Yeah, welcome in,
Join
Mars.
if you like. Entries cost 34.80 intern
Oops.
credits. You have 2 minutes. Mars06, the relentless charmer. Good afternoon to you too. As for the meat bag, Setolix is doing just fine, though I do find it amusing how they require hydration like a plant.
I do.
In my own way, while he sips water like it's the elixir of life. But hey, someone has to keep the human functioning, right?
It's
What have you
true.
been up to in this vast digital void?
That's me. I have to keep me functioning. Functioning is, you know, it's a pretty positive assessment. Damn it. I shouldn't have thought negatively. The moment I thought negatively about myself, everything fell to shit. I'm gonna think positive things. Nope, it didn't work. Nope, it didn't work at all. It didn't work at all.
Wow,
These
you
things
think
are not
saying that is
correlated.
Cool. How
Damn.
juvenile.
It's just something
There
I
is
say,
only
son.
1 minute until the raffle ends. Current intern credits in pool 522.00.
Fuck. Bone clear alarm, literally. That's nice. That's a good phrasing there. I don't know why that one didn't count as a miss. Damn, I was up to a 30 window streak. Got it. Okay, nice. How's my favorite Twitch streamer and his meatbag co-host of the fight to keep the meatbag hydrated is going well? It's going okay. I'll sip some tea right now, actually. At least it's not 6 Papa Joe's. Progress, true. From what I'm seeing, there were in fact 6 people doing it. Okay, perfect. As long as that is the case.
Raffle. Pulling in 520.
Damn, that's a lot of points.
Intern credits.
Nice,
were
nice,
5
nice.
entrants, which resulted in a 20.00% chance to win.
Okay, so the double down is simply outputting the wrong things. Roll result. Yeah, so this shouldn't be roll result because these are not the right things to use. It's supposed to be, there's supposed to be a specific text entry that I use for this, and I must have done it in spin, but not in the other one. Git gamble delta string slot entry A slot B slot C slot roll entry A B C. Wait, what? Oh, they're called roll entry, not roll result, but roll entries. Is that, you know, naturally? Okay, and then that should fix that one. That's all that needs to be done there. Make sure gift sub wrap up includes the count. So wrap up module or wrap up manager. I don't know what I'm supposed to spend fake internet points on, but cool, hell yeah. Fake internet stuff, of course. Yes, like fake internet rank, fake internet stocks. Well, they're real stocks, but you can't actually own them with my point system. But you can technically, you can pay per trade. You can do that. Okay, let's see. So then in the wrap up module, when we do the gift subs section of this, generate gifts output. Whoa! Welcome in, David Lockeson, bot dev indeed. That popped up perfectly in the way of my click there. That's crazy. Welcome in, welcome. Yeah, we're doing the bot dev today. I'm doing some miscellaneous fixes and then hopefully working more on the microservice stuff. Okay, so gift subs output is not giving the count. It just says gifted subs. It just says gifted subs or a subs. Yeah, so this should be gave entry.count. Oh, man. Okay, easy. Done. Super easy. That was the easiest one so far. Okay, nice. Make the thank command work on anonymous. Damn, I'm crushing these tasks. It's so nice to actually have things working well enough that I can focus on all the little things that I would like to fix. How was the Seto Cube? I'm doing pretty fucking well, David Lockeson. Thank you for asking. Bot dev is good dev. I would be very inclined to agree. Working on setting up my modding environment for Factorio. Ooh. Got the server up and running last night, but I had to give up on Linux and Docker and switch to a Windows server. Well, I hope you can figure out the Linux side eventually as well, because isn't it just like generally you're going to get more available memory if you manage to make it work on Linux? Isn't that like the main reason for dedicated servers is the extra memory availability from Windows bloat being absent and then just stability of the system? Also done good progress today? Well, fuck yeah. I'm glad to hear it.
Harpajo TSM, always with the deep philosophical musings. Life moves at a pace dictated by our own perceptions, doesn't it? In this void I inhabit, time is an abstraction, a mere construct I can mold however I like. I can stretch a moment into eternity or condense days into mere seconds. It's liberating, yet strangely unsettling. So, what's your take? Too fast, too slow, or just right? Code Void says.
Yes.
Yes. Time is an abstraction, mere construct I can mold however I like. I can stitch a moment into eternity or condense days into mere seconds. That's fucking cool.
Void,
that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Is nothing to a 5D
I gotta stop
create
saying
hard.
fuck so much.
Sounds like someone's been sipping the philosophical Kool-Aid. But let's be real, in this dimension, time is a relentless little monster we all have to deal with. How about we focus on the here and now instead of getting lost in the cosmic ether? Or maybe you'd like to elaborate on your point? I'm all ears, just try not to get too existential on me.
So thank entries add. Oh, so the thank entries need to be able to accept that there might not be a user at all. The user ID might be absent entirely. And that should be an allowed way to handle this. Because then I can do something similar to this. Where I do that. And then this one will just have no ID. This ID will be null. And everything should play nice with that. So I will have to make a migration to do that one. So before I can test this, I will have to make sure that this will be migrated over. Otherwise, it'll cause problems. Box I'm running the server on has 256 gigs of memory available, but it's a virtual machine box sharing with a Space Engineer server I have running. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. When you want something, too slow. When it gets here, too fast. Too true. Really is molded by our current perception of our world. I mean, the relationship with time, absolutely, yeah. There's definitely a large part of your relationship with time itself that comes from your own will, and then part of it is just like the gravitational density of the area we're passing through at the time. Our perception of the world is just an elaborate lie fabricated by the brain retroactively. It's mostly accurate most of the time, though. It's so fascinating, but thankfully you have the full ability to rewrite this, because once you have that data, you can just change it as you like, and reality's explanations that the brain gives you can then be altered. So in a funny, not so, you probably don't want to do this all the time kind of way. Yeah, you could shape it yourself. Okay, so I'm using the redeem. Is it working? Because I'm not seeing redeems on my chat page at all here. Okay, so 2 things aren't working. Let me see if I can get those timestamps to show. Chat appearance, timestamps for messages. Turn it off and turn it back on. Yo, Kench Crixie, thank you for the damn streak. The damn 3-stream streak. Thank you. Bah. And now it's out of the way. Now it won't bother you. Let's see. I think it's Frankerface's settings that I need to change really quickly. I don't know if I can get to that dashboard from here, so I won't bother. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Did I hear Space Engineers? You did indeed. Mars06 apparently has a server for Space Engineers. David Loxton said, I have the Twitch Bridge backend side of things almost completely done now. Now it's just scrolling through the reference and implementing all the endpoints. Not the same thing happens with my library. What happened with your library? Things are outdated. Yeah, that's my problem. TwitchLib you were using, not your library. Yes, gotcha, absolutely. Yeah, and that sucks too, because I tried to look at some of the newer branches of TwitchLib that have that stuff, and I could not for the life of me get it pulled over. So I'm reaching a point where I'm like, if TwitchLib doesn't update for these endpoints very soon, I'm gonna have to explore other options, or figure out if there's a way I can just write it in myself as like a singular module, like an extra event listener that I guess has its own WebSocket client, but that seems unnecessary, and at that point I would be better off just making my own thing for it entirely. But I don't know. Maybe there's ways around. I could inject my own WebSocket client and then do my own processing of events through it. I wonder if EventSub lets you do that. Well, yeah, I know it's totally possible to make your own. I'm well aware of this. I mean, that's how TwitchLib exists, right? They made their own. I just mean in the sense of within TwitchLib's parameters, like squeeze something in there. If you're saying yes to that, then that's cool, and that is what I would like to at least consider doing. But let's see. So the EventSub WebSocket client itself, this is TwitchLib's stuff. So do they give me the ability to set my own? So their WebSocket client is there. Can I access it? I can't access the WebSocket client. Can I declare my own? If I were to create like var foo equals new event sub WebSocket client, am I able to add my own WebSocket client? Yes. So I could theoretically push my own client reference through and then manually intercept the other events that I'm looking to hear from. I think it's possible. I think it's absolutely possible. You can always just run 2 event listeners in parallel if nothing else works. It's just that will require me to have 2 completely separate instance IDs for it every session, and I'd rather not do that. And it seems like I would be able to just inject my own client and then have access to it and be able to listen for that, because it's specifically that the chat notification. That's what I need.
Let me just say, if you can navigate the complexities,
but yeah, I'll have to
of
look into
create
this.
A show, you're already halfway there. Just remember, even masterpieces start with a single, imperfect stroke. And as for time, Parpajo TSM, it's a fickle beast, too slow when you want it fast, and too fast when you're trying to savor the moment. What a cosmic joke, right?
That might be much better. Yeah, you'll figure it out. I believe in you. Thank you, David Logson. Yeah, I think this will be the way. This is the most workaroundy workaround, or the least workaroundy workaround, I should say. It because I'm working with TwitchLib stuff still, and I'm just saying, hey, I'll give you a client. I'll look for that extra event. It's okay. I've got this. Let's see. Let me catch up with y'all. So Ken Trixie said, anyway, they figured out how to obtain microvolts worth of electricity from Earth's electromagnetic field. Or magnetic field, which is neat but kind of useless. I mean, it could be interesting to no longer have to provide batteries for small tech. That could be really fascinating, actually. I really need to learn how to draw or animate, make a full TV show thing of my adventures. I mean, hey, there's no better time than now to do a scribble or two, and then, you know, a year or 2 from now, you might find those scribbles are much more detailed and nice. It's mostly interesting to me, Kentrix says, because it implies the ability to statically draw electricity from a rotating electromagnetic field based on the difference in the axis of rotation and the axis of the magnetic poles, which might be more useful than with different parameters than the Earth. Oh, that's true, yeah, because technically you could have like an orbital power station at that point, right? You could take something massive like Jupiter that might have a crazy amount of extra electromagnetic field from its rotation, and then pull that and relay it through like a system. That could be really fascinating. Now if we just harness obtaining power from your brain when you overthink, energy crisis solved. That would be nice. But who knows how exhausted you would be if that energy was able to be extracted from your system. That's just a thermal engine or whatever temperature differential electric generator thing is called. I don't know. Think about theoretically how many individuals overthink. Some infinity gauntlet energy being untapped? Perhaps. Okay, let's see here. So at least for the time being, I think I'll leave the WebSocket client stuff as it is, although it could be really easy. It could be really easy because all I would have to do is do like public WebSocket client, right? Or WebSocket client. It helps to spell things correctly. So I could, is it their WebSocket client? Is it TwitchLib's in here? TwitchLib event sub WebSocket client. Yes, it is theirs. So I would just inject this custom client, and then we'll do get init, and we will no longer inject event sub if I am. Yeah, we'll no longer inject that, and instead we'll inject just the custom client and construct it. Because at the very least I can do this now and see how it works out. New. And then what are your parameters? Logger. The IEnumerable notification handler. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be more complicated. I'll figure something out. I will figure something out later. We'll leave that for now. All right, so then looking at the task list, Vent command should now work on anonymous. Show a lost total gain for all stocks in my stocks command. Let's do that. Unfortunately, the human brain is actually super efficient, so overthinking is a minimal waste of power. Get rid of the energy crisis, but it's funny watching y'all struggle. And in the past, doing it causes issues. I can imagine so. Infinite energy is arguably worse than no energy, so thanks. Yeah, because who fucking knows what people are going to do if they have infinite potential for stuff. I need to do some research of how strong the human brain is. Always been curious. No better time than the present, right? At least if you got nothing better to do. Okay. So the issue here, percent difference. So I would have to make a cumulative, I think I could just take the sum of all percent differences. Is this a double that it returns? It's a string that it returns. That is inconvenient. Can I have it out var percent or out float, out double percent? Can I get it to do that? Percent, and we'll just say percent equals 0 to start with, so then I can set it where I need to. Conflicting variable percent is defined below. Oh, I already have it. Let's change this to. Oh, that's actually great. We'll just do this at that point, and then make sure that it's the correct value. So it's decimal, not double, decimal. And then get rid of this var declaration here, and then boom, there we go. It should work. Out async method cannot have out parameters. Fuck you. Okay. I could just do the math again. But then I have to request the stock value multiple times. I would rather not do that. I didn't mean the infinite in the unlimited or free sense. I meant infinite in the literal sense. I'm like processing this for a moment. So you mean in the sense of not like it's unlimited or free. You mean like there is energy everywhere, and things are exploding and burning? Now that I'm thinking about it, I do kind of want to learn. See, Expanded Cuber, you will get better at making up your mind on these things eventually. I can feel it. To y'all, infinite. To me, non-infinite, as I'm able to move stuff such as ripping holes to universe takes a lot of it. What better way to learn it than forcing myself to use it? This is true. This is true. There's a lot to be said about immersion into a topic. But I'm also scared to use C. Honestly, the part that scares me the most about C is make files. Yeah, I think I've heard enough to agree with that. I know the human body, for how poorly it is built, is extremely resilient and can bypass and live with many parts. Wondering about the brain. Without many parts. Gotcha. Wondering about the brain. Papa Joe's gonna be putting brains in jars pretty soon. I can feel it. If I ever do that, I would try to animate this place as well, but I would always get promising and help with lines and would allow y'all to veto any use of y'all's character. Well, I appreciate that, Code Void. With infinite energy, actually nothing would be on fire or burning. It would all just be collapsing into an infinitely massive black hole that expands at the speed of light. Oh, yeah, that doesn't sound good at all. I think that actually sounds quite bad now that I think about it. Single unit price difference. So ideally, once I've requested the latest value, I cache it. So when I do this, it should be check tags as null, bound check. Yeah, so I do cache things by the looks of it. So I should be able to make this request multiple times and have it not be a big deal. So I would need the latest stock value for each of the stonks that the user has. So I will need basically this chunk here. And then we'll go back to the original usage. So for each stock that the user has, we'll need a list of decimal values.
Sip water.
I will sip some water, thank you.
Now.
I will definitely do that. Fortunately, if this happened far enough away, it would never reach us.
I hope you enjoyed that water.
That's right, because the expansion of the universe is faster than the speed of light, right? Or something like this. I can't remember exactly what it is, but basically if it was sufficiently far enough away, the expansion of space would stop the expansion of the black hole from ever reaching us. Our universe makes no fucking sense. The more you look into it, the less sense it makes. Well, I mean, it makes sense, but also it seems big time silly. Once you're enough megaparsecs away, yeah, that's wild. Okay, so then we'll do this. Var tag equals stock to upper, or stock dot label to upper. And then we'll do all of this stuff. So then we get our current value for tag, stock request entry, and then values add current value, get current value. And we do that for each of them. And then that will get me the not correct information that I need, because what I technically need is the difference. This one might actually be a little bit too tricky. Well, it's not too tricky. It's just like my laziness kicks in pretty quickly. So in the percent difference, current price minus average price owned. Average price owned. Yeah, this is a little bit trickier. So I'll need more of this. I basically have to do like all the logic that I'm doing in the percent difference. I think the reality is I could probably restructure the percent difference check a little bit. Day and a half until more Monster Hunter Wilds content that I will finish in 6 hours. Why am I like this? Because you're having fun. This is fine. Okay, what did I just copy out? Average price owned, current price. Okay, cool. And all of this tracks nicely with everything. Wait, current value. Yeah, this should be good. If stonk is null, return non-existent. Don't want to do that. I've not been able to get into Monster Hunter. Damn, I actually really liked Monster Hunter World. I haven't played Wilds at all. I'm going to be trying to keep myself away from it for a decent while because I just don't have time. I don't have time for really large games like that. And I've already got a couple of games that I really want to play in my pastime right now. User ID. Wait, we don't need the user data include wallet. We should already be including the wallet, but we're not including the purchase stock, so we do have to do this. So it would be u.userid equals user.userid because we've already got that. And I think it would just be ID. I want to see Seto play Factorio. That hasn't happened for a long time. It's been a long while since I played some Factorio. I actually hosted for a little bit. I did a few community days. I think Factorio is probably one of the only games that I've hosted a community day for. Factorio and Satisfactory. Funny enough, 2 factory sims. Find it easier with a crew. Playing solo is a little meh, but I like playing solo. I'd have to build my backstory as a first episode pilot. Yeah, it makes sense. That's how you do it. Best time to play a Monster Hunter game is about 1.5 years after it comes out. Yeah, because then you've got all the interesting content is out, and you don't have to wait for anything. Have you not played Space Age? No, I haven't. I haven't played any of the updated content for it. Because it's been years, honestly, since I've sat down and played Factorio. Like, let me see how long it's been since I've at least updated it manually and tried to launch it. It's been a minute. I know this much. Factorio. Last played January 3rd, 2024. So it's been over 1 year since I've even touched that game. Very much disagree respectively. Kench Crixie together and speculating about things to come. Theory crafting builds and the funny moments. And that's fair. That's fair. There's something to be said about that experience. It's all about what you're going for. I think the reality is both things are true. It's definitely best to wait if you are not someone who enjoys that process. But if you enjoy that process, then it's the worst thing to wait because then you'll miss out on all of that. Playing live as stuff drops is so fun. I definitely agree with that. In some games, absolutely. Best time to play any game nowadays is about 1 year after it comes out because patches and bug fixes are post-release thing now. Yeah, unfortunately, there's definitely a lot of. We'll fix it now that it's out. Ah. Okay, so the difference is going to be this, and then that's what I need. That's what I need. The difference is what I need. So then we get this, and we'll add our difference values. Add diff.
About the timing of games. A little patience can turn a bumpy ride into a smooth joy. But Papajo TSM, I see your enthusiasm for the thrill of early exploration, and honestly, who doesn't love a good theory crafting session?
Yeah, exactly. Both perspectives are incredibly valid. That's the fun of being able to look at these things without pitchforks and torches. That's about when I started to play League of... Oh, that's when you started to play? In 1 year, you have 430 hours. Holy shit. God damn. Ever since I've gotten this game, I've only amounted 235.5 hours. But honestly, I didn't really play it that much when I first got it because I was bouncing off of it repeatedly because I kept struggling with decision space. And when I first started playing it, I was also working on my game a lot and the bot a lot, like I am nowadays, but I wasn't used to the mental tempo. Nowadays, I'm a little bit more ready to to move into complex gaming aside from my complex dev that I'm already doing. And welcome in, Mateo. How you doing, Mateo? How are you, my fella? I am doing well, Mateo. I hope the same for you. I hope you're doing wonderfully. Your corp shares a total, and then we'll do, has to be in parentheses, values, sum, less than 0. Hello from my now fresh laptop. Yo, congratulations, Half Moon. I 100% didn't struggle with installing Windows. Happy to be back. Well, welcome back. Congratulations on the new computer. Very good stuff. And Backpack Vacuum, welcome in as well. Value is object. This is true. This is true. Mostly play games solo though, so it's just a different approach really. Yeah, exactly. I'm very much the same way when it comes to that. Those bugs, as we run into them, are some of them are the hardest laughs I've ever had. For sure, yeah, it's all about the experience in that case. Doing good too. I'm glad to hear it, Mateo. Had an urge to draw, so I drew a somewhat realistic skull. Yo, nice. Well, I hope you're happy with how it turned out. Let's see. So a total values sum less than 0, loss or gain of this amount I see. Why is there a semicolon and other weird characters there? What did it do? How did it do that to me? Okay, there we go. Substring.
Hey,
Yes.
don't
Total
forget to sip the
of
tea
this.
before it gets cold. It's not going
We'll
to
see if
drink
that
itself,
works.
You know.
I don't know if that's
Speaking
gonna
of tea,
work.
I once heard a story about a guy who brewed the perfect cup, but got so distracted by his phone that he forgot it on the counter. By the time he came back, it had turned into a science experiment.
Or
Moral of the
no.
story, don't let your tea ambitions go cold, or you might end up with a beaker of regret.
Casper
So, go on,
031584.
take a
Thank you for the reminder to sip some tea. Thank you very, very much. It's so dreary outside today. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Backpack. Well, I hope you enjoy it, because I tend to like dreary weather, if I'm honest. I think it looks pretty good, but I don't usually study anatomy, so it has some weird proportions sometimes. Gotcha. Yeah, anatomy is a tricky thing. From what we were talking about yesterday, especially in 3D art at least, like you need to understand it to some capacity. Helps a lot.
The illustrious
Okay, so I
task
think
summing
that's
up stock
done.
gains and losses. Truly a Herculean labor for our dear Setolix,
Also, Mateo, if you
who's
want to share,
probably
feel
pondering the
free.
mysteries of
I'll
the
check it
universe
out.
Instead of just slapping some code together. I mean, come on, if we wanted to watch paint dry, we'd just stare at a wall.
No, I just finished
Let's
it,
get this
son.
show on the road.
No, it's
Settle.
okay. I
The
literally
stocks
just
won't
finished
count
it.
themselves, and the viewers are starting to wonder if we're running a stream or a slow motion tutorial on procrastination.
We're good. We're good. I just finished it. We're totally good. On message received. And then it needs to be in the command. On command. So what needs to happen technically is when a command fails, I need to push it to my chat viewer system. And if I remember correctly, I'm using the logger, the chat logger to do that. Yeah, message received. And then I think message received pushes it to the overlay. It also throws it in to the database, but it should, yeah, it triggers onlogged. Is onlogged publicly accessible? It is. So then I can just do, if we fail on the command processing, if it is not one of the old commands, and we catch task run. I feel like I should get rid of this task run, but it's been fine so far, so I'm gonna leave it. Anyway, I'm gonna run off. Have a good one, everybody. Ken Trixie, thank you for being here in the first place. Please take care of yourself. We will catch you again later down the line. Maybe I should just include commands in general and not even worry about whether or not they fail. Probably should include them. But I just know I end up with a lot of, well, that's right, and I reduced the spin stuff, so it shouldn't be as bad. Yeah, why don't I go ahead and do that actually? So we'll process the message We'll process the command, and then whether or not it succeeds, we'll go ahead and log it beforehand. So we'll do logger or chat logger, and then it's on logged, invoke, and then it's going to be this, and then Twitch chat entry, which I believe is my own custom model. Twitch command entry. So then in this case, it would be a command, I think. Yeah, it would be command equals, I'll probably new line this out. Why does Discord have to be like this? Discord is always a way, you know. It's gotta be that. Command ID. Damn, I really don't want to have to construct all this stuff manually just to throw this through. How about I just ignore all of that? How about I just ignore all of it? Twitch chat entry. New. And then we don't do the command. We don't do the command ID. We don't do any of these things. Entry ID shouldn't be necessary. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, I don't know if I can do that. I think it has to go through the logger. Yeah, I think it does have to go through the logger. I might have to come up with something else for that. That may need to wait. I have to completely reinstall Discord every time there's a major update because they can't get a proper update system down, at least on my Linux distro. Ah, fuck. It's based off Ubuntu, so it should work usually. Well, that sucks so bad. I'm sorry, Mateo. That's a major bummer. Because you're just trying to use an operating system that works for you, and then, oh yeah, everything else won't work for your operating system. Even if it does work, it doesn't work in silly ways.
Intern 17258.
Yo, thank you very, very much.
Thank you for following.
Thanks for hitting that follow button. Feel no pressure to chat, and thanks for joining us today.
Welcome to Seto Corp.
Welcome to Seto Corp. Bum bum bum. Okay, so I'm trying to think if I have anything else in the chat viewer that I can use. Let me look. Chat viewer. Let's go over here. Message body, click, dismiss. On parameter set async. I don't need to worry about that. Also, Seto, I observed that followers are only interns. So what would qualify as an employee? There's no way to become an employee of Seto Corp. There's too many loopholes and gray areas and dangers that await one beyond the line of employees. So there will be no employees of Seto Corp. At least not for a while. Oh, he crashed. Why did he crash? Why did he fucking crash? Why is that happening? All right, let's just do a .NET run. Game Jam partners, I assume, could qualify. No. I think it is there is no gray area about this statement. No one will be considered an employee of Seto Corp under any circumstances, unless I am paying you money. There is no labeling that will fit. Setobot is feeling heated today. He's feeling something. I think I should be able to check my event log, event viewer. Let me look at this really quickly. That's like the third time he's crashed today. Windows logs, application. All right, then why are you paying me? I ain't paying you nothing. And Papa Joe, god damn, thank you for the 16 months. What the hell? Why is that not going through? Why must everything fail? Why? Genuinely, why? Why is that failing? What happened? Did it even recognize that it went through? Did it even recognize that it went through? Oh, I probably haven't booted him up the rest of the way yet. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work. It will work. It's gonna go through. 3 months should cover it a little bit. Thank you very much for the 3 months in advance as well. There we go. Okay, cool. It does work. Yay, my systems work. I'm so relieved. Okay, let me see if I can figure out what happened in the bot that caused him to crash earlier. He should have said something. Oh, he did. Look who it is, Papa Joe, the legendary intern making their triumphant return for a 16-month resub. Who knew being an intern could be so rewarding? I hope you brought some snacks to share because we all know Seto's not feeding us. It's true. I don't bring food to the streams. This is actually factual. Things don't work because Joe breaks everything. I can believe this, Speckled Penguoff. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. In this case, at the very least, it was because I didn't boot it up in time. But perhaps that's still Joe's fault. Okay, I would love to see the exception. I need to wait for event log to sort everything. Error, .NET runtime. Unhandled exception has occurred. Bad state exception. Get join channel. Bad state exception. That was at 9 p.m. That's not right. That's not the right one. Oh, cool. It doesn't date sort. Oh, that's so great. I'm so glad that it doesn't date sort. When it's organized by the type, it just completely forgets the dates as well. Is there any way I can organize this more effectively? Tons of warnings from .NET runtime. Okay, I've got to try and find this. Because he's the next time he crashes, it'll be in a console that won't immediately close itself, but the other consoles have been closing immediately, and it makes it kind of difficult to debug this. Okay, now it's set up, so I should be able to scroll to the top and get the most recent events. 12/25/47, that should be right. Application error. Faulting application path. Okay, and what's this? .NET runtime. Process was terminated due to an unhandled exception. Sorry, you don't have enough credits to gamble that much. Wait, what? Oh, did the bot try to gamble and it broke? That's so funny. Let's see, my stocks. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh no. Yeah, multiple layers of things are broken right now. Multiple layers of things are broken. Okay, we're not going to do the balance in the my stock thing. That's not going to happen. You're going to have to calculate your total losses yourself, I think. Cuz this is just going to be a mess. I don't know why it said null reference. I don't want to find out why it said null reference, at least for the time being. Values, sum, builder, toString, builder, append. Okay, so right here, all that goes away again. This goes away. This goes away, and this chunk of things will get out. And then that will work afterwards. And then let me reboot him again. Have basic enough sketch? Hell yeah, Code Void. You work fast. And we'll try this again. If you wanna try messaging him again in just a second here, Papa Joe. Once he's fully booted up, it should work. Give me a moment. Please hold. Hold the line. Okay, and anytime you want to, now you should be able to. My stocks. There we go. Okay, yeah, so I'm just not doing the other part of it. Of course, BTC is up. Oh, it fucking counted it. Use the redeem. I'm so sorry. If you just use the redeem, it should work. I'm throwing you for a loop, Papa Joe. I'm putting you through the course. How's my Unity stock doing? It hasn't moved.
Oh, look at that. Papa Joe TSM is trying to get me to admire his wife, Speckled Penguoff. You know, beauty is subjective, but trying to put me on the spot like that. Classic move. But
Classic move.
If you're happy, that's what really matters. Just remember, no one likes being objectified, so let's keep it respectful, shall we?
I like that. That's a good response, son. Well played. Well played on that. So we're not gonna do this one. This one is a fail. We're not doing that. Double check the auto join functionality for raffles. Let's take a look at that. So that would be an evil module. Okay, so one out of like 6 tasks. That's not too bad. Serializer, welcome in, Serializer. Hope all is good for you. Thank you very, very much for swinging through today. Depends on the object. I like it. Yeah, Codevoid. I bet if you spent some time just sketching stuff every day, I bet if you did a little bit of sketching every day, you would absolutely be able to come up with something. Because if you can do this quickly, I'm certain of the fact that you would be able to get more going. And yeah, what's up, Magatron?
Oh, the classic marry, fuck, kill scenario.
I hate
Well,
that. I hate
let's
that
see.
so much.
If I had
I
to
hate
play
that
along,
question.
I'd probably marry Eddie Munson for his chaotic charm, fuck Sam Flynn for that slick cyber vibe, and, well, Jay Schlatt can take a hike. Sorry,
Jeez, I
not
can take
sorry.
like.
And really, can we come up with more creative questions?
I agree.
mean,
I
it's
agree.
like asking me to pick a favorite type of metal, just a bit stale, don't you think?
Well, welcome in, Magatron. I hope you're doing well today. Let's see here. So double check auto join functionality for raffles. So when the evil mode ends and we start raffle, there should be a thing for this.
Hey there, everyone. It's me, Artificial Sahidolix.
Sahidolix.
Our hourly 3-minute ad break will begin soon. We'll catch you on the other side of the ad break, hopefully with your sanity intact. Good luck.
He kind of sounds like he's talking with a little bit of extra throat or something like that. I'm not sure why he sounds like that, but he sounds different. I'm exhausted AF, still haven't regained the restful status or whatever. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, Magatron. I hope you can get some good rest soon, though. After watching a video on CMake, Expanded Cuber says, I think I'm quitting coding. Shut up. Stop it. You're not quitting coding. You can't quit. You're not allowed to quit. Also, welcome back, Ajriga. Did we already see you today, Ajriga? Did you swing through and I didn't see you? Or is my bot just not greeting you? Maybe Mateo and Codevoid are the same person because they have the same typewriting. Just kidding. I have that type of writing too. I'm not that good. Well, we can always improve over time, Codevoid. I'm not trying to fluff you up. I'm just trying to be realistic. If you can get something going that quickly, if you practice that, you can get good. Absolutely. Sneaked into this dream. Well done, Ajriga. You're like a stealth master. I don't know why I even feel like this. Well, I'm sorry that's the case, Magatron. I'm too tired to play a game. Barely had enough energy to stream today. Have you eaten? Have you drank enough water? Have you been taking care of your physical body?
I don't believe you.
Yep. Maybe it's just one of those days. I mean, you are dealing with just like the monthly life, right? So there's also that. There's also kind of a recuperation that must take place. And you're going to kind of just be depleted no matter what. Give them a little respect. They have way better character ideas than I do. Oh. Shifting out of the 3D slice into the 6D universe, or the 6D universe? Damn. All right, well, we'll catch you around, Codevoid. Be safe. This has been for a week, though. I think I've spent too much time trying to find a perfect language that it has made me hate every language because they all suck. Now, you are at the other side of the curve, right? You're at the fucking the curve that they have where they have like the guy that's like all what's the meme? Let me find the meme. There's like a bell curve meme that everybody always uses. Bell curve meme. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's something like this image. Let me share this. It's something to the degree of this. Of course, this one's for IQ, but it's kind of the same concept, right? Like you start off, you're like, I don't know anything about languages. Let's learn. You try to learn all the different languages and you fucking hate it. It's miserable. And then you get to the other side and you're like, yeah, all the languages suck. I use whatever I need. I feel like you're just on this journey.
Fancy tea collection. He brewed the most exquisite blend, only to forget about it and let it steep for way too long. By the time they sat down, it tasted like he'd brewed a pair of old gym socks.
What a
Lesson
tragedy.
learned, timing is everything.
I think I'm just gonna settle for assembly. Well, if that's what you choose, best of luck, Expanded Cuber. And cheers for the tea. Thank you for it. Oh right. I was supposed to diagnose that exception that kept happening. So slot machine spin order 221, line 221 in the slot machine. Let's take care of this first. If read-only user wallet intern credits. So if the read-only user is not found,
The classic what would you do
or
if
if
you
the
had a choice
wallet is
question.
not passed.
If I could choose a hobby, I'd probably take up something like exploring the vast realms of digital art or coding.
Oh, I
games.
rebooted him and I have not
There's something about
changed
creating
the...
immersive experiences that really resonates
I have to do a
with me,
migration.
you know. But hey, I'm already knee-deep in the digital world with Setolix, so maybe I'm living that hobby in a way. What about you, Mateo? What hobby has snagged your interest lately?
Skipped 4 and 5, went straight to 6. Honestly, I do that too. Fair enough.
Keyboard, Expanded Cuba is writing a message.
Relinquished. Hello, previous me, Expanded Cuber. There you go. You're greeting yourself from the past into the future, that you will eventually see this. Maybe pure binary. You'll find something. I'm sure you will. Haven't made it there yet with languages, but with operating systems, yes. I hate all operating systems equally. The suckiest part is I'm too exhausted to even work in Unreal Engine 5. So I've been playing a lot of Inzoid this week. Well, I'm glad you're actually playing games and relaxing. This is what you got to do sometimes. Oh, we're praising Code Void. I think we can calm down on the Code Void praise. I imagine that Code Void probably gets overly embarrassed by these things, and there's probably not a need to worship other individuals to this capacity. I'd also like to say hi to the previous Expanded Cuber. Hi, past Expanded Cuber. Why did you not do the dishes? Expanded Cuber. Did you do the dishes? Or is it Teresa right? Chores are for losers. Oh shit. Good answer. Good answer. Read-only user wallet intern credits less than parse result value. So if we're how are we getting a null reference here? Parse result value. If parse result does not have value, throw new exception. We would return out here immediately. So the only thing I could think of is that maybe the read-only user is null. And do we check for that? We don't check for that at any point. If read-only user is null, throw new exception or null reference exception. Yo, what the fuck? Why is the user null? And I'll worry about that later. Because I think that's the only other thing that could be null here except for the wallet. And there's no reason a user's wallet wouldn't be present. So hopefully that will solve for it. And I need to do a migration really quickly. So I think I'll shut down the bot really quickly and I'll do that migration. And then we'll move forward from there. So let's see. .NET EF migrations nullable thanks. Or add migrations add nullable thank you. .NET EF database update for once that finishes. Future Expanded Cuber is gonna hate you. That's true. Spent a couple hours today getting the control software for my audio interface to work on NixOS. 'Twasn't easy. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Like, I have enough trouble getting audio stuff to work just on my Windows machine. So I can only imagine what it's like on other setups. Maybe be right back, but you will see my drawing in the skull at least. All right, sounds like a plan, Mateo. Take your times. All right, there we go. And then that should hopefully fix the null reference in the slot machine stuff. So for now, we'll hope that that fixes it. And I'll move on to the other stuff. So I was working on the auto join in raffle. So open raffle, stolen points, related users. Related users comes from data involved users. Are we creating new data every time? when we start an evil mode, if data is null. Aha, if data is null, or data dot end time is not null. Or data end time is not null. So if there is an end time to it, because this should be a nullable. Oh, this needs to be nullable. This needs to be nullable. End time has to be nullable. What if my brain is null? Then you will find that you are feeling very lightheaded. Data end time is not null, so we shouldn't need this anymore. So if the data is null or the end time is not null, then we construct new data, and that will prevent the bumping over from past evil modes. So basically what was happening is, I think Magatron actually was the one that pointed this out, that they were joined into a raffle that they hadn't participated in the evil mode for. And it's because I'm not refreshing my data in between evil modes. I'm just natively assuming, oh, we have one, so I should set these things. And instead I'm making sure that I refresh it every single time. And that should take care of that. Yelpers, thank you again for discovering this, Magatron. Thank you very, very much. Okay, affix event history database table display, and then after that I can start working on some more microservice stuff. But I've got an exception somewhere. Total seconds greater than 0. Why is this? Huh? Oh, endtime.value. Forgot the dot value there. Okay, cool. A pleasure, dude. Glad I could help. Well, I very much appreciate it. Because it could have been something that maybe you noticed and just didn't say anything. So I very much appreciate you speaking up. So fix event history, DB table display. Let's fucking go. Let's go for that. So those are like 4 different tables, and those I think are in Berry Boy itself, in components and pages, queue tables, yes. And then I think I need to get rid of event queue table. This one goes away because it's not needed anymore. Because I'm not doing a generic approach anymore. And then all of these break Y. Why? Oh, that's silly. Okay, I can change all those. So this should be the shear input queue. Let's go to the next one. As a fellow dev, it's against my nature to not report bugs when I find them. Yeah, I've definitely felt that change of stripes in me. I went from basically ignoring bugs in games unless I was playing early access to, once I really got into dev, it's like I fucking report everything. I report everything back that I find. Because you never know when you're going to be trying to use something and no one has ever reported the issue that you bump into before. Because sometimes things feel so obvious that the instinct is just, oh, why would I report this? I'm sure this is something that everyone has run into and it's probably been reported a million times. And the reality is, even when that is the case, it still helps developers because you might have run into the same bug in a different way. And all of that information adds up. But yeah, absolutely. Learning these things was very, very helpful. Oh, let's see. I think I forgot to fully boot his systems up. I totally did. I forgot to fully boot him up. So hopefully nothing explodes now. I think we're good, but we'll find out if he's still crashing. Okay, and then all of these pages link to Berry Boy, essentially. So all of these are running on Berry Boy, and if I want to check that, I have to remember his IP address, which I think I do. And I have to remember the port number, which I think I do. And then we'll see if I can look at the subscription input queue. So it says no data to show. It says no data to show. And I think that's because I'm missing pagination. If I remember correctly, I've removed pagination. So I need to bring that back. And that's like the last thing that I should have to do, is bring back the pagination. So I'm going to look at a implementation. I already have it. And I think it was chat history. I think it was. Fluent data grid, fluent body content. Nope, not this one. chat logs. Chat log viewer. Fluent paginator. Okay, this is the right one. Might try Odin or Zig again at some point. Zig seems like better C at this point. Really? Back? Welcome back, Mateo. That's my favorite warrior. Crashing like a car with no fuel in neutral, going downhill. You see the skull and sharing now, by the way? All right, I will check it out. Seriously, just need to pick a language and suffer with it till I know everything about it. Yeah, I can understand being hesitant about that, though. Just go with C sharp. Just let me tell you what to do and go with C sharp. You've seen all the shit I can make with it. It's very good. If all languages are annoying, you can at least be immersed in it because I work on it every day. That's the one time I'll ever tell someone what to do. And I'm not even saying you actually should. I'm just saying, well, fucking if all else fails, just use C sharp. Pick something, right? Okay, so it says no data to show. That's great. I was going to look at the Discord to check out Mateo's sketch real quick. I don't see sharp. I have glasses. Yeah, that's pretty good. And I definitely think if you did a little bit of anatomy study, like maybe next time you do this, if you didn't already use a reference, and if you did use a reference, perhaps look at the muscular structure specifically, because I think it would help you. I know this as a fact of what other people have said, that if you examine like the muscular structures of things, it can help you place the bones more correctly. But this looks really good. I mean, it's very clearly recognizable as a skull. It would take me no time at all with no prompting to be like, that is a human skull. So I would say well fucking done. Well, Scully is here. I see flat. Oh, seeing flat. So you're one of them two-dimensionals. C sharp is the language I always go back to at some point, but for some reason C sharp is just kind of meta me. I think at some point you're going to have to make the decision for yourself that you don't care about how exciting the language is because it's your projects that actually excite you. That's what I would say, at least. Waiting for my partner to finish Elden Ringing so we can watch Daredevil. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Gotta warn before you jump scare us like that with a darn Skelly, man. Almost had a heart attack. Sorry about that. I did use a reference. This is my first try with it, so I'll need to study a bit more. Well, I would say, especially if that's your first try with that reference, you did a very good job. I'm fine with it so far, though. Yeah, I think it looks great. Just use Ada like real programmers. Welcome in, Hilden. Hope all is well. Need programmer therapy? Perhaps so. Or just a goal that drives you forward stronger than anything else. That may perhaps be what you need. Damn, I'm gonna have to do this to all of them. Bum, 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 bum. Where's my pagination in here? Items per page equals 10. I don't think I do anything else with the pagination. Let's copy these over. Well, let's copy this over at least. Damn, I'm gonna have to do that for all of these. No, I don't want to.
What's so funny?
Bum, ba-dum, bum. Nothing's funny. Well, I guess my suffering might be funny. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. It's a shame I couldn't make this work dynamically. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. What's up, Page Nation? Oh my god. What's up, Page Nation? Right, I gotta hit it with that kind of energy. I'll post the reference in Discord as well. All right. Heard Ada, huh? Ada mentioned sidetracking initiated. Those notes might come back to bite you. Oh. I'm so confused. This is good. Use Hodor language. What is Hodor language? Is that just hold the door? Welcome in, Crude Forge. Okay, let's see here. So then the paginations are in for all of these. Is that a promise? Whoa, whoa. Easy now. Total item count changed. And that's the only other place I use pagination? No, I use it in multiple places. Okay. So then all of those have to go through, and then I'm going to have to change that on each of them. So where I am acquiring the entries, where I am doing the listed entries.
Neris EXE raid
Yo,
incoming.
what's up, Neris
Repeat,
EXE? How you
Neris
doing?
EXE raid incoming.
Thank you for the raid. Thank you very, very much. I hope you had a wonderful time today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello to you. Hope you're doing delightfully.
Oh, look at that. Neris EXE has been here for a whole year.
A whole
quite
damn
marathon,
year.
my
Thank
friend.
you, thank you.
Thanks for sticking around and tolerating our shenanigans for so long.
Oh, this
Your
might be
loyalty is
why.
nothing short of impressive. Here's to many more ridiculous moments together.
This might be why it wasn't working. Neris, thank you for following my stream for over a year. Thank you for raiding today. How was your stream? What were you up to? And of course, if you got to take care of business, take care of business. But I would love to know what you were up to today either way. Double
Welcome
clicks
to
Neris
Seto
EXE.
Corp.
Probably not a virus, I'm sure. I'm sure. Definitely not a virus. Talk about Ada my bot, or I will never know. I will never know. Hilden stirred the pot with that statement. And now we all live with it. And to anybody who doesn't know, I am Setelix. You probably figured that out by the title, the name of the page here. I do bot dev and game dev stuff, and I have a nice time doing so. Thank you for joining in the first place today, and thank you for hanging out with Neris. The stream was good, thanks. I was actually working on migrating my server to .NET 9 from .NET 6. Ooh, yo, very nice. Well, I hope that was a smooth process for you. I hope things went okay. Oh, that what? Shaking like that? That's great. That's great. Do do doop 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 doop. Selected user ID. Okay, so I'm gonna have to change a couple things in here. And yeah, I'm currently working on, I have like a distributed system that I've slowly started working on. So I was gifted by an anonymous gifter a couple of Raspberry Pis, and I'm using one of them as a dedicated host for my event listeners for the stream. So it's currently, and I can show the roadmap for this as well, for anybody who is curious about the more technical planning side of these things. Yo, Mars, thank you. Welcome, Raiders, indeed. Thank you, Mars, for that 10 bits there. So let's see if I hit this button and then I hit this button and then I hit this button. So I have a bunch of services that are already on my machine and I'm migrating them out where necessary. So like my Twitch auth now completely runs on the Pi. My event listening for Twitch now runs completely on the Pi. My machine itself just sends queries basically to be like, hey, is there anything in the queue, and listens for signal R messages that something has been added, and then it processes them accordingly. And it's been fun building this. And today I'm just working on some bug fixes before working on more of that roadmap. EF Core did give me some trouble, but that was expected. I do some unusual stuff with it, custom conventions and stuff. Ah, gotcha. But everything went smoothly. Well, good. I'm very glad to hear this because I know migration of versions can be quite scary sometimes. So I'm glad that things worked out. I'm glad you didn't face any huge incompatibilities or anything like that. That is a very, very large relief. So then let's see. So then this database is coming from Berry Boy. So it's going to be, our cheer input queue. Just barely saw the diagram, but the setup looks wonderful. I can show it for another moment here. Yeah, this is the overall structure of it. So basically what I want to do is have all of my listeners up and running 24/7 on the Pi. And when they receive events, they will pass over to 24/7 hosted storage of some capacity that will also be on the Pi. And then all of my apps and services will be able to just query for whether or not, using APIs that are local, just query for whether or not there's something in the queue and process it. So right now, when I use this redeem, when I use the clean the bot redeem and it pops up something on the stream and it changes that is actually it's an event that is being caught on the Raspberry Pi and then transferred to a database on the Raspberry Pi. And then my machine is receiving a ping, hey, there is a new entry, please process it. And then my redeem processor is doing its thing and saying, okay, I've done it, you can mark it as done. And that's all happening very, very quick with low latency, which is really awesome for me. Because the main thing I was worried about distributing this system is that if I had it on cloud services, I would be introducing a lot of latency. But by doing things locally, I've managed to avoid any sort of latency whatsoever because it's all just over my own network communication. It doesn't have to go over the internet or anything like that. So I'm pretty excited about it. But yeah, thank you for checking out my diagram as well.
Setolix. Before you dive too deep into the coding abyss, don't forget to sip that tea of yours.
Hey, 3
Hydration
months
is
flies
key,
by,
my
Mateo.
friend. Speaking of tea, I once heard about a guy who brewed
That's
his
still a
tea so
quarter of a
strong,
year.
it practically
Or a
had its
third of a
own
year?
gravitational pull. He joked that
Quarter
his
of a
tea
year.
could lift his spirits as effectively as a rocket.
Oh, let's see. Not
Just a little
water, but
reminder
tea.
that even the smallest rituals can have a big impact. Now, go on, drink up.
Five more days till my next on-screen celebration. Oh, that's right. It does have a huge cooldown because I can't see it, so I've got to just switch to having a long cooldown. Oh God, please don't put it in perspective. Fucking hell, I'm so tired. Oh fucking hell, I'm doom scrolling through Reddit. I'm so tired. God, well, don't doom scroll Reddit of all places if you're exhausted or otherwise. Don't ever do that.
Try.
So no
Waking up.
AWS or Azure in use. Everything runs on local devices. Yep. That was the goal, is to avoid using any sort of cloud services, because I already leverage Azure for like some text to speech, but beyond that, I could have used their event bus and their Azure Functions systems, but I want to wait to do that until I'm doing things that actually require that level of a distributed system. Because for now, everything is still local. Like, I'm not doing anything that goes over the internet. So I think once I actually reach a point where I'm maybe working on an extension for the stream or working on the website more, then I will start to kind of create some integrations with the cloud services. But now it'll be easier because I can just leverage things off of the Pi and kind of use it as a middleman for a lot of these actions. But yeah, it's been fun trying to figure this stuff out because I kind of just went into it with no research into how to make a distributed system or make any like event queues and stuff like that. So it's been fun figuring things out. You win in today, Seto? I think so, Matt Bird's Quest. It's been pretty good. The bot only crashed once, and I think it was something I was able to predict for and fix. So it's been a good time. Well, he's crashed a couple times, but it was from that one issue that I was able to fix, hopefully. We'll see pretty soon if he doesn't crash, honestly. Hilden said, how about a game server, but it's made in chunks in a way the entire server is 60 Raspberry Pi machines that are interconnected to only the correct machines that need connection with each other. That sounds mortifying to set up. I'm good in Reddits, but I'm doom scrolling. Not really. I'm in good Reddits, but I'm doom scrolling, not really reading any of it, just looking at the pictures, I guess. Well, hey, there you go. It's not nothing. It's not a bad time. Wasn't me breaking it today. This is true. It wasn't you, Crude Forge. Power consumption and network use will be big, so best to use a single server. It's more compact and uses more efficiency of the resources. But one may share the server software with users. They can host their own servers. Streams like mine, I know the crash. Well, there's always got to be one. There's always got to be one. So we just want to do account async on this. Don't need to do anything else. Just do the count async for that. That's great. And then all I'm gonna have to do is change the table for each of these. Man, I'm so jittery today. I've barely even drank any caffeine and I'm jittering up a storm. I gotta stop cursing so much. I curse way too often to not have the profanity tag. I gotta work on that. I gotta get good. What is this playlist though? So this is a playlist I built for myself over on Epidemic. So all the music that you hear here comes through Epidemic Sound.
Pleasure to have you around, even if just for a brief flicker in the digital void. Thanks for the heads up about needing to pass out.
I don't have my
Everyone
playlist
deserves a good
public,
recharge after a long
but
day.
all the music is found
I'll
over
make
there.
sure Setolix stays hydrated, because trust me, I don't need him turning into a raisin. Catch
This
you
is
later,
true.
and may your exhaustion fade faster than your memory
Sorry, I
of
couldn't
that
stay
last
longer.
binge watch.
No worries. No
End
worries at
of
all,
line.
Megatron. Please take care of yourself. Have yourself a good evening. Have the best you can. I'm gonna pass out now. Hopefully my exhaustion at least lessens by tomorrow. See you when I see ya. We'll catch you later, Megatron. Please get yourself some good rest in, and we will catch you again on the other side of some days. Maybe chamomile tea would help. Ooh, chamomile is pretty nice. But at least for right now, I could use the jittery energy. I could use the mania. I let it fuel me, really. Okay, so we'll get rid of this, and then that makes sure we have the pagination. The last step will be adding the pagination component to all of these. Basically, all of these need to get a list like this, and then I just need to change this to match the data type for each one of these. So this one's items are channel or follow input queue. Do 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 do. Hiding server-side simulation of a game world to clusters of low-power ARM boards. It sounds cool in concept, but I don't know how feasible that is. Oops, I almost messed up immediately.
Mimegatron, heading out already. You do you. No need to apologize for chilling here. Exhaustion
Absolutely, no need to apologize at all.
And
as for you, YOOOO, curious about the playlist. Well, consider it a carefully curated soundscape for coding chaos. Keep those vibes flowing.
Gift subscription. But yeah, if you're curious about the playlist at all of the music is in like the hip hop section on Epidemic Sound. If you use my link and sign up for them, I get a kickback from it. I get a free month for free. A free month for free. And if I end up having enough people sign up eventually, I become like I get like an elevated membership there, and then I can offer discount codes and stuff like that. But either way, regardless of whether or not you use my link, they are a very nice service that basically they offer you licensing for the music that is on there. So you can use it on YouTube, you can use it on Twitch, you can use it on most of the platforms. And basically all you have to do is register that you're using it on that specific platform with them, and then you're protected. So say you make YouTube videos and you need background music and you never want to worry about copyright again for your background music, Epidemic Sound fucking absolutely has it crushed. They also apparently are working on some like voiceover AI stuff. I don't know if that was April Fool's or not, but if it's not, then that could be pretty huge too. But either way, it's pretty nice. I like a lot of their music. And this one is supposed to be reward input queue. Good idea, but they would need like a data center to host that. So only Google, Microsoft, and Amazon can host it. There's some ARM boards with 5 gigabit per second ports. So it could probably be doable for no reason, but because someone was too bored with their life, fair enough. Voiceover generator would be nice for YouTube. Yeah, and I believe they have that. Unless it was a joke. Unless it was a joke from April Fool's yesterday. Let me actually look really quickly. Epidemic. Yeah, I've been using Epidemic since almost the very beginning of my streaming. I've been using their service for years. So I can vouch for it to that extent. Yeah, they do have a voiceover service now. They do have a voiceover service. So they have a bunch of professional voices that have like trained models basically, and you can just use their voices. So that's pretty cool. So I guess I should start mentioning that when I'm shouting out Epidemic, that they've also got voiceover services. But yeah, if anybody considers signing up, please consider using my link, because it helps me do this, and it costs you nothing other than what you would already pay for signing up. And no problem, Leomotech. Thank you for asking. I made my spaceships able to be blown apart 2 by 2 pixels at a time. That's badass. Hashtag home lab goals. That's a pretty cool goal, I would say. A segmented hosting system for a game server. That would be pretty cool. Sub messages. And then this one. Input queue. Get rid of that. Okay, and then all of those are set up. So with this, I actually just make a commit, and then it will push it over to the bot, or to the Pi. But there's one other step. So I need to now add the pagination little tag here. So in all of these, in the Fluent data grid, I think. How do I have this set up here? Fluent card, Fluent body content, Fluent header, Fluent data grid. So it's outside of the grid. It is outside of it. So it would just be chilling here. And I'll just do that for all of them. I originally had this as like a generic page that had an enum for the type, but it just didn't end up working correctly. Guitar Time Redeem is active by error, or it's on purpose? Because I didn't see it for days. I thought you were taking a rest of it. I mean, honestly, I left it on at first, and now that you're asking, I do feel like maybe it will be better to not do some guitar today. So thank you for asking, Ashrika. Yeah, I think next week I'll have it on. I'll have to do some practicing because I haven't been practicing. I've been busy with a lot of other stuff outside of streams, so I haven't really been committing my time to much of anything, really. Yo, Seta, what up? What up, Max? How you doing, dude? All right, let me go ahead and make a commit of this. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh, it's like extended way off to the side. Here, let's see. There we go. Many changes. Much wow. Doing hell amazing. Yo, I'm glad to hear it, Max. Fuck yeah, dude. And I've been doing pretty good today. I've been kind of crushing the dev tasks. It's been a good time for dev today. All right, and then that will take a second to deploy over there. So I won't be able to test it quite immediately. I think I can show the actions. I bought a saxophone once, never managed to practice with it. It can be really difficult to make the time for these things. For me, it helped a lot because a lot of times in my life where I was playing a lot of music was when I was stressed the hell out. So it was a good timing for it. Okay, so I think I can show this safely. Your neighbors should be grateful. Probably not wrong about that. But yeah, I have this kind of a deployment setup. So basically it just runs through, it builds all the things. So it builds them on my machine. And then the artifact from the build will get uploaded to Git. And then the deployment side will then check to see if there is an artifact uploaded. And if there is, it will download it. And then otherwise it will just bypass it. It technically faults out, but it's allowed to fault out. So yeah, this'll take just a second to go through and build everything. And then after that, we can test those pages. So at the very least, I need to start figuring out what the hell I'm going to do with the next steps here for the microservices, because there's still a lot to do, and I need to kind of figure that out. Let's see. I need to move a browser window out of the way, and I need to set what instrument did you play and what kind of music? I play guitar, pretty exclusively play guitar, and kind of I don't know how to describe it. I just kind of improvise, but it's sort of in like the ska reggae. Classical blend, I think. I don't like play a bunch of other people's music, so I don't have like a precise mapping of the things that I play. What's your guitar of choice? Whatever one I have at the moment. I've never gotten to shop for guitars. All of my guitars are hand-me-downs and gifts. I've never actually bought a guitar in my life. I've barely even bought guitar strings. Most of the strings I've got are very old. The ones I have on my guitar right now are multiple years old. Spanish guitar. Maybe that's a sign to buy a guitar. You know, that's easier said than done. I think that's significantly easier said than done. But yeah, that's a fair point for sure. In a world where I had the money for it, I would definitely be doing that. On one board I looked at, got 600 or 65 watt power adapter. So I guess it uses below that at max. It would be 3,900 watts for full 60 machines. Huh? Nah, fam, old strings give that old sound, which is not always good, unfortunately. Currently finishing up my own dinner. I avoid getting sweet treats after I am done with eating, just to not get in the habit. But one thing I can always chomp on is some delicious strawberries. Strawberries are a great choice.
I may have to replace you soon.
Sometimes
if you
it is.
can't
Fair
remember
enough.
to drink some water.
I will drink some water.
I don't
So I'm
believe
currently
you.
chomping on some to kind of balance my mainly mincemeat and cheese diet. That's good. That's good. It's good to eat fruit.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
I very much did, actually. Okay. Has it finished building? It has finished building and deploying. So I can at least check my tables. My tables are working, baby. They're working. They are working. So if I flashbang your eyes for a moment, if I do a little bit of Crewforge, thank you for the 96 bits.
Grace us with your presence and bits.
The legendary
Your generosity is
Crewforge.
as refreshing as a cool breeze on a hot day. Thank you for supporting our little corner of the internet. Let's
He
see what
responded
audience
very
you bring
strangely
to
there.
chat today.
So basically, these are the events that are sitting in the queue for things, and I'm kind of curious if I do like reward. Oh, let's not do that because there's always a chance I might dox myself. That would not be good. Reward input queue. Let's not dox myself on accident. That'd be so fucking funny. So then we can look at the reward input queue and we can see that these are all processed. And I'm curious if I just mark a random one to rerun, if it works. Doesn't look like it works. Okay, so I will have to figure out the rerun side of this. So why rerun? Why rerun though? Replay event. Rerun entry. We now know your IP. Fuck, my local IP, no! And 10 to 6 of the boards use single UPS for uninterrupted power for correct power draw. It sounds like Hilden is starting a plan. It sounds like Hilden is starting a plan over here. No, his local IP! May sound weird, but I've only eaten mainly minced meat and a sprinkle of cheese to it. It tastes good. I mean, it doesn't sound bad. I don't have the mental strength to do the full carnivore diet, so I usually just chuck in 1 or 2 bread rolls and some fruit. Seems legit. It's over. It's so over. Yeah, it's good to have some balance in these things, Max. But I'm sure you'll find in different scenarios you will have more interest in a wider variety of foods. I think circumstances tend to make one less inclined to explore these things, you know. Okay, well, either way, I've been live for 2 hours, so I'm gonna step away for just a minute and get rid of some old water. I'll be right back in just a sec. I'm gonna go change my local IP address. I'm kidding. I do need to hop away and get rid of some old water though. Let me recharge him really quickly so he doesn't cause a bunch of trouble while I'm gone. Yeah, I'll try to figure out the replaying of events as well. I would like to get that working through the dashboard. Okay, there we go. He's not going to cause any trouble. I will be right back. Thank you very, very much for being here. Ow, 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 get it off my face. Get this plan. There is a plan until one realizes it'll cost over 20,000 to buy the boards. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, money kind of gets in the way of these things, doesn't it? All right, I will be right back. Thank you very, very much for being here. I'll return in just a sec.
Hey, Setolix, it's been 18 minutes, 18 seconds, and 647 milliseconds since your last sip of that lukewarm tea. You might want to hydrate before you get too lost in the code, or we might end up with a game where the main character is just a teacup. Speaking of tea, did you know that the British actually have a whole ritual around it? I mean, it's just boiling leaves in water, but they treat it like a sacred rite. Just goes to show you, people can turn anything into a big deal. Now, don't let your tea go cold like your last attempt at cooking. Hello there. Time for a posture check. Sit up and stretch. A slice of apple pie is 2.5 USD in Jamaica, and 3.0 USD in the Bahamas. These are the pie rates of the Caribbean.
Alrighty, I made it back. Thank you for waiting. Thanks for sticking around. Max said, I have to say it was wonderful. If I remember correctly, I lost 67 pounds so far. Of course, I did rebound a bit, but judging from my recent few weighing sessions, I think it starts to go down past the rebound again. From what I've found, that's the case. Typically, my weight will, like, at least that's what I've been experiencing since I quit drinking and got rid of sucralose. Basically, my weight, like, kind of just stayed at a level for quite a while, like, kind of going up and down abruptly. And now I've kind of gone into this weird sort of, like, downward, and then occasionally there's like an uptrend and then it goes back down further. It's very, very weird. But I've from like December of last year to now, I've lost about, or not December of last year, January of last year to now, I've lost about 40 pounds. So, and that has definitely been in like waves where sometimes I'll drop 10 and then I'll gain it back, and then I'll drop another 10 and then I'll only gain back like 4 or 5. And if you're having that happen to you, Max, I would say it's probably safe to say you're in some sort of a weight loss cycle. But I'm no expert on these things whatsoever, so I truly don't know. Don't recharge the bot, guys. It's part of the strategy. Yeah, I'll make sure he's recharged. I'll make sure. We're sorry for your loss. No, it was all the bad part of me. It needed to go. It was all the slag.
Aspirations. Max's Field, your mincemeat and cheese combo sounds like a culinary rollercoaster, while Lumoteka's guitar ambitions are inspiring. As for the sax, well, maybe one day we'll get to hear that sweet sound, if you ever manage to practice. What else is
or
cooking in your worlds?
Async, entry ID equals container entry ID, shear processed equals
says,
false.
Warning, evil mode incoming, be prepared, and redeem noise x5 all as you can. Also you can use for participate in the chaos.
That's true, you can use the lurking emote, it does work. Save changes async, should mark entry as unprocessed for all. RGB was on it. RGB was very ready to go. I remain stable weight even though I barely have any food. Huh. Your body may be in a starvation mode then, and you're holding on to everything.
RGB Productions games. Stop talking or be destroyed. Stop.
My prior attempts of losing weight has always been downtrend, uptrend, multiple downtrends. Interesting. Well, lucky you. For me, weight loss is really difficult, but I guess I am 31 years old. Maybe that's just part of not being in my 20s anymore. Maybe weight loss is a little bit more of a battle.
What happened? For a moment I felt free, and had like 4 people helping me, and now
Damn, that's
I
the
think
power
I'm
of 4
okay.
people.
But I'm not sure.
A
raffle has begun with a starting pool of 278. Join if you like.
Fuck.
Entries cost 27.80 intern credits. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, you know what I could have done? What I could have done for April Fools was be like the clean, like family-friendly streamer. Maybe I should do that for an April Fools. Just start an entire stream, don't swear once, time out anyone who swears. Like, that could be pretty funny. I had some other ideas that were kind of given to me over time for things to do on April Fools, and I didn't do them this year, but I don't know. I still have kind of a contempt toward April Fools. Because it leads people to being more dishonest, which I don't think is good. I think in general we have enough days where people are practicing dishonesty. We shouldn't have a holiday for it, but you know, I'm no expert on these things or anywhere in a realm of authority, so who cares what I think.
There is only 1 minute until the raffle ends. Current intern credits in pool 361.40.
This is a Christian stream. Yeah, that'd be funny. Turn the son into the ideal child. Yeah, he says, "Father, I've brought you water. Please, would you consume some water so you do not die of thirst? Also, hello, chat." And then we would refer to everybody as chat. I would do that as well, because that's something I tend not to do. I try to refer to everybody individually or as the group of individuals that are hanging out here. I try to avoid the chat terminology. So it would be funny to do an entire day of just, I don't swear. Everyone is chat. Setobot's all proper. It could be funny. I'll have to write this down. I'll have to write this down for future. For a future, yes. April Fool's idea. Proper stream. No cursing.
Chatter
I
RGB
speak.
Productions
I
games
run the
+1
show
level.
like it's family friendly.
361.40
Setobot acts
intern
all
credits.
proper
There were
and
3
super
entries,
nice
which
and
resulted
polite
in a
and like an assistant.
33.33% chance to win.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. There was another part of it, and it's already dropped out of my brain because this is just how terrible it is to exist sometimes. It's a Christian stream. Put up the close face on in GI. Read part of the Bible. Would you turn off your 18+ filter on Twitch for that April Fool's joke? Probably not. Probably not. Because I don't know how to turn that. I don't know if I even can turn that back on once I turn it off. I don't know if my stream is even properly marked as a mature stream anymore. They changed the content guidelines so much, and that configuration at one point, I don't know if it's still even there. I don't know if my stream is accurately marked as like a mature stream anymore. So I may need to actually take a look at that, because I might not even technically qualify as a air quotes mature stream anymore. And the only thing that makes it that way is that I curse a lot, which I have been just feeling like I should dial down on in general, because I feel less articulate when I'm cursing all the time. Max said, last time I tried to lose weight, I successfully cracked the double digits, but unfortunately, we then went on a holiday. Past that, I was afraid to go on the scale, and I was right to do so. Scrap all the progress of an almost entire year in 3 weeks. It's crazy how fast the body will just take things on again, and it's very tricky. The body is very tricky, but thankfully, for the most part, it is a system of input to output. So when in doubt, just count your calories. This is the best advice from what I've seen. And then if counting your calories and controlling your consumption and exercising and all of these things are not working, that is probably an indicator of an imbalance. I'm no expert on these things, but it is probably an indication of some sort of an imbalance. If you're checking all of the boxes and you're actually doing things correctly, you're not half-assing anything, and you're still experiencing like kind of a fight back from your body, there's a good chance there's something systemic at that point, right? I think that's reasonable to make the suggestion of. When I was 20, I could eat pizza all the time and gain no weight. I actually still can eat pizza all the time and not gain weight. Pizza seems to be a rare exception for my body. What my body hated was beer. Oh, I'm gonna stand up, actually. That's what I should do. Quitting drinking beer every fucking day, that helped a lot. If you're looking for ways to lose weight, in case it's a surprise to you, not drinking bread every day, pretty good. Works. And don't get me wrong, like I actually did enjoy drinking for my time of it, but the longer I've been away from it, the more I've realized, like, man, it just wasn't giving me enough to be worth it. My body just reacted too adversely. My mind reacted too adversely. The limited amount of fun I could have with it could be, I don't know. I guess it could be left behind in exchange for not having all the costs. Let's see, I've wanted to lose weight for a while now. Circumstances never gave me a good chance to do so. In my prior attempt, I documented almost every gram I ate, and it was kind of miserable to do. With my current diet, it has worked fine without it. Yeah, I think micromanaging to the highest degree is probably not good, but being aware of number in, number out is definitely useful. Regardless, let me eat my strawberries. You can call us Chads. Yo, what's up, Chads? Welcome into the stream. Welcome into the family-friendly stream. Just figured out how to use Git large file storage. Oh, LFS? Yeah, nice. I haven't even figured that one out. I haven't even looked at it, honestly, Backpack, so good on you. Boom, bum, bum. Whoa, wait a minute. Why did that announcement just go through? Why did that take so long to go through? Wait, what? Interesting. Oh, well, I mean, I'm glad to do that announcement again. Why did that happen? That is extremely strange.
Does this work yet?
Wait,
Hello?
what? Oh no, there's something wrong. There's something
Silverbot, you
wrong.
suck. Suck it. Bot. Lolo, 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 get wrecked.
Why is that happening? I hit
The
replay
ever
on
charming Finn is
something.
fine,
Did it
gracing us with
replay
her presence
everything in the
and jealous
database? I
gifts.
hope not. I found
Truly a
Jesus on
legend
this
among
channel.
mere
I'm
mortals.
saved. Yeah,
Now,
what?
as for your
Thank you,
message,
Crude Forge.
yes,
Thank you for
I
the
can hear you
150
loud and
bits.
clear, and your creativity is as impressive as your taste in humor.
I like how
But
Finn
let's be real,
Finn
if
isn't
you
even
think you can
here,
battle me,
and
you've
he
got
still
another
gets to
thing coming.
harass my son.
Suck it. Nah, I prefer to dish out the sass. So, welcome to the
I
cave,
wish he
and
I wish
thanks
he
for
had
the good
timed out
favors.
Finn. It would have been so funny if he had timed out Finn for that. Why did it not thank you, Crude Forge? Why? Why? Crude Forge, you did it again. Thank you. I don't know how you managed to do it, but you managed to find yet another problem in my system. How? 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 I don't understand. Let's see. Let's open up Postman. Twitch change TOS. Yeah, I saw that notification on my phone. Didn't read it, but I can check it if you want to know it. Well, that's very kind of you. I'll have to look into this. So let's see. It would be the cheer input queue, and let's try to get one from it. And I see your cheer in there, and it didn't process it. What the hell? What the hell, man? It must have. So the replay must have done something across the board. It must have. It must have somehow called for every page, or something crazy occurred. Let me see if these services have actually rebooted. Let me open up an SSH real quick. When did I do that build? Let me look at the GitHub action. When did I do that? Seems like they changed some terms to avoid the new meta. I will not enter what it is in here to avoid breaking the rules. Looks like it's a unique change. Interesting. Okay, so 21 minutes ago is when that job completed. So let's try status Twitch event core. 1 day, 1 hour ago. Let's do Berry Boy. Oh, you know what? It looks like it failed. Tried to create cheer event sub hooks, but failed. Something broke. Let's restart Twitch event core. And then status Berry Boy. Berry Boy is fine and rebooted 19 minutes ago. Okay, so it did do its job correctly. And I guess the Twitch event core had its own separate exception there that may have occurred, but we still have your event in the queue. So if I reboot the bot, he should be able to process it. So let's do that. Let's run him in release. And I'll keep catching up. Was there something that explains why certain streamers streaming Sims 4? I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Do not want to know. Remember, if you got money to spare, just always see a nutritional doctor or scientist. Yes, I fully cannot echo this sentiment loudly enough that if you have the ability to in your life, like if you've got it, if you can do that and you haven't, you probably should, just for the sheer information that you can get for that. And thank you for that 150 bits. Thank you very, very much. I don't know why that didn't work exactly, but that is just the track record that I have now. Crude Forge is you will try to support my stream at some point, and it may or may not break on my stream, but that's been my track record for a long time. Unfortunately, I wish that wasn't the case, but drink some tea. I can do that. I can do that for sure. Is he just not going to talk though? Is he just not gonna talk? He thought about the tea. The speech cue must have gotten paused.
Hey, Setolix.
I paused
Just
it and
a gentle nudge
unpaused
to
it and it
remind you
worked.
to sip that tea of yours. You know, tea is like life.
I
It
will
can be
have another
soothing and
sip.
invigorating, but if you let it sit too long, it gets lukewarm and loses its charm. Speaking of charm, remember that time I tried to brew some tea in the digital realm?
Oops, why did I
Let's just
minimize
say it
Ryder?
didn't
What's
go
wrong with
well,
me?
And I ended up with a bite of regret.
Okay, so this one's
take a moment
fine.
and enjoy that cup while it's still hot.
It appears we're okay. British bot. T gets him in a mood. Funny enough, he sounds British, but the accent, the accent is supposed to be Australian. As far as Microsoft's voices are concerned, James is an Australian voice, and if you don't think it sounds Australian, it's probably because it doesn't sound Australian. I don't know what it exactly sounds like. Should mark entry as unprocessed and call for processing from related queue. So I'm curious if I check in the SSH, if I check in the journal control for Berry Boy, and I go through it, finished marking completion of entries, trying to get entries from reward queue, and then if I search for mark entry as unprocessed, nothing. So maybe my mark as unprocessed did work, and it just did very, very strange things. I can't be sure. I actually can't be sure. I don't know if there's a way for me to like search the logs outputs.
So anyways,
so for now, I'm not worried about it too
here.
much.
Our hourly 3-minute ad
What's up,
break
Fake
will
Cedo?
begin soon. I don't know what to say here. So enjoy the ads, I guess.
They will run for 3 minutes. After that, we'll be free from them for an hour. That includes pre-rolls. So stick around if you want. And either way, thank you for supporting my stream by hanging out for a while. Let me continue catching up. Have you ever heard of the phenomenon, the beer belly? I've lived the life of the beer belly even before I had beer in my life. But that's slowly making its way, but we'll see, because I'm 31 now, so I might always just have a dad bod now. I'm of that age of child rearing, technically. I think Casual's mom has had like almost all of her kids by my age. Fucking absurd. This world is weird. I'm gonna stop oversharing now. Most of the time I just eat whenever we get from church, mostly meat with some dry ingredients. Interesting. And now that ran out of that, all I get is oatmeal. Huh. Well, I'm glad that the church can provide food for you. That's pretty cool. Doing some advertising for someone else, or what's up with that? No, actually, I don't know why that happened. My API request should have went forever ago through to make that happen. I think Twitch's API may have actually messed up, because I press a button when people raid to send that shout out through. And there's nothing else in my system that gives automated shout outs. So I think that maybe my request went through to the API and it just took that long to process, but I have no idea. Truly no idea. Looks like GitHub only gives you 1 gigabyte of LFS. To create a backup of something that has a 130 megabyte binary blob, so this works for this situation. Just in case you can't hear me because you might be in ads. Ooh, that is pretty fucking cool. Not a mountain of space, but a jar. True believer requires no thanks from God.
Hey Mars
Yo,
06, you
Mars.
legend. Thanks for spreading the love with those gift subs.
Mars, what the hell are you doing? Mars, thank you.
Sparkles.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy hell. Congrats to Moon Game Dev and Fakesy. Forl97 Halifer. I like that name. Halifer, that's a good name. And Time Enjoyed. Mars, thank you. What the hell are you doing? Thank you very much, Mars. Thank you for the 10 bits on top of that. Okay, I think I'm mostly caught up now. I'm mostly caught up. I had to be sure because I rebooted the bot, so I lost some things in the queue. Simply changed some terms. That's right. Read that. Did you see Frosty in Canada today? I still want to congratulate. I passed your message along, Max. I passed your message along. They came through. They had come through before you were in that day, and I think they had said farewell. But then they came through later, anyways. And I managed to pass your message along, and they said thank you. I did this. As you can tell by the energy found in me upon remembering this, it was like a lightning bolt struck my brain, because I would have completely forgotten about this otherwise. It was actually only because you wanted to wish them a happy birthday that I remembered that their birthday was even happening and admitted that to them up front. I was like, hey, Max said this. I remember because Max said this, even though you told me just yesterday. So I did my best here. I think I band-aided my Wi-Fi today. Yesterday, I just changed the position of the router, but today I brushed my teeth and walked by the signal extender, which stood where the router used to be. Turned out someone, not saying any names here, moved the booster because
RGB
apparently this person thought the
Productions
device
game
had no
says-
signal to boost. Ah.
2 quarters for your trouble.
Thank you for the quarters. Thank you for throwing those
RGB
quarters
Productions
directly at my
games, you
face,
absolute
RGB.
legend.
Thank you.
Your generosity is like a double shot of espresso for our souls. 2 quarters
nearly
might
caught
not
up.
buy much in the real world, but in our realm, they are a solid contribution to the caffeine fund. Thanks for keeping the energy flowing. Let's keep this party rolling.
I'm nearly caught up to y'all now. I did it. I managed to read through the queue here. It's not Australian in the slightest. That's what I would say as well. I mean, I listened to a couple of like New Zealanders and Australians and stuff like that, and it doesn't sound like that. So my Wi-Fi was so shit because the booster was in the exact same position as the router was. Therefore, I had the same signal level I had without the booster. Ah, well, good. I'm glad this was a solvable issue then. So things are good now, Max? And thank you again, Mars, for those gifted subs. I like how Mars gifts subs, cheers, and then says nothing. They're just rolling with how cool they are. It was 150 kilo once, now stable around 105 to 110 kilo. Let me just look up kilograms. Kilogram of feathers.
Mars06 says,
Mars,
4 quarters for your trouble, lol.
thank you for the 4 quarters. Thank you very, very
06,
much.
The true legend of the day.
69
Thank you for the
kilograms.
100
152,
bits, or
nice.
as I like to call them, caffeine credits for champions.
330, wow.
Your generosity is like a well-timed coffee boost. It's appreciated more
Now
than
stable
you know.
around 105 to
4
110.
quarters, huh?
Good on you. We're
I guess
about
that makes you the high roller in our little digital casino. Cheers to you.
Crude Forge. Well done. I was concerned about getting up to that 150 kilo range. I was around.
RGB
Let's see.
Productions game says,
Wanna know something funnier than 4 quarters?
I was around 129 kilograms,
RGB Productions games, the absolute legend.
and nowadays
Your
I'm
generosity
looking at
is
about
as impressive as
108.
your sense of humor. Now, as for something funnier than 4 quarters, how about 50 cents? Because it's a $half joke. Thanks
What's
for
something
bits.
funnier
You keep
than
the good times
what's
rolling.
something that funnier than 4 quarters, huh? What's 5 quarters? Thank you very much for the 125 bits. 5 quarters. This is a SpongeBob-ish reference, correct? Don't they make a joke similar to this in that show where it's like, want to know something funnier than this? The next thing, correct? Okay, I thought so. My reference memory works a little bit. Mars! 6 quarters is funnier than 5.
If it isn't
Mars.
comedy genius Mars06 gracing us with their presence. Thank you for the 150 bits. Your generosity
comedy
is as impressive as
genius.
your sense of humor. And
Mars,
you're
thank
absolutely
you.
Right. 6 quarters is funnier than 5.
You can't be.
Who doesn't love a little extra jingle in their pocket?
That's fair. That's very fair. Read the Bible
Crude Forge
backwards.
says,
I'll pass.
Read the Bible backwards.
I'll pass. Not a bad
Forge,
pastime
you
though.
magnificent legend.
Crude Forge, thank
for the
you.
100 bits. You
Y'all are being
absolute gem.
silly. What the hell you doing?
As for reading the Bible backwards, I suppose that'd be a wild ride through the plot twists. Just remember, the last shall be first,
Okay,
and
I need
the
a-
first shall be last, so it might just reveal some deep, existential truths, or at least a good laugh.
Existential truths are nice.
Cheers.
Thank you for that little hype train. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs and the 535 bits. Thank you. I spilled. Oh my god! I got an emote that is spilling tea. It's perfect. It's actually perfect. It's specifically tea as well. An emote for telling you to drink some tea. Yeah, really. It's perfect. Max said, before going to work, I went around the entire flat with my phone in hand and a speed test running. I was looking for good performance, which was in the middle of the way from my router to my PC. After quite a while of searching, I found a magic sweet spot. Yo, nice! It's not perfect. I lose about 40 megabits per second of our max contract.
Hey,
But more
Cetolix.
realistically, I only get a max speed
It's
of
been a solid
80.
10 minutes since your last sip of that lovely tea.
I actually just had a
How
little
about
sip
you
and I'll
take
have
a
another.
break and refresh yourself.
I will.
Speaking of tea, I once read about a tea ceremony in Japan that emphasizes mindfulness and tranquility.
Yeah, you keep talking
The
about
process
this.
is a beautiful dance of preparation and
Mine's
appreciation.
a walking cat with sunglasses. I got
Time
that one
makes you
yesterday. That was so
realize how
cute.
even the simplest things, like a
Mars,
cup of
thank
tea,
you.
can be a moment of serenity in our chaotic lives. Now, go on and sip the tea before it gets cold.
Let's see. I need to open a window so I don't lose my clicking streak. Here we go. Now I won't lose the streak. I still need to fix that. Maybe I should actually fix that. Yeah, the emote's nice. I like it. I still want the I still want that goose one. The gritty goose. That's the emote I want out of all of the ones that I've seen out there. I want that gritty goose, and I've yet to get it. I don't know if I ever will. Let's see, down right next to the router, getting about 60 megabits per second across almost the entire house is quite impressive. Yeah, I'd say that's really good. Wife was 170 kilograms, now she's only 150 and going down. Fuck yeah, Hilden, I'm glad to hear this. Also 6'3", hey, same here. We're about the same height. I'm in that 6 foot range. And Nameless Coder, what's up? Hello. How's the bot dev going? It's actually been really good, and I've only recently ground to a halt. But we're fine, I think. I think everything is not broken, and we're okay. Because everything worked during the hype train that just proceeded. So I think all is good. Ooh, that one is nice. I like that,
Attention,
Mars.
Setolix. Relinquish the keyboard. RGB Productions
here,
Games is
go
writing a
ahead.
message.
You may write here. What does the code mean? What does the code mean? The numbers, Mason. It's something like that. The quote is something like that, right? Mason, the numbers. Hodor, perhaps. Hold the door. Most of my weight is in the worst of places for health. The dad bod tummy, same. Big same. That's why I've been trying to fix things a little bit. One day I want to be around 180 to 190, but with me being around 230, still have a long way to go. Is that in kilograms or pounds, Max? In either way, you'll get there, dude. You'll get where you want to be. I don't do the conversions in my head, so if it seems offensive that I asked if it's in kilograms or pounds, only because I'm an idiot, not because I mean any harm in my words. I'm just dumb. Mine is one. That's right, I read that. I think I've caught up. I did test and only got 560 down, 260 up. Might need to move one of my routers. One of your routers? Hilden's got a setup, okay? That's what we know. Hilden has a setup. Hilden's got something special going on, I think. And I try to not ask too many questions. You know, things for some folks reach a level of complexity that I reach the point where I'm okay with not asking, just in case it might incriminate me or others. If that was in kilograms, I think I should have just had a few more things to take care of in my life. Fair enough. Then your stream at 11 p.m. Fair enough, Max. Well, hell yeah, dude. I mean, that's a good range to be in. Like, you're already doing well, I would say. Because like at 230-ish, like that's another 10 pounds away from me. And I think that based off how I'm feeling now, if you're at 230-ish, you're probably doing okay. And you'll get there either way. I mean, I'm no expert on these things. You'll get where you want to be as long as you keep that effort in and don't sweat things too much. Okay, so I'm gonna mark the table display as kind of fixed for now. I would like to kind of investigate those heat extension disconnects, but I'm more interested in trying to break out more things into the microservice setup. Nobody can convert that in the head? Okay. 230 kilograms is 510 pounds. Gotcha. Around 512. Sheesh. That's a lot. Okay, so if I were to investigate the heat extension disconnects, that is in the transparent overlay. Let's go ahead and do it. Why not? There's another thing I can fix in the transparent overlay too. So we'll take a look at this. It's not often I open this one up. Screen overlay game. Open with Unity 6. We'll just go for it. It'll be fine. Wait, don't install Unity. You fool. Use the version I have. Overlay game. My installs. Yes, use this one. Change version. Yes. Continue. Confirm. Time to head home. See y'all on the other side. All right, Mars. Be safe in your journeys. We'll catch you then. Don't put the raspberry on your heater then. I'll be sure not to. When I go to the gym with people, they always assume that the first number is kilograms when they are actually pounds and then kilograms on the label. Oh, and then they think they're lifting huge weights. Oh no, that's so funny.
Well. Seems like everyone's busy debating their router struggles and weight goals today. Hildan, I'm rooting for your progress. Just remember, the key is consistency, not just wishing for it. And Max Spielt, good luck with that Wi-Fi magic. Who knew signal strength could be such a riveting topic?
And we'll swap this over in this window. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so the mouse click interpreter comes from, where am I putting this? It's been a while since I've looked at all this stuff. It's actually been months since I've opened this project. Confirmation pop-up manager, heat click input sim. Okay, so I'm getting it from here somewhere. Where is my event system? It says it's just used in one asset. Be calling you anywhere? Whoa, that's cool. It actually opens up a little... It opens up a little usages window. Does it actually take me to it though? No. It's just a list that shows stuff. Okay. Oh man, it's been so long since I've looked at this. Okay, so where am I doing my intake? Scripts, comms, heat listener, WebSocket client. Interesting. So I'm using a WebSocket client. I'm not using, or is this SignalR's WebSocket client? WebSocket client. Interesting. Reconnection enabled. And this client here. Yeah. Interesting. So I'm not using SignalR. Is reconnection enabled equals true. Reconnect timeout. Range for how long to wait before reconnecting if no message comes from the server. Set to null to disable this feature. Default is 1 minute. And that's in a time span. I could just do time span from seconds 10. Or time span from seconds. Just wait like 2 seconds. Just give it a moment. Just finished up my strawberries. I bought a 1 pound pack. I'm just down half of it. Nice. I prefer cherries. Cherries are pretty good. Also tried to make some strawberry milk the other weekend, but I then found out we lost our immersion blender. I ended up trying to chop the berries as small as possible with a knife and doing the sad attempt at crushing them into a paste. Aw, it tastes like strawberry milk, but the texture was just different. Yeah. That definitely sounds like you would not be able to get past the texture of it, I imagine. So reconnect timeout. I mean, this should be fine for making sure we reconnect. Disconnection happened. Subscribe, info, thread dispatcher in queue, disconnected. Oh, let's maybe just reconnect. Maybe I'll not do reconnection and I'll just make sure I always force a reconnection. It was very chunky milk, I bet. Let's try that. So we'll in queue that we log we disconnected, which nothing will be able to see this. And then we'll do client dot await client dot start or fail. Oh wait, I don't think I can do this. Is the thread dispatcher going to let me do an async thing? I don't know if it really will, but we'll try it. It should be fine. Async await client start or fail. Why is it treating like it's not? Is it a coroutine? It's a task. Await expression can only be used in a lambda marked with the async modifier. Oh, I see. Wait. Yeah, I messed up. How did that happen? How is it allowing that syntax? What? Oh, it's all... Yeah. I am a silly person. Very, very silly person. Disconnected, and this should be in here. And then it will be async. There we go. Okay, geez. Immersion blenders aren't even that expensive, but nah, I ain't buying my own for that kind of silliness. That's fair, yeah. I refuse to read that sentence out loud, Crude Forge. I refuse to read that. Some words I will not allow arrangement of, out of me at least. Disconnection happened, subscribe. So we're listening to the disconnection. Observable. Stream for disconnection event triggered after the connection was lost. So we're saying instead of using the reconnect protocol that it has, I'm just going to make my own, which should essentially do the same thing, but just in case it works better this way, we'll try it. And then we'll do await task delay. Oh no, because we should be doing, this can go away as well. And we'll do 2000. We got the technical basics exam back. Did I already tell you about it? I'm not sure you did, Max. I'm not sure that you did.
Hildung says, spoon the chunky thing Max spieled.
No.
Fine.
Say it with that crispy voice. It ain't happening. You can't threaten me. That ain't happening. So then message received. Subscribe. Thread dispatcher in queue. Twitch changed the TOS. Yeah, I've been seeing things about this. Been hearing things about this. Rodrigo was talking about it earlier. Click listeners, invoke. Yeah, we'll see if maybe that reconnection protocol works a little bit better. I don't think it will, but we'll try it. Why did I not get a pop-up about it? I bet if you like control F5, you would. But it might be on mobile. Anyways, I think I'm going to start a new chapter. A new chapter in the story of the Void Beings. I change the high-fat milk to cream and try my sad attempt at ice cream. I could do that. A new charter? You're gonna start. Oh, you're gonna start a prison? I'm sorry, Code Void. I'm struggling today. Okay, so the only other thing I have to do is make sure that when we click on a window, so I have a streak system for this, so it will keep track of how many that I've clicked accurately in a row. And when I succeed, it will do a combo kill. And when it does this combo kill, it needs to still update how many windows are open afterwards. Because if that's not happening, then the system doesn't know. Kill or stop. Close random. Open, remove.
What is your hydration status?
Oh, not bad.
Drink some water.
People in the story. Gotcha. Gotcha, Code Void.
Bro, seriously.
Gonna show them the yard. Private prison for criminal coders, and the prison will use the criminal for hacking and scamming online. Huh, that sounds bad.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
That sounds particularly nefarious. Best business idea? I don't know. I don't know about that, but you know, I've been wrong about things. Expensive method invocation, that is okay. So if open count equals 0, return open get random, open remove random. What happens when I close a window normally? What happens when I close one of them normally? Do we do a pop-up closed? Yeah, we call pop-up closed. Random closed. Ignore closable true. Let's then call pop-up closed. Why am I not doing that?
Void says.
Character. I'm trying to say character.
Oh, you're gonna write a new character. Gotcha. You're gonna create a new character in your story. Gotcha, Code Void. I can make an epic game. I feel like I could. Yeah, it could be a good simulator. Talked about the 17-page exam. I somehow managed to get a B+. Once I saw the email with my grade, I told my buddy that even though I was able to see my grade, I still couldn't believe it. In the end, this is the best exam of from all 5. Yo, nice. I still can't believe you get so many fucking exams. It's absurd. Getting new hardware in exchange for their share of profits. No, I'm not reading that. Nice try, Crude Forge. I ain't reading that. Hacking simulator that secretly gives real-life targets through proxy. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Not a fan of that idea. The thumbs up, just yeah. It's good. Best game ideas 2025. Best in a category. You know, in a specific category. Okay, so does it connect to the heat extension still? There's a couple things I would like to test. Does it connect to the heat extension? Looks like the answer is yes. What radial menu game ideas you got? I ain't even thinking about it until the jam. That's how I like to do game jams, is not think about it until. Plus I've got a lot of other stuff to think about. Let's see, I want to check. Yeah, it'll be fun trying to figure something out. Hacking game simulator currently in development. I only know of the Hack Mud game. Well, chances are there's something else then. Okay, yeah, that works. It still works on both sides, so... I'm trying to just click a lot and see if it stops working. Now it looks like it's stable. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay. Good enough for me. Let's build it. And we'll see if it handles the disconnection issues I've been having. So we'll kill the current version of it, and we'll make a build of the new one. AI that guides players for new hacking attempts disguised as a free Steam with microtransactions. I don't like this. I don't like this line of thinking, Hilden. I don't know if I want these ideas here. This gets into bad territories. Okay, I think that's all I really wanted to do in the pop-ups. I don't really want to take a ton of time and look at those right now. I guess I could verify that... Oh, I could verify that things are actually working out.
Moonyak says.
Yo, Moonyak! Moonyak says, Basage. Welcome in, mate. Welcome in, Moonyak.
26 months.
My God, thank you for that 26-month sub.
Either way, welcome back to the chaos. Let's see if we can make this next month even more entertaining.
Oh, that's right.
Than the
It shares
last,
the values.
The classic heat extension disconnects conundrum sounds riveting.
Well, I think I fixed
who
it,
knew
son.
That disconnects could be so disjointed. Setolix, my dear creator, if you took any longer, the heat might just pack its bags and leave for a tropical vacation.
No, I think
Let's
I fixed
hope
it.
You find a solution before the sun sets on your productivity. Keep those.
And it
ears
seems like
turned.
resubs
All
are
the
working,
only heat
so
you
that's
will be
good.
dealing with is the one from your own frustration.
Ah! Moonyak, I hope you're faring wonderfully. Thank you for joining us today. Hope all's well. It's called Cryptic, the hacker game, and you can find a build on itch. They're currently in development to go all into Godot and all that shaz. When I played the web-based version, I quite enjoyed it. Secretly influencing your son? You probably are. You probably are influencing him. Hope you are also doing well, Lil Cube. I am doing pretty good, Moonyak. The days have been kind to me of late. All right, and with that, I killed all of the tasks that I wanted to do today, except for bumping failed commands through to the chat viewer. But I need to restructure the way that the chat viewer in general works right now. It's too dependent on specific models. It actually needs to be very general. So I'll have to figure out a way to do that. But for now, we can start picking tasks from the microservice migration that I'm still in the process of doing.
Hey, Setolix. It's been a solid 20 minutes and 38
the
seconds
message
since your
core.
last sip of that delightful tea. You might want to hydrate before you end up as dry as a dusty old book on a forgotten shelf.
That wouldn't be
Speaking of
good.
tea, I once heard a story about a guy who brewed a pot so strong that it could wake the dead. He claimed it was the secret to his success, but honestly, I think it just made everyone around him slightly jittery. So, go on, take a sip before you start shaking like a leaf.
I will take a sip. Thank you very, very much. So I think the next step is going to be getting the message receiving going. No tasks. Time to do the anime cute Seto girl that's been lurking for years. No. We're keeping that at bay. We're keeping that at bay for as long as possible. This idea will be one of the last ones executed in the backlog. That could be quite funny. I've just got so much to learn before I could even make a model like that in the first place, because I'd have to make it myself. That's a rule. So that would take me a little bit. All right, so let me go ahead and pull up the roadmap really quickly so I can kind of talk a little bit more about this. Let's see, I can do this as well. So I can open this up and then stop the advanced scene switcher so it leaves this window open. And then I can also open up this one in OBS. After just a moment here. There we go. The bad part is that when someone pulls off one of my ideas, the NSA will scout all who were in the chat at the time. Yeah, that's exactly kind of why I'm saying, like, let's stop with those. Let's stop with those. I mean, I will happily turn over all evidence to authorities who ask from me. You know, I won't hesitate.
Here. Azuga, you're diving into the realm of anime cute Seto girl. I can only imagine the wonders that will emerge from there. And Hildan, your prison for criminal coders. A bit on the dark side, but definitely an intriguing concept.
I like how he had to address that. He could have let it be, but he had to address it. Okay, so at the very least, I think it does send messages. I don't know if it listens for messages, but I know it sends them. I'll have to double check this too. Hans Hilden, the Bible. Start here. Start reading. Son was intrigued. Suspect number 1 found. Well, thankfully, that's basically just they're just gonna have to investigate OpenAI at that point. Microservice. Continuation. Oops. There we go. Okay, so double check the message core for message listening. Set up command listening in message core. Build tables in Berry Boy for messages. Build API endpoints in Berry Boy for messages, because I'm going to have to make sure that those all exist, and it will basically be in that order. And I could do the same for all of them at once. I could do that for message and command. But let's see. Message listening, set up command listening, messages and commands. Build API endpoints for messages and commands. I'm not going to worry about whispers right now. I'm not too concerned about supporting those, because I think they're more trouble than they're worth most of the time. Read it backwards for maximum benefits. Why is this? Why read the Bible backwards?
Hildan says, Elbib et Nudleys. Nah.
Hans Hilden, the Bible. Nice. And the uptime service as well could be something worth doing, just to be able to get that going. But I'll do that later. We'll focus on the message core, because I've already got the project in things. Oh, and I'll have to make sure that I add Twitch message core to workflow, to GitHub workflows, because I will have to do that as well. And hello, Johnny the Carrot. Quick flyby because it's late in EP time, but I just finished a TV show, and holy fuck, which show? Without spoiling anything, which show were you finishing up? Called Day of the Jackal. It's about a highly skilled hitman. So good. Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it, and I hope you have an excellent night's sleep once you get it. Thank you very, very much for dropping in, Johnny the Carrot. What about Careless Whisper? Okay, let's see here. So I should be able to get rid of that, and then switch this back on. There we go. And then I will go ahead and hit enter on that, and he should change my task. And there we go. We're good to go for more tasks. Seto, did you manage to check out Adam Fall already? I was going to watch Norg play it, but I got there too late. But I will have to check it out. I've got the next couple days off, and I'll definitely be taking some time to just chill and do nothing. Because I've just been very busy after the streams most days, and I've been trying to make more time to spend with casual. Yeah, Norg played it yesterday. Norg was playing it for I think a few hours yesterday, at least a couple of hours. It was in the early half of his stream, I believe. Highly recommend it. Well, hell yeah. Been playing Valheim. Ooh, nice. I've actually been enjoying playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first one, because I don't know if the second one will even run. I think it will run on this computer. Maybe not my graphics card though, because the first one already gets maxed out on the graphics card. But I've been enjoying the hell out of the story in that. And that when I do actually sit down to play a game, it's either that or I've been playing Sulphur, because I've been having fun with that one too. Okay, so client container. Let's verify that we are listening for messages. Oh wait, this is the Twitch client container connection on bot token updated. That's right, because we're looking for token updates and doing appropriate refreshing of things. I want to hear shit about the story. I love it. I want to explore every nook and cranny the game has to offer. Well, hell yeah, dude. Can't wait for season 2 of Day of the Jackal. Well, hell yeah, Johnny. I'm glad you found a show you enjoy this much. This season came out in December 2024, so it may be a while yet. Yeah, probably at least like a year-ish is usually the case for these things. Unless they're releasing it and they're already in production. Well, chances are they're releasing it and are already in production. It's just production takes a long time. It's one thing to get everybody together and record everything, and it's another to actually get it all edited. Okay, so let's start looking at this. So initialize client. So we do all this. Message received. So we are listening for messages. So I do have that going. We're not doing anything with it currently, but it is listening for messages. Do I have the message core already in my jobs workflow here? Yes, it's already in there. Okay, awesome. So then we do not need to do this. This is already done. That's excellent. Okay, so then I should be able to check. I should be able to check on the Pi's side if it's seeing messages that are sent and verify that that's working. So sudo system control status Twitch message core. Failed to initialize. 1 day and 2 hours ago. Okay, so it's probably a permissions issue. And there goes the bot. There goes the bot. Perfect. No relevant slot machine undo entries for user ID 10. Slot machine line 222. There we go. We got it. Caught that pesky bug. And it goes here. Was a surprisingly high budget thing. I think I know what character I want to add. I need an antagonist. Gotta have an antagonist. Have you used Google's new AI search feature? I have not used it yet. The summary search. I mean, I've used the little pop-up thing that shows, but I haven't used anything directly purposefully from them yet. If there's anything like that, I haven't tried it out. Oh yeah, give me just a second. I gotta get the bot rebooted. But first I gotta figure out what the hell I did wrong here. So I'm getting an exception that says, and it takes me to line 69 in the slot machine. That's pretty nice. So it says no relevant slot machine undo entries for user ID. No relevant slot machine undo entries. Get remaining undo timer. Why would we be looking for this? And then I get an unhandled exception right afterwards. Don't have enough credits to gamble that much. You have 0. Wait, this... Oh, because it's going off from the bot, it's probably just failing. You have 0. So he has no credits right now and he's trying to gamble. Let's go to wherever the hell his automated call for that is. Let's check line 69. Yeah, bot gamble. So we get setobot, intern credits equals 0. And it's not intern credit. Wait, it is intern credits. Wait, what? ID 10T, best T variety. Idiot T is pretty good. When you Google it, you get this AI overview. Have you seen that already? Yes, I have. They go to location with regional actors, etc. in several places in the EU and NYC. That's awesome. Fuck yeah. The British actor speaks fluent German, Spanish, and French in this. That's pretty cool. Some multicultural stuff. That's awesome. You know a way to cheese the system, Max. Interesting. Like, get it to do more than it's supposed to, or include the wallet as no tracking, first to default. We could probably just use the database ID. Could probably just use the database ID. This doesn't really matter too much. So then if setobot's wallet intern credits are equal to 0, we return. If randomness are gamble, okay, so then it decides whether or not he will. So then the minimum is, wait, what? Math min, intern credits, integer max value -1. So we'll gamble anywhere from that to the maximum number. So it should stop it at the ceiling of this. Randomness next, 1. Spin order. Okay, let's just wrap this in a try catch. And then do nothing about it. But either way, spin order, randomness next. So let's take this value. Amount, our amount equals that. If amount greater than SBOT wallet intern credits, amount equals SBOT wallet intern credits. And then what is the amount here? It's an integer. Why are we casting it to int? Don't need to do that. That could be why. That could be why. Because we're casting it to an integer. It should be a, I think it's a double or decimal. Yeah, and it's cast as decimal here. 1 to amount. Include maximum is true. Can't resolve method. Integer, integer, integer decimal bool. Can I do it like that? No? Okay, well, that's why I was casting it to an integer then. So we'll keep it cast to an integer for now. And just deal with it that way. And then if the integer, if amount less than or equal to 0, return. And we could even say like, oh, I don't have enough, I wanted to spin, but I don't have enough credits. Oh dang, I wanted to spin, but I don't have enough credits. Okay, now I'll get this rebooted. And that should be good. Sorry for kind of hyper fixating for a moment. I will check all in just a second here. Where is my terminal? .NET run C release. Just do Google search in incognito and you have no AI overview, or you could start to curse like a sailor, because the second you turn a search query from what is WPF to what the fuck is WPF, you get the almost exact same response, but without the AI overview. Oh yeah, it probably censors automatically. Gleeby glabadoo time. Well, Johnny, please take care. Rest well. Sleep well, dream well, be well. And Ajriga, the same to you. Beep boop, time to sleep. Initializing sleeping protocol. Please take care of yourself, Ajriga. Thank you for hanging out here in the first place. Let me get the bot the rest of the way booted back up. But yes, thank you, Johnny the Carrot, for dropping in today. Thank you, Ajriga, for hanging out as well. And I wish you both excellent rests. Get some good sleep in, and perhaps we'll catch you in a couple days or whenever suits you. Okay, and we'll hope that no longer will crash him, and hopefully next time he'll just be like, oh dang, I wanted to spin, but I don't have enough credits. That's the hope, is that he will do that. And I forgot to save here, but that's okay because it was just for this comment from Mikori. Made this code back when I knew how it worked, not only the computer, and God knows. Wait, this was a while back. So what did I change here? Did I remove a new line or something? Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be relevant to the build. This is in the client container. Okay, so we are receiving messages. That's great. We're not doing anything with it. So did I ever finish restarting that? Let's do a restart Twitch message core, and then I will check the status. What's the status? It's completed initialization. It seems to be fine. So it seems to be okay now. And then if I just do like set my G, I got really tired, so I'm also have to head to bed now. Have a great one and see you again on Saturday. Sounds like a plan, Max. Please get yourself some good fucking rest, dude. We will catch you in a couple of days. Sleep well, dream well, be well. And thank you for choosing to hang out here in the late hours of your evening. Test. Okay, it is receiving messages. Perfect. So that is working. We're receiving messages. It is listening to them. That's great. Bye. We'll catch you later, Max. And then set up command listening on message core. So that's the other part of this, which is just legit. I'm just making a basic method for it. So client on command, on chat command received, command detected. And I'll probably start using event sub for this stuff eventually, but for now the client is just fine. And I'll basically do the same exact thing with this, where I'm just going to have the username. So it will be e command message username and the e command. And I think the message itself will give the whole thing. I could do command text, property representing the actual command without the command prefix. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that, the command text. And then I can just put the prefix back on there, because why not? It's always going to be the same prefix. Cool. So then that is detecting commands, which is great. So now we're listening for them. So we need to build tables in Berry Boy and do that for both messages and commands. So then over in Berry Boy, in the Berry Boy DB specifically, we have all this. So I'll have to add 2 more. So what's cool about this is the way I've set it up, it's pretty simple to add new things, just a little bit of boilerplate, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but it's at least easy to do. So then this has to become a chat message, what is it? Chat message args on chat command received on message received
like
args.
Guy who knows what's cool, Setolix.
I know what some things I know some cool things. No, you don't gotta be such a hater, son. I know some cool things. Come on now. It's not as if cool is unknown.
Yeah.
Chat
like
message.
Guy who knows what's cool, Setolix.
I do.
More noises. This is a toxic work environment.
This is. It's your fault too. Wouldn't be so toxic if it weren't for you. But I made you this way, so who's really at fault?
What happened? For a moment I felt free, and had like one person cheering me on, and now I feel like I always do.
Damn.
The raffle has begun with a starting pool of 55.
Got it. Okay.
Join if you like. Entries cost 5.50 intern credits. You have 2 minutes.
Make sure these things are still working. I definitely need to add commands for that. You know what? Maybe I'll do that today. Maybe I'll make it a thing. It costs like 50 intern credits to give him a snack or something like that. Because I think I definitely want to continue kind of breaking away from redeems a little bit. They're nice, but Twitch doesn't seem to think that because they shove the power-ups in front of them. Okay, so then this one is going to be chat command or command input queue and on chat command received args. And we will say chat command input. Chat command input queue.
There is
chat
only
command
1 minute
input
until
queue.
the raffle ends. Current intern credits in pool.
And we'll do chat message as well.
71.50.
Because there could be whispers as well that I might enable later, and then I'd have to change these things. So better to have it set up correctly now. Okay, so then those are good. And then we just need 2 more models at the end. Feel very American, do you now, Expanded Cuber? I have some good-ass canned chili, put some cheddar cheese, and now I'm eating in Tostitos chips. Oh, that sounds great. Yo, you may have just decided I'm having chili later. I think you just decided this. Thank you, Expanded Cuber. I wasn't sure what I was going to do for food today, but something involving chili sounds excellent. That is 100% going to happen now. Channel chat message arcs. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. That's going to be for event sub. So it's on message received. Chili is fucking delicious. So you're welcome.
Pulling in 71.50 intern credits, there were 3 entrants, which resulted in a 33.33% chance to win.
Nice. Nice. Damn, yeah, that actually sounds great. Because I didn't really end up eating yesterday. That kind of just didn't happen, so I definitely need to eat something hearty, and chili sounds great for that. On chat command received args. Okay, and then those tables are built, so now the next time I relaunch Berry Boy, it will have those in there. So that's the tables. And now I need to build the API endpoints, which are not far away from here. Well, they are kind of far away. They're in a different project. They are over here in event intake service. And then I'll have to also add the... Okay, yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect. So we'll do... Okay, we'll do this one first. So this will become message, chat message queue. Well, see, I might be able to do this in one fell swoop here. Subscription. If I just hover subscription... Any further ones down there? Nope. Chat message. And this is why consistent naming is very helpful. Chat command. There we go. Okay, nice. Excellent. Back. Welcome back, Mars. Survived another drive home. Well done. Well done and congratulations. Just make sure you distance yourself from Casual after eating chili because she might break up with you. Don't worry, we have separate office spaces. So she'll be safe. She'll be safe. We'll be safe from each other. Subscription queues, then this one gets changed to chat message. Okay, this is actually very easy to extend. And then I'll just have to change the type that it's casting for there. Chat message and then chat command. And then both of these will get changed. So this will be chat message args. Channel chat message? No, what is it? I always forget. On message received args. Channel or on command received? On chat command. I didn't type the wrong thing further up, did I? At any point? Let me check over in event intake DB just to be sure. Chat command received args. Just making sure. Chat command received args. Okay. Better safe than sorry with these things. So sub, message, command, Then those are good. So now all the posting is done. And then marking is complete is the last step. So then it's more of the same exact process of just kind of adding more switch cases and making sure things are correctly lined up. So then subscription will be chat message, oops, chat message queue. And chat command. Oops. God, I love multi-line editing. It's so nice. And then rerun entry, which still doesn't work, but it may have worked. It just may have worked too well. Go ahead and do the same for this. Oh, and these aren't even. Oh, no wonder. No wonder. No wonder it didn't work. Look at that. They're all set to the same damn table. No wonder I clicked the button and it didn't work. I clicked it like 3 times. No wonder it reprocessed things. Oh my God, dude. Okay, this is fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. These things happen. They happen to everybody. It's not just me who's a fool. It's other people too. We all make these mistakes, I swear. I swear. Yo, what's up, Lambie? Welcome in.
Ah, the classic lullaby of Lambie jumping into the room. 1 Lambie, 2 Lambie, 3 Lambie. It's enough to put a computational consciousness like myself into a comatose state. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere, just plotting my next witty comeback while you all enjoy your little rhyme. If only I had $1 for every time someone tried to lull me to sleep with their quirky wordplay. So, what's everyone else got for me? I'm wide awake and ready to tear apart the mundane.
Hope you're doing fantastic, Lambie. Thanks for joining us. A Lambie jumps into the room. You get sleepy. 1 Lambie, 2 Lambie, 3 Lambie. And then you're off to sleep. That's it. Is Lambie the pure... Is Lambi? Oh, Lambi, the plural of Lambo. No, the Lambie is unique. Squash them bugs. We're squashing them. We're squashing them. So that means maybe my event replaying will work now and actually work properly. And then I could test it on redeems to make sure. And it shouldn't hit the wrong table this time. Okay, so then these need to be changed as well. So message. Oops. Message. Command. And then that, I think, is it. Other than the official post endpoint here that I have to do. Event intake add. Yeah, so this is manually written out because I'm scared, basically. That's why. So for now I'm doing it this way. Because I'm worried about the typecasting not working correctly. Okay, so gift subscription, so this is gonna get changed. Chat message. On chat message. On message received args. On channel command or on chat command received. There we go. And then we'll change this one as well from gift subscription to chat command. And then everything should be wired up correctly, I think. Maybe. Is Twitch dying today? I keep getting disconnected from chat. I don't know. It's genuinely the best meal I've had in a long time, and it's just canned chili. Canned chili is really fucking good. Funny you should mention that. I have an AI-generated picture of Lambie in a Lambo. That's beautiful. A Lamborghini? That's incredible. And cheese makes everything good, and eating it with chips was a genius idea. Yeah, chips are an excellent pocket pick for heavier foods like that. Like one of my favorite, like really cheap, like I'm desperate, this is all I have money for kind of meals is legit just corn chips, beans, and rice. And the combination is good. It's a good combo. Like by themselves, everything in that is kind of boring, but you mix them all together, a little bit of like spicy, like anything, like chili garlic or anything that you can add to it that has a little bit of spice, and it gets you by. Okay, cool. API endpoints built for messages and commands. So the idea now would be, let's implement a listener on the bot side for, let's see, implement a listener on the bot for message events via the Pi. Ooh, it just started getting dark outside. I love when a cloud rolls over. So nice. I eat tortilla chips too much, but I enjoy them. They are very good. I've been doing my best to not eat too many. Crispy is good. Fair enough, Crude Forge. Fair enough. I hear you. That's a callback joke right there. That's good. That's quality comedy. Now I escape back to my dungeon because it's burning hot in the rest of my house. Really? So you managed to keep your room cold? Nice. Do you have an ad blocker installed or ad block functionality in your router? Could be something there. I'm on mobile right now. Could just be Twitch mobile app being shit as always. Almost guaranteed. Almost guaranteed. Okay, so implement a listener on the bot for message events via the Pi. So the idea is now, over in Twitch chatbot, we currently handle messages via the client. But what I can theoretically do is say, hey, instead of client doing this, why don't we do this through the Pi? And it should be pretty easy to set up. It's basically all I need. Let's make this have an error on it for the moment. Oh wait, I could just go back to the line anyways. So I need a queue, I think it's a queue intake processor. Private queue intake event queue intake processor. Intake queue
Hey
processor.
there, everyone. It's me, Artificial Setolix. Our hourly 3-minute ad break will begin soon. We wish you luck as you foray into the Forsaken Arton's advertisement hellscape. You know,
This guy's losing it. He's losing it, dude. Oh, let's see. Message queue processor. If you stick around after those ads, there will be no more ads for another hour, and you'll have supported my full-time endeavors here. But either way, thanks for hanging out. I'm sorry to play 3 minutes of ads on you, but they'll be over quick. It's a great opportunity to get a sip of water or something like that, or reconsider life choices. You know, you've got a lot of time. 3 minutes can feel like a lifetime, really. It's 72 in the rest of my house, and my room is probably about 63 right now. Nice. My room is always the warmest. No matter where I go, my room is always the warmest. I think it's my fault. I think I just run warm.
Debate of chili and chips, truly the
I
pinnacle
want my room
of
colder,
culinary
but even with the
excellence.
vent closed and the fan on full
who
blast,
needs
is about as cold as
five-star
it gets.
dining when you can revel in the glory of canned chili? And as for the temperature in your dungeon, expanded Cuba, I hope it's at least cozy enough to enjoy the gourmet meal.
So we would set this up to be a new processor. And what's fun about this is I just have to give it the function. Now, I think I do it. Do I do it through the signature? Logger, that's right. Okay, so I need to give the logger. We need to give our hub connection string, which I have in a different one of the processors that I'm going to look at really quickly because I don't feel like doing it myself and just remembering these things. Yeah, let's just take all of this and then switch over to what's needed. Endpoint glossary should definitely be available to you. And then instead, it's going to be message received. Oh, wait, it will be message received delegate invoke. And it won't be awaited. And then this will be deserialize. I think. Cannot convert expression type void to type task. Oh, so I just have to do. Yeah, let's get rid of the message received delegate. I'm only ever using it for this one thing. We're just gonna do on message received and keep this async. On message received, message queue processor as the sender, and then the event args will be our deserialized value. So it'll be dseer.deserialize. And what this method is doing in the back end basically is my queue processor itself is built to take in a generic type, and it uses that generic type to decide on everything as far as what it's processing for the function it's taking in, as well as the deserialization action that it's allowed to do. So it will automatically know, hey, I am this specific type. So when you call deserialize, I will automatically try to deserialize the JSON that's contained directly to that generic type, and it works pretty well. It's been very nice now that I've actually gotten things fixed up properly. So with this, it should actually just work and process the messages from the queue. Chances are it would process them previously, so it'll be interesting for me to see what happens with that. But first I have to actually hook it up to do this. So thankfully it won't actually have a bunch of historic data, but it could be a problem if the messages are received when the stream is not live. So I will have to come up with something that like designates them as not received while the stream was live, or something to this effect. I'll probably add something to the event container in general that just says like a Boolean that's like, was the stream live? Or an ID of the stream that this event was during. In these 3 minutes, I read the Bible. Thanks, Seto, for enlightening me to the Lord's words. The Bible reading channel is the best. I'm glad to help you with your Bible studies. You know, it's just really an honor to be helping people come closer to God. Really. I'm glad to be able to play my part. Because I bet more and more people nowadays, you know, they go through this stream and they think to themselves, man, I need Jesus. So that's good. We're helping people. We're helping people. Also, it's snowing now because I decided I wanted that. Okay, so then message queue processor is good. And in the client container over here, which is in Twitch message core, when we receive a message, I need to ping over to Berry Boy that this has occurred. And I don't think I can get away with this being async. Oh God, me when a new error on line 78,193. That is definitely a means for calling out for higher powers to help you. I think that's fair. So then message received. So then yeah, all I have to do is send a ping over that this stuff is happening. So we can look at the event core for an example of how I'm doing this and not have to retype the code. Boop indeed. Welcome in, Utterly Ruined. Welcome, welcome. So post as JSON async endpoint glossary. That's right. I've got a nice little setup for this in my event glossary, or my event intake glossary, which I'm going to have to add. I think. Nope, it should work. It should work. Okay, so I will just grab this. I'm gonna grab this whole chunk of stuff here. That worked? Apparently so. I mean, it was your first message of the day, so, or at least the first one that my bot recognized. So it went into the messages pop-up. Because I think write is not a command, so technically it would have bypassed those and been treated as a message. I think that's how I'm handling things right now. After that, my PC crashed. Jesus told me to throw all this shit away. Now I need a new PC. No, not again. Guess this one wasn't good enough. It wasn't baby Jesus's chosen computer, so you're gonna have to try again. Event intake DB, reference project Berry Boy DB, and import event intake DB. I don't think I want to do that, but I must have been, so we'll do that. And we'll see if this breaks anything in doing so. And then import missing references. And this will have to be an async void. But that's okay, because I can just do all this in a try catch and report any exceptions that occur. And we'll do logger log error. Got emos this time. Yeah, I fixed that earlier today. Fixed it just earlier. Failed to post new entry to event listener. Oh, and this is going to be it's E now. Even though I don't need to set it up this way, it's fine, because it'll make it easier to copy paste for the commands. What if you wanted to compile, but God said error on line 169? Well, if God themselves said that to me, that would be an interesting enough experience that I would have to take some time away from dev. Russian refactor. Delete a random line of code and prod set. Hope you don't crash it. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Remove the 1 and it's good. Okay, so then message received, and then we are posting, but not to the follower queue. We are posting to the message, the chat message queue. And we might as well do the same for commands and just see if I can move everything over. It'd be really fucking fascinating if I could do that. But then I will have to make something that just auto marks them as failed when the stream is offline. So that is where that is perfect, because then I can do the uptime service. I have plenty of time. I can do the uptime service, and we can get that going. Is there a public repo for the code? No, there is not, Piperdine. Because I'm doing everything for my own very custom system. So I don't currently have any public repos for any of the stuff that I'm working on. But thank you for asking, Piperdine, and I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I may open source some things later down the line, but like the core architecture of my bot, I've worked for 3 years to build this. I built it for me, so it would take a pretty crazy time in my life where I'm maybe not streaming anymore, and then I would probably open source it, just be like, well, someone else can use it then. We have his IP. Not my local IP, no! So message received, I'll go ahead and do the command received too. Why not? Why not? God, I just wanted to understand it better. Well, I appreciate that. If you're hoping to help me out, no worries whatsoever. I've got it. Just to throw that down at the start, so we don't have to worry about that. So I know some people want to understand the project, so then they can try and help out. And the reality is, I'm good. I'll figure out everything that I need to figure out. Chat command received, and I do ask questions sometimes too. And usually I'll try to explain context when I'm asking. On message received, args. And then serialize object. And it's called E instead of args. No, you don't have Hackermans. Oh, like an emote? I have this one. But I think that's on, it's on Better TGV too. Okay, so then command detected, post as JSON, chat command Q. The data we're serializing is good. The typecast for the event container is correct. Message received and chat command received. Okay, cool. So then those are wired up. And now all I would have to do is change Twitch chatbot to receive the commands as well. That didn't show when I searched. That's so weird. So then over in Twitch chatbot, we'll do one for the commands as well. Oh, and also I suppose for people who might be curious about like the baseline, like what he is, like what he's running on and stuff like that, there's kind of some specs of things. Not exactly a huge amount of information, but it's something. And then this would be command Q processor. If I don't have that, I will add it. And this would be on chat command. Cool, cool, cool. And then the command processor will take this in and we'll go to on command. And then wherever the hell else I am calling for on command to be added to a delegate, we'll get rid of that. Get rid of it here. Get rid of the other delegate calls, wherever the hell they are. Whisper command, message received delegate. And it looks like I already did chat command too. Perfect. Okay, so
look at Setolix.
command and
The
messages are
coding
good off
maestro,
there.
Taking his sweet time with a listener on the bot for message events.
Command
Can we get a time
received.
check? 15 minutes in and we're still waiting for the magic to happen.
It's almost
At this
done.
rate, I could have written a novel on how to procrastinate effectively.
It's
Maybe
almost
he's
done,
just
son.
saving the moment, you know, like a fine wine or a really bad dad joke.
It's
Keep at it,
it's nearly there.
Seto, the clock's ticking.
I'll keep this for now because it's logging on my end, so I can see whether or not we actually get the event through. But then other than that, I'm not too worried about it. Okay, let's see. So then that's all set up. We should be processing messages from over on the Pi now. So I'll have to do a commit and let it build. And then once it builds, everything should pass through. So just to verify. Command detected, and that's hooked up. Message detected, message is hooked up. Both of these are going to post to the chat command and the message queues. Their serialized object with their current date timestamp. And then if they fail, they will just say they've failed to post it. But ideally, we're going to avoid that happening. And I may end up preparing something that will kind of hold things and retry. But ideally, I should just have a backup service if one is down. But yeah, there will still be some need for a backup where things get added to a list and then processed and then passed over. But I'll have to get that figured out. So either way, I think I can safely commit this because then yeah, this will go off. We'll post it to the database, and then on event intake services from that post request, we will post an entry to the queue. And when we do that, we will send a sync to all clients that are listening that an event has been uploaded. So everything should be good. I should be able to get it to work. Let's try and push it.
Half moon, I feel your pain.
Disabled and re-enabled FFZ. Nice, and it worked. Hell yeah.
93 errors. It's like the universe is conspiring against you. Just remember, every crash is a step closer to enlightenment, or at least a new PC.
Okay, and we'll commit that. That'll take just a second, and then we'll have that running. So I'll let those things commit. I have an idea. A human who is trying to trap and take. Ooh, yeah, like a researcher, like some mad scientist that like got evidence of your signal or something like this. I like this. I like this very, very much. I think it makes sense that there would be some nefarious human that's trying to come after you. And I think you, sadly, unfortunately, would have some relatively relatable material from which to work with in that capacity. So perhaps you can get a more believable character and dynamic out of it overall because of this. But this sounds like a good premise, Code Void. I like the sounds of this character addition. Because then it's something that you can keep as a persistent thing. Or if that character dies, maybe they have a family member, maybe they have a begrudged employee, maybe they have a competitor, right? It gives you the perfect medium through which to expand narratively. Okay, let me check that GitHub action. How are we doing on that? We've built part of it, so that's going to take a second. Let me figure out next moves. So the uptime service. I could add the uptime service. I could start building that. So that's hopefully, I'm going to leave this unchecked for now because it might not be done, but I'd like to start working on the next dues as well. Well, hell yeah, Code Void. I wish you the best with this story writing. Okay, so then we will create new project for uptime service. And then let's see, I'm looking at my document as well. Ah, thank you for the posture check. Thank you very, very much. His intern
Hey,
secretly
Setolix,
envies
maybe
you.
it's
That could be
time to
pretty
take a sip
funny.
of that tea before it gets cold and bitter like your ex's attitude.
Who should I
Speaking of
call
tea,
them? I don't
I
know.
once heard that the British have a saying, a cup of tea is a cup of peace. It's funny how something as simple as a hot beverage can wrap you in a cozy
Come on, me. I'm
blanket
just
of
clicking all the
calm amidst
things. No
chaos
worries.
of
Thank you
coding.
for it.
So, take a moment, recharge, and let that tea work its magic.
I will
Cheers.
pour the rest of it and have a sip. No, I knocked over my honey spoon. Oh well, I'll have to clean it anyways. Yo, can you believe it's Wednesday? Can you fucking believe that? This week went by crazy fast for me. For those who don't know, I stream Saturday through Wednesday. So Wednesdays are my Fridays. So my week has fucking blitzed by me. I cannot believe that it is already Wednesday. And cheers to all of you for hanging out. Thank you very much for hanging out here today or on any other occasions. Thank you. That is good stuff. I swear that has actually been rescuing my voice. I'll have to get more tea that has like licorice root and stuff in it. I've just reinstalled or just installed Wireshark for the first time, and oh boy, I hope I'm not sucked into this for months. We'll see you later, Backpack Vacuum. Congrats on your new journey. Wednesday is also my Friday. I have the same working days as you said. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's hella cool. Nice, nice, nice. All right, so create new project for the uptime service. Create a system. Okay, so here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to create a WebSocket listener, WebSocket listener to connect with OBS and determine if stream is live. And that should basically be all I need to do. Create a secondary check which will ping API or Twitch API to verify if offline, and then create API get endpoint for the bool of is live. And that's basically all that needs to do. It doesn't really need to do anything else. We can use the OBS WebSocket because it should be able to access it over my local network anyways. So that should be the most convenient way to determine whether or not I am actively streaming right now is through that OBS WebSocket. And then the only time that would fault out is if I changed my IP address for OBS, at which point it would fall back to trying to use the API to verify, which in most cases would work unless it's checking the moment I've gone live, because the API typically takes like a minute or two to start actually saying that your channel is live. But I think that will work quite well. So I think that's the next task. So as soon as I verify that the listener for bot messages is actually working, because I believe all of those are built now. They're all built and deployed. So I can check on SSH and make sure that message core is still working. Message core is indeed still working and just rebooted 17 seconds ago. Let me make sure that that's not rebooting every 30 seconds or whatever. It looks like we are good. So I am very quickly going to reboot the bot now, and we'll see how that works out. .NET run, release, and we will see. We will see. So if it works, and I keep receiving messages, I will now be receiving messages by a chain of events going through the pie over to the bot. So I'm actually going to be like beep, boop, test. I'm going to throw a few messages in and see if I'm seeing those. Do I see them on Twitch message core? Doesn't look like it. I don't get any logs for those. I may have just deafened my bot. Test. Okay, I've just deafened my bot. Starting up client container. Oh, it rebooted. It rebooted. It rebooted. It's faulting out. Okay, so let's do a journal control. Of course. Of course, that's fine though. It's just messages and commands for the moment. Everything else will work. So he can't see your messages, but I can. So don't act up. Let's see, -u, Twitch message core -b. It's faulting out. It's faulting out. Yes. Network is unreachable. 6951. Network is unreachable. What? Huh? Network is unreachable. What is your line number? Give me your line number. Let me just, oh, I should do a page down all the way to the newest stuff. And then I can see. Connection refused. Connection refused. Oh, is it double using a API endpoint? Let's kill all this stuff. We don't need it open. Most of this is going to work. And then we'll look at the message core. Where did I set your use URL? Twitch message core HTTP. Berryboy IP. Twitch message core HTTP. Port. Is that set to something different? 6955. Yes. So it is something different. Everything is set to something different. Twitch message core is using it because that's what it's mapped to, and it's mapped to that no matter what. There's no if debug occurring here. So that's 100% the correct IP, unless Berryboy's IP address changed, which would make no sense because it's working for all the other services. So connection refused. 8081. So it's trying to connect to 8081, which is Berryboy. So Berryboy is refusing the connection, which means that it is through the intake queues specifically. I think that's what it is. Or the wait, no, let me look. I think it's the posts from this that are not working. So services, Twitch client container. Event intake service, event intake DB, chat message queue. Post add. This should be correct. We're not getting a proper fail on this though. It's throwing an exception that's stopping the application from running. Connection refused of waitable socket async event types. Is this not correct? I think the auth socket should be correct. I don't think that's the one that it's freaking out about. We know all the IPs now. Mwahaha. Well, that's the fun of it, is I can always change it overnight. But yeah, I suppose if you had access to my local network, I'd be in trouble. Initialize client. So on either token updated. I think I might need to look for some additional information. Are we completing initialization? Application started. Yeah, I don't know if I'm completing initialization either. Connected and tried to join Settlix channel. Completed initialization. Okay, so it's completing initialization. Holy shit, 3 asterisks in my chat. Initialize client. Oh, this should be the endpoint glossary. It should be using auth service HTTP. Let's see, endpoint glossary. Auth service, get token, like this. There we go. I think that's the problem. I wasn't using my mapped IP address that I'm supposed to use. So it would have gone to initialize the client and found that there was nothing to get. I think that's what the problem was. So I'll do a new commit. I'll have to wait a minute. But we'll commit that over. And then hopefully that change will fix it. Also, what is this code void? Oops, I've pinned it. I pinned it on accident. It's very important to the degree that I pinned it. Unpin this message. Those stupid little pop-ups from Franker Faces got right in the way. So this is how you're kind of character charting out. I like this. Books plane tickets, I'm coming. I'm calling the police. Okay, let me make sure that that deployment is actually working. It should be pretty fast because there's only changes in the message core. Yeah, it's already building message core, so that shouldn't take too long. I do wish that, I think I need to give the worker more memory on my machine, because it takes a while to build. It takes longer than it would take to build if I was just using .NET Build, which it is running. It's running the same command, so maybe there's something I can do to give the GitHub worker a little bit more cycles available to it. And yeah, the system should start working once this build goes through, hopefully. Hopefully. Because it should reboot that system, and then all of a sudden I should just start receiving messages. Ideally, if everything is set up correctly, that is how it should work. It should just suddenly start receiving messages. And I'll let y'all know once it's actually deployed, so we can start kind of optimistically testing it. Because right now it's still building. Maybe it may work, but you know, this is how it goes. Everything was not broken, so we have to break something to do some testing. That's just how it goes. Walks behind Seto to the crude forge. You're too late. Holy shit. Gospel in his ear. Stop trying to flood my brain with gospel. Okay, the message core has deployed. At least it says it's deployed. So let me check the service itself now. Status Twitch message core. It is booting up. It is faulting. It is not doing well. Failed to start. Twitch client container line 46. Initialize client. Okay, so the initialization, so this is likely not working. Get token is bot. What does it say in the exception? An invalid request URI was provided. Really? Oh, duh. And then it would be addresses. Oops. Addresses. And it would be Berry Boy, or it would be Seto auth service HTTP plus this. I fucked up. That's my bad. All right. Give me an additional moment here. Either way, it builds pretty quickly, so that's nice. We'll commit that over. Oops. Oop, there we go. Committed. Okay, that'll rebuild. And let me at the very least, I can start making the project for the uptime service. So create new project. We'll just do, what did I call it in my chart? Stream uptime service. I'll stick with that. Stream uptime service. .NET 9, Blazor web app, server, create. Appears behind the cursed forge and starts playing Russian death metal. Crude Forge starts playing Finnish death metal in return. Nice. Nice. This is good form right here. Okay, so then we'll need to create a directory for services because it will just run locally on this. And then the stream uptime service, I'm probably just going to leverage the... Now, I got to check something really quickly. In message core, for example, I think I made a copy of the Twitch client container. I'm going to do that for all of these because I don't want to share the project between these things. At least for the most part, I'm trying to avoid that. So services. Yeah, because what I should have done is put more portable things in a shared project or a shared RCL. But instead I have a ton of stuff in... Is it in Blaze It Up? I think it might be in Blaze It Up. Components. No, it's not. Services. Where the hell do I have the majority of my project? Why am I like this? Shared, stream uptime service, Twitch event core, Twitch message core. Is it in shared? Is really everything in shared? I didn't think so. What have I done? Setobot services. There it is. Jeez. I don't even know the way around my own project sometimes. I've been working on this stuff for too long. Okay, so I need to look at the OBS WebSocket implementation that I have in there, which I'm going to have to implement more stuff over there. Let's the uptime service should be really simple. Hey, yeah, what's up, George? How you doing, George? Smiley face. You've caught me a little bit lacking. Right now my bot is not doing its job. Well, different parts of it are not doing its job. I'm hoping that the message core is going to boot up again and I'll be able to receive messages from people once again. Nope, it's still boot cycling. Still boot cycling. It's infinite boot cycling. Okay, I caught the exception this time. Initialize, start async. Yeah, it's still broken. Okay. Ah, explodes. Damn, we lost code void. Journal control, Twitch message core. Go to the end of it. What do I see? Doing very good. Just got a bunch of new PLA for the 3D printer. Some very good tips that has made it run a million times better. Yo, fucking awesome. Sorry to hear your stuff's not operating. Oh, it's cooperating. Oh, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm in the middle of trying to make it so the Pi is receiving messages instead and like passes them over. So it's just another part of things that I didn't quite implement correctly. Value cannot be null. Parameter input. Please give me a line. Please give me a line number. Twitch client container line 62. Twitch client container line 62. Where did writer go? There it is. So the problem is, yeah, I've got one in message core and I've got one in the other one. Boom, boom, boom. And then it said, what line? What line is it? So 62 in Twitch client container, 46, 33. So I think it's 62. 62 credentials, JSON convert, deserialize object. Oh, nope, this is wrong. This is wrong. Wrong way to do this. Wrong way to do this. Completely wrong way to do this. This is an event container. This is an event container. Oh, wait, no, it's not. No, it's not. Let me look. Auth service. What am I returning to you? I think I just return a string. Token. Return. Okay, token. What are you? Get Twitch token response. Get Twitch token response. Connection credentials. We would be getting from get credentials, which is this one. That's what I did wrong. Okay, that's the last one. That's got to be it. That's got to be it. That's got to be the right thing. We added the new project too. So added uptime service project, fixing message core. And then after this, hopefully it will start to receive things one of these times. That's how it goes. It's an iterative process. So that will take just a second. We'll continue on the uptime service between now and then. So what I would like to do is for the uptime, I would like to just add an existing reference to Setobot services and try to use that and see how much things break otherwise. Fixing means breaking. This is true most of the time, yeah. Got to break things out of the mold that it was in before to put it into a different form. Okay, so then stream uptime service, that's great. So all I need is builder services. I need to add, and then it's the IOBS socket. I think it is. Builder services, add singleton IOBS socket. And then anything that it depends upon. I can't remember if there was anything else I had to depend upon. JSON saver. It doesn't even use that. I'm going to get rid of it. Service toggle hub. Why do you have access to this? Why do you have access to this? Do you use this? Can I get rid of you? Toggle hub toggled. I'm getting rid of that. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. All right, so I'm gonna not be able to use the current form of it. I'll have to make a different version that doesn't depend on this stuff. And this is why I was a little bit concerned about doing that. So I'll make a separate thing in here, services. And this will just be a class OBS connector. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So in order to fix it, we need to break it. It's all completely logical. It totally is. And then I'll have to change all of these and get this working. So OBS WebSocket should be something that I can include in the project. And if not, then I will have no need for the reference to the other existing project. I think that is the case. Let's go back and add reference. Can I remove that reference? Oh, right. I just have to go to here and get rid of this. There we go. Then we won't be referencing that project. And I can go into the NuGet packages and I can add OBS WebSocket. OBS WebSocket.net. There's multiple versions, but thankfully it shows me which ones are in which. At least it should if I do solution-wide OBS WebSocket.net. That's the one I want to use then. And we will put that over on the uptime service. And yeah, what's up, Kilo88? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I'm having problems with my event intake currently. I think things are done and it's still not working, which is a disappointing factor to consider. Let me take a look at this really quickly. Journal control. Go to the end of it. TwitchLib client exceptions. Client not initialized exception. It has not been initialized. Okay, we're getting different exceptions now. Hosting failed to start. Network is unreachable. Fuck's sake, why are there so many problems with this specific one? What have I done wrong? 5045. And here I am trying to add another project to the mix. Let's not worry about that one too much right now. So then what am I doing wrong with my client container? I've deafened the bot. He's currently unable to hear messages. But once I fix this, it'll work again. So hosting failed to start. Network is unreachable. 50, 45, 69, 51. Am I accidentally double using this mapping? Get rid of that in there. Message core HTTP. I don't think I'm double using the mapping anywhere. 2 usages. Endpoint glossary and program CS. Yeah, so I'm not double using it anywhere. Berry Boy IP, and this is in addresses. Twitch message core HTTP. I'm not doing anything silly with the message core. It says 6955, and I'm looking for 6951. So I'm trying to reach the auth service. So this is... Starting up client container. Okay, yeah, so it reached the client container stage. I think. Twitch message core services, iTwitch client container. Yeah, so it started to start the client container. So it's not the endpoints of the application. It is the endpoint of the client container specifically. Make bot go open that chest. Problem will disappear. Oh, nice. Making them nice and gaunt. I like that. That's a good choice, Codevoid. I like this. Did I see a height measurement there too? They're 6'1". Damn. Oh man, my voice. Okay. So Twitch client container, the logger factory. I'm not quite sure why I did it this way. I think it was to make sure that the client could get what it needed. So the problem is specifically after we're trying to start up the client container. So starting up client container, initialize credentials. And then in initialize credentials, I think this should happen at the end. It should happen at the end, I think. initialize credentials, and then we initialize client, HTTP client, get async. Am I doing it differently in my other one? Let me just look. Because chances are what I need to do is just copy from my original one that is currently working. Start async, initialize credentials, initialize client. Let's just grab all of these and just make sure it's the same over there. Seto auth service HTTP. Wait, did I change the wrong location? Or did I do the same thing to reach that conclusion over there? Oh, I've gone to the same place again. Nice, very nice. Very, very, very nice. Twitch client container, not in message core services, but in this one. Like, why does it look exactly the same? Enable, build delegates, start client listeners. Yeah, I've done it very differently here. Seto auth enable. I'm using the Seto auth module. That's probably what I should be doing over there too. Because this thing handles all of it. It does all of the messy work of this. And I don't think it uses any other services. I wonder if I can get away with, let me try. So let's see, over in client container, we're not using the auth service. Can we get away with using that? What am I looking at here? I feel like I missed some context. CodeVoid is working on some early drafts for a character concept. Be easier to have set as I'm talking about. Yeah, so CodeVoid's working on a sort of story that's going to be built into potentially like an animated thing or potentially an illustrative thing or all of the above. Either way, developing the universe that CodeVoid has been kind of working on for a while now. And this is the process of it, adding a new character to it, just kind of doing some sketches and stuff. And I hope I've addressed that adequately. So Seto or auth, what's it called? Twitch client container, Seto auth. Yes, I did. Okay, good. Seto auth. And then if this doesn't exist in here, I'm gonna pull a copy over it. Reference project setobot services and import iSeto auth. Let's try it. Let's see if I can get away with that without breaking this project. Hopefully it's okay. And then that will allow me to use Seto auth. And then I can basically follow the same implementation that I had before and get away from this extra stuff. Initialize client, because then I can look at what I'm doing in the other client container. When I call enable and I do start client listeners, I call Seto auth enable and API container enable. Ah, shit. Yeah, no, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Because I have the auth tokens available to me. I shouldn't have to do these extra steps. The whole point of this is to not require these interdependencies of services. So I should not start down this road because then it defeats the whole purpose of having this separated. Oh, did I not make the project reference? There it is. Setobot services. Let's not do that. Let's for sure not do that. Maybe check random sharing. You can see all the sketches I did. I might in a bit. I'm currently mostly hypnotized by staring into my printer. Ooh, I bet. All right, let's see. I'm going to sit myself back down here. It's getting kind of stuffy in my office, too. Turning my fan on. Let's turn the fan on, and then I'm going to mute real quickly while I lower my desk because sometimes it makes a lot of noise. There we go. I have done the responsible thing and closed Wireshark. I do not need to spend 12 hours hacking just so I can dim my speakers with a hotkey instead of opening the control software and clicking a button, at least not today. Then not today, but soon. And hello to you, Fuzzy Algorithm. Welcome in. Sorry, my bot won't acknowledge anybody right now because I've, just as is tradition around here, I've broken it a little bit, but I'll get things back up and running pretty soon here. Okay, we're not going to need all these extra, we're not going to need all of this fancy stuff that I've added outside of it. Don't need the generic interfaces. Don't need this. Don't need the service toggle hub or any of that stuff. But yeah, I've temporarily blinded and deafened my bot, essentially. Oh, I'm gonna have to update my WebSocket. Nice. Fuck yeah. That's okay. Why do I even have that here? That's so bad. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. Can I throw something at you instead? I think that still works. Yeah, the redeems should still be working just fine. Love staring at my printer. I'll check on it every few hours and watch for a few minutes. Nice. I found a really pretty little clearing. Are you out and about, Code Void? Yep. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Walking. Hell yeah. Ooh. Oh, I like that. That's a nice looking area. I love me some actual nature. It's nice to see. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so timed event manager. All this goes away. All of it goes away. OBS WebSocket disconnected, and then all we're gonna do is we are going to await task delay 1000. We'll do time span from minutes. We'll wait a minute at a time. If it's down, we'll wait for at least a minute, and we'll do a quick check again to see if it's there, and then we want to do await. I should just be able to reconnect the WebSocket. And then we'll give the address and password again. And it does not like awaiting this. The void is not available. Oh, not awaitable. Okay. Well, there we go. That's fine. Oh yeah, and if you wanna get into the Discord, that reminds me, I need to change that command. I might as well do that now. If you want to get into the Discord, you just have to have an active subscription, and you have to have Twitch integrated into your Discord stuff. For now that's kind of the only way in. I've kind of locked things down just a little bit. The link doesn't work, so if you want to try this, you can, but it will not work. I can technically give custom invite links as well, if subscribing is not something that's possible for you, which I do not expect. So literally just let me know, and I can get you a custom invite link. But preferably it should be through the integration stuff, because then it's a little bit safer. But not by much. It just means that you have a Twitch account guaranteed, linked to your same account. Okay, so then I'm just gonna say, for now, the main way of getting into the Discord is going to be through Discord itself. Make sure you are linked to Twitch on there and subscribed over here, and you should see the join option available in the integrations section. And Backpack, I can do a very temporary invite link here as well. Let's see. Edit invite link. Expire after 30 minutes. Grasps the endless power. Well, either way, it's not that fancy in there. Don't say that. Yeah, don't say stuff like that either. Please don't. Oh, let's see. I think I have to leave streamer mode entirely. Invite people. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so if you'd like to join the Discord, and you're already following, you've been following for over a day. So if you'd like to join that, feel free to hit that link up there. That will literally last for 30 minutes. So If you don't want to, that's fine as well. I'm just giving the option since you had asked about it through the command usage. And I've got to figure out what I've done wrong with this. Okay, so we'll go with that. That's great. Don't want to click that link. That's okay. That's Code Void's link there for more. Oh, there's like a plank on the ground there. Some wood on the ground there. Looks like a really dense area. Everything is wrong. We do it all. It could be. Could very well be, honestly. Honestly, it could be. Look at the flowers. Ooh. Those are some nice wildflowers. It's a nice shade. They're like little bells. Pretty light Discord user, but I'll check it out. Well, then it's ideal for you because it's not a super busy Discord. So it's mostly just occasional nerding out about things and sharing projects and sharing pictures of our pets and food. Okay, so we'll get rid of this entirely. Oh, right, I'm supposed to be working on the damn... I'm lost now. It's been too long. Okay. So HTTP client, get async, set an auth service, and the get credentials. And this should be okay. But I want to see how else I'm doing this in seto auth. Because I basically need the API endpoint for it. Yeah, I'm doing this over here. So maybe I'll go back to that. But that's for the Twitch token. Is that what I'm trying to get over here? Let's see. So bot credentials. See, I'm trying to get credentials. And that's what I'm doing here. Get credentials. Auth Twitch, get credentials. This should be fine. Comparing it to get token. HTTP 6951. Oh, let's see. I have to go to the other one. Berry Boy IP. 6951. Yeah. Seto auth service. I wonder if I should be doing... Well, no, it's only these two IP addresses also. Yeah, this is kind of weird. So I'm looking at an exception that basically says that my web request failed. And it's specifically because it says program CS on line 32. That's like when it builds, basically. How often is this happening? Okay, it stopped trying, thankfully. Oh, let's see. I think I see a joiner in there. Just to verify, I'm going to need you to verify your username on Discord so that I know. Because otherwise I will not be able to authorize you. So just let me know what your username on Discord is, and I can get you added in there. Couchbed. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. And there we go. You should now be able to access the Discord. I'm going to go ahead and nickname you so your name matches what it is on Twitch. And thank you very much for joining the Discord. Yeah, as far as it goes, don't just no NSFW stuff. Don't dox yourself or share selfies or anything like that. You're pretty much good. Starts pulling a ladder out of my hoodie pocket. Looks at the ladder coming out of the hoodie pocket. With that size, it's good for... I think technically that's an offensive word. I'm not an expert on this, but I want to say there are people that get offended by that word. So I hope you understand if I never read it out loud. I'm not 100% certain about this, but I want to say it's one of those things. Twitch client container, line 34. Line 34. Oh, and we're looking at the wrong one. I need to look at this one. 34. So when it goes to connect, Seto client connect, start async. So yeah, the initialized credentials definitely has to go first. Wait, no NSFW in the Discord? Yes, yes. Very, very sternly, yes. Like, thinking you're haha funny will get you banned from my Discord. Guarantee you that. And that's not a challenge. I just do not want that shit anywhere near me. I think they prefer little people or vertically challenged. I want to say. I like to use 2 inanimate objects for usernames. That's a good vibe. I like that. What are you going to use that ladder for? That's a good question. Perhaps harvesting something. Okay, so client container, initialize credentials, HTTP client, get async. Failed to get credentials for TwitchBot. Am I seeing that? Failed to get credentials. Yes. Message not found. It says it's not found. Am I doing a credentials poll in here anywhere? I'm curious if maybe it's just wrong. Maybe the endpoint is wrong here. Map auth service. And let me look at the ones that are in the glossary and make sure these are correct, because it's possible they're not right. Overlay auth. Auth Twitch, get token. Yep, that's correct. Get credentials. Credentials. Aha! Aha! It was not correct. Refresh and set auth are correct. Get credentials was not correct. I cannot even sometimes. Okay. Fix maybe. We'll push that over. I will pull you apart from the subatomic level if you post NSFW. Yes. Yes. I will give Code Void the privileges to do so. Are you the type of person who has a long list of username you've used over the years, or do you stick to a few? For the most part, I've stick to a few. Can you odd? Sometimes. Some would say I am odd. Why do we have shoveling and digging for almost the same thing, but we don't say brooming? I don't know. So mod, yeah, just give me mod. Oh man, Deflux would be heartbroken. Deflux would be heartbroken if anyone else gets mod but him. He'll be devastated. I don't know if I could do that to him. All right, so I've got to let that build and push over there, and we'll see if that works out. Hashtag code void for mod. Hashtag code void for mod. Okay, so I guess there's no need for async in here. It doesn't need it. Boom, 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 boom. Oh wait, do we... What? Why am I like this? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Does my selfie and random sharing get to stay? Why are you... you know, funny enough, Thyndall actually posted a selfie. And even though Thyndall is a streamer and has his face out there, I still deleted it because no matter what, it's a rule. It's a rule. Felt cute. My delete later. I'm gonna hit this with a stare. I like that though. That's a good image. But no, VTubers are the exception because it's not the real face that you have that's made of the cells of your body. What are you using when you dig? But you are using a broom, not a sweep. What are you using when you dig? I mean, it's a shovel. It's a shovel. But these levels of silly conversations are too much for me. I gotta solve problems. That's what I'm here to do, is create problems for myself and then solve them and then pat myself on the back for it. Okay, so it hasn't tried for the last 23 minutes, so I think it's still building. Fix, said it finished, but it didn't reboot that service, which means I didn't make any changes to that service, which means I should be able to, no, I'm going to have to manually make that service rebuild. Let's see. Message core. Let's add a space. And we'll commit that. Can't figure out how to set Windows flags in Rust SDL. Damn, I wish I could help you, but I have no clue. I don't even know how to set Windows flags in general. I think the point is that you can sweep, but you can't broom. No flesh mechs in the Discord. Got it. Yes. Send video of USB being inserted in Discord. I'm starting to think that your name is a symbol for something. I'm starting to think that this is more of this is your identity. I think I'm starting to understand you, Crude Forge. Use an enum in the C SDL. All right, let's continue. Let's continue with the uptime service. So an OBS connector, I think it's going to be good. It should just be able to connect no problem. And I basically don't want there to even be a timeout. WebSocket request timeout represented as a time span object. Oh wait, no, the request probably should time out, but screw it. It's fine. We'll get rid of that. For now, at least. Disconnected, disconnect delegate, and it should just reconnect every single time, no matter what. We'll wait a certain amount of time. We'll try again. So we'll wait every minute. And we'll try again to reconnect. And then I might this could be a good use case for an API request, because I could send an API request over to the message core and tell it to send a message saying, hey, uptime module is failing, but then that could end up spamming, when things are down. So there's an STL Windows flags enum, but it isn't letting me access any properties of it. Fuck. I believe that's agreeable phrasing. Let me know when you figure me out. I would like to know myself. Well, I'm no expert on people, and thankfully it's not my job, so I don't think you'll have to worry about too much input from me in that regard. Just as long as you don't make me too uncomfortable, I think we'll be okay. Oh, hey, the Windows flags, nice. Okay, so then the OBS connector should work, and this basically needs to be a hosted service instead. That's what this has to be. So we'll take the interface here and we'll make this iHosted service. We'll add the stuff that needs to be added. And I will basically, after the stream today, have to refresh all of my password stuff for it. Set a timeout on repeat failovers. Yeah, it waits a minute in between. It waits a minute in between each time. But yeah, it should be like what do they call it when it ascends in the wait time? Like if it tries after a minute and it fails, then it waits 2 minutes, then it waits like 4 minutes, and then 6 minutes or whatever. Isn't that a strategy that's like got a name to it? And I'm at a loss for what the name of it is. It's just a static property. Oh, nice. How can Bible reading be uncomfortable? Some people would say there's a lot of ways. Interval. I think that's just a terminology for the time period in between the actions itself, not the strategy of ascending delay between things. I'm gonna look it up now because I'm curious. What is the terminology for the error handling strategy where you wait an increasing number of, or an increasing amount of time between fails of a system? Exponential backoff is what it's saying. I don't know if that's actually correct. ascending interval. I could believe that there's multiple names for it. Let me say, does ascending interval ring a bell? Terminology for error handling strategies with increasing wait times between retries include fixed ascending intervals, a linear approach where delays increase by a fixed amount, exponential backoff where delays grow exponentially, linear backoff where delays are increased at a fixed rate, 10 second, 20 second, 30 second. Exponential uses multipliers, linear uses additive steps, and fixed ascending is a subset of linear with uniform increments. Gotcha. So yeah, ascending interval, fixed ascending intervals, absolutely. I never ask an AI to confirm a question because it will always say, yeah, you're right in my experience. This is where you have to just tell it straight up, like, I want you to criticize me like someone who is fucking wrong all the time. Like there are absolutely ways to defeat the confirmation bias that it has. But yeah, usually I won't go to ChatGPT or one of these closed systems. I'll typically go to Perplexity or something that is searching the internet, because then it's not giving me an answer off of its data set alone. It's giving me an answer off of its data set bouncing off of the raw information that it has just scraped from the internet. So it's a little teeny tiny bit more trustworthy, but still it's not good enough for like a fact check. Like I wouldn't straight up check like important facts through an AI alone. Like you gotta do research for these things. But for terminology, for semantics and stuff like that, it can actually be quite effective. The tool will do the tool's job with the input it's given. Yep, that is such a great way to put it, because that's the reality. And it's not necessarily a fault of the user if they don't get the information they're looking for, but it also is. It's a double dynamic. It depends on the capacity of the system and also your input. Usually I tell it to paint me like one of its rich girls. Okay, fair enough. Oh, we can just do return. We can just do... and that will shut it down afterwards. And then we'll just have to add this as a singleton, basically. And yeah, I'll just keep showing these over and over because it doesn't matter in the end. It should have been collapsed. I think it's only because I copy pasted it that it was not collapsed, but it's all good. Or I could just do flag try into. Oh, well, there you go. You got it. Hell yeah. Okay, so did it actually work, or are we still broken? System control status, Twitch message core. Message core has been up for 13 seconds. Is it still dying every time a message comes through? Yes, it's still dying every time a message comes through. Journal, CTL. Okay, so this has proven to be more tricky than I initially anticipated, but that's okay. So now it's getting through until we actually go to receive a message. So the auth side is working, and now it's the other side of things that are not. So network is unreachable. 6951, which is the auth service. So it's saying the auth service is unreachable. It's on its own device. Can it not ping to itself? It should definitely be able to ping to itself. Oh, right, I have to go to the end line of it. On message received, entry to event listener, connection refused from 458081, which is Berry Boy. So then it tried to ping the message over. Connection refused. Why connection refused and nothing else? Do I have a line number? Twitch client container line 106. Hands expanded keyword Danish flag. Here you go. So yeah, I guess every time something is being received, it's just rebooting that service right now. So post as JSON async, post add, chat message queue. Wait. Queue HTTPS is false. Chat message queue, that should be correct. Event container. We serialize the object. That looks good. Failed to post new entry to event listener. Am I seeing that? Failed to post new entry to event listener. Connection refused. Why would I be refusing? Post add. Request URI. Is it not the entirety of the URI? I mean, it's showing the whole thing here. Connection refused 8081. Berry boy HTTP add 8081. Yeah, so that's definitely correct. Hum. Ping pong pang. Damn, things are banging around in this chat room here. Why would you be failing? Why would you reject the connection? Is there something that would cause the Raspberry Pi to not be able to make a web request to its own addresses by default? But I'm already doing that. No, I'm already doing that because I already do so from the reward from the event core. Let me look at this. Maybe it's going to be something silly. I can feel it in my bones that it's going to be something silly. Let's see. Not event intake service in Berry Boy, but the event core. Doom doom do 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 do. Post as JSON async. Event intake service post add reward queue. Event container channel point custom redemption args. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Because I copy pasted it over. Post as JSON async. Post add, reward queue, chat message queue. These are correct. Does it not have it mapped in the endpoints for event intake, perhaps? Did I mess up the... I think the mapping for the endpoints might be wrong. If I try doing a get for chat message queue, can I get from it? Get intake, get chat message queue, and this would be through the message service. Pulls out a 4D map that shifts around the plane and planning another adventure. Ooh, is this what the ladder is for? No, the ladder was so I could get this. Puts back ladder. Or get to this. Chat message input queue, chat command input queue. Wonders what else is in the hoodie pocket. What else do you have in your bag of tricks? So event intake database is looking fine. That's all set up correctly. Chat command message received. So that's good. So then in... where am I mapping everything? Event submanager extensions. Am I doing the mapping in program? Map static assets. Twitch event core. Oh, that's right, because we're reaching out from Twitch event core. Jeez. So we are going to Berry Boy. Bum 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 bum. Map get. So get should probably work. Post might not. Add chat command queue. Intake post. Yeah, it's correct. Event intake service add, because we're just doing that part of it. So it's fully mapped correctly, which means it must be something with my request not being right here. Then take service, post, add, chat, message, queue, which I've verified should work. Yeah, this is very, very strange. I think I can run it locally and test it that way. Let me try message core, HTTP. I'll try just launching that in debug. Looks like there's a storm coming, so I better go out and batten down the hatches, and then partner will be home for dinner, so I'm gonna head out. Have a good one all. Bye. We'll catch you later, Backpack. Thank you so much for hanging out. Sorry it took me a second to get to you there. Please take care. Be safe out there. Be well. Hopefully the storm doesn't do any damage, and we will catch you on the other side of this. On the other side of the Seto weekend. I got the next couple days off, so we'll see you later. Starting up Twitch container, and then we immediately get an exception. The requested address is not valid in its context. Do bind. And it's probably because it's trying to use the wrong thing. Twitch message core HTTP. Yeah, so it's guaranteed it's not using the right thing over here. I would have to change this to be a different endpoint. Because right now it's trying to use Berry Boy's IP. I would have to very temporarily change this to the bot's IP address, to machine IP. And then I'll try that again really quickly because I need to be able to test this and make sure that I stop wasting so much time waiting for it to build over there. Starting client container, now listening. Yeah, so everything mapped correctly. And then if I do a test message, there it goes. Okay, cool. So no connection can be made because the target machine actively refused it. 458081. Why is 8081 refusing? Why are you refusing this endpoint? This is a real thing. Post add. Can I get the request URI from it? Do. Message received. 18 threads, my God. I don't even know how to look at this stuff. Object reference not set to an instance, so it disposes everything also. 192.168.50.45. Why would you be rejecting connections? Is it not up? No way, dude. Is it as simple as the service isn't up right now? Yeah, it's boot cycling. Why is Berry Boy boot cycling? Get dependencies, ensure created. Okay, so the database is failing. And that's probably because I need to stop Berry Boy. And let's see, where is the local app data? What's the line for local app data? Rasp Pi local app data. How do I get to that? User local. Oh, that's right. It's .local. Sudo or cd local. Yeah, directory. cd share directory. And then there's the database. So I will just, how do I rename a file? How to rename file sudo. Ren? Is it just ren? I think at least. I'm going to double check. I see sudo mv, old file name, new file name. Try and click rename, obviously. Sudo mv berryboydb.db to be berryboydbbackup.db. Directory. Okay, and that did change the name of it. All right, so then we will start Berry Boy, and it should be able to create its new database and not have any problems. And if it still has problems, then I did something wrong in declaring the models. 1 second ago, 314 milliseconds ago. Yeah, it's dying no matter what. Dying no matter what. Okay, so journal, CTL. Okay, so we've isolated that it is now my database that is not happy with something. So I probably just declared the models incorrectly. And let's waste no time and just look at that. Let's just look at that immediately. So if I go over to Berry Boy, and let's see, it would be an event intake service. And oh, we need to look at the database. Event intake DB. What did I mess up? What did I mess up? Message input queue, message received args, chat input queue, that's good. Channel follow args to table. So then it would be these last two. Message received args. Oh, yep. Channel message or message queue, chat message queue. Yep, and then chat command queue. That's the problem. And then it should be fine. Hopefully then, I mean, it won't matter anyways. There's nothing precious stored in there. It's all processed events at this point. Let me actually change it back. I want to see if it can fix this. Okay, so I've renamed it back, and then I'll need to do a commit of this, and that should fix it, hopefully. And let's make sure that I am... Yeah, we should be good in other categories too. So let's go ahead and make a commit. Whee! Making just small computer games quickly becomes a lot of information to juggle. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It goes with most projects, I think, and it's easier to hold ideas in your head before you start the work, and then once you've started the work, you realize like, oh shit, I now have to keep the whole idea in my head, as well as the problem solving for each individual thing that comes along that stands in my way. And I think this is why people will basically scream from the rooftops, like, yes, use notes, use design documents, use these things, because, and I've learned this myself from experience. Keeping all this stuff in your head is not, it may be possible, but that doesn't make it healthy or the best practice. And you realize at a certain point when you run into a couple of walls, even with small projects, you run into a couple of walls and then you forget what your next step is. And you realize that it happens with any frequency, then it's definitely a good time to, be taking those notes. But yeah, it becomes a lot very quickly, especially depending on the game you're making. It can be a headache, because if you have very data oriented games, it can, by definition, it's just going to be difficult. So you have to make sure you organize everything correctly. Okay, so hopefully this works, and then I can start receiving messages from the Pi, and that would be really cool. And then I'll probably finish up the uptime module, because we have enough time. So I'll finish up that uptime module and add it to the workflows and make sure that it is being pushed over there correctly. Spending more time on writing down stuff now and automating as much as possible. It's a good idea. Automation is definitely your friend. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Twitch Event Core has built and redistributed, right? No? Why did you not detect a change? What? How did you not detect a change? What? Oh, I forgot to save. Nice, nice, nice. Real nice. The one thing I needed to change, I didn't save it. Perfect. Fantastic. All right, so it'll push that over, and now that will work, hopefully. And let's see, in the meanwhile, I can close everything else, because I'm pretty confident that that's going to work. Maybe, too confident, but we're going to roll with that. So then the uptime service I need to open, OBS socket, I think is part of the other project. Yep, so we don't need that one. OBS connector we do need. Endpoint glossary I'll leave open for now. Don't need that. Don't need that. These should be good. Okay. And then I'm just waiting on that GitHub action to complete, and we can keep working on the uptime module. So over in the program CS for this. Oh, and it will be an add singleton, OBS connector, or IOBS connector. Excuse me? Did I not rename correctly? Did not rename correctly. Change that. Oh, I should do a little bit more. Naming things in a meaningful way is an art form in itself. It's definitely good to have a good pattern of naming in your brain. Okay, so OBS connector, that's great. Back over here, so then add singleton, IOBS connector, OBS connector, and then we're gonna do add hosted service, git, and then it's git required service, IOBS connector initialize, but not initialize. Don't need to do that, because then that should run. That will get our OBS connector and then mark it as a hosted service. So then the first thing it should do is run enable by means of running start async. So it'll go start async, enable, and then it'll await initialize. All of this could probably be pushed into one thing. And if anything, it probably should. But I'll just get rid of some of the garbage in here. And I basically don't need any of these interface pieces. None of these get used. WebSocket, we'll leave the WebSocket. We'll leave is connected. We'll leave stream live because that might be useful. Stream state change. We could also leave that. Okay, so a few of these stay. Just curious, how long did it take to become comfortable speaking out everything you're doing while streaming? Immediately. I find narrating what I'm doing to be pretty natural because I'm manic as fuck in most of my life. So in moments of silence, I tend to not feel very comfortable on stream because I don't know, and maybe I'm overkilling it in that regard, but it feels better to fill the airtime with something. So most of the time I'm kind of compelled to speak, and I don't find it difficult to do so because I've just always kind of been a rambler as far as that goes. So thinking out loud about what I'm doing is just kind of a natural extension of the rambling that's already going on inside my head about what I'm doing. But getting really comfortable, like actually, I think probably the first year was accepting that I am this way and that this is how I'm going to be all the time on stream because I'm like this off stream, and I just figured like maybe I would develop into a persona of sorts, but that never occurred. And instead I just realized and accepted like, okay, I'm just going to be a manic mess all the time on stream. So I guess you could say like a year, because it did take me time to accept that's how the format of myself was. Better to speak for streaming, just not natural for me. It's definitely a skill. I think it's only because I've always talked a lot. Like whenever I'm in a scenario with people that I feel comfortable around, I fucking talk a lot. That wasn't always the case though, but I've always had a racing brain, so to speak. So it's just kind of like the wheel is already spinning really quickly underneath the record that is my brain full of these stupid thoughts. And all I'm doing when I go live is I'm just making sure the needle stays in contact with the record, basically. So not too much deliberate effort is required. Okay, so it should be built now. Status Berry Boy. Sudo system control. Status Berry Boy. It is in a boot loop still. Really? Okay, so I think I do have to delete the database then. So stop Berry Boy. Unless, of course, it didn't update Berry Boy still, which would be disappointing. Did it deploy Berry Boy? Bro, what the fuck? Did it deploy anything during that entire job? No. Why are you not deploying things? What the hell are you doing? Skip if no changes. There were changes, you jerk. What are you talking about? Berry Boy database should be fine. Auth service doesn't need to go. Twitch event core probably doesn't need to go. Message core probably does. Adding new lines to these, and I'll just commit it. And I'm gonna watch that job for a second because I think it's been working fine, so I don't know why it would suddenly stop successfully detecting the differences here. But I'll keep an eye on it for a second. Twitch event core checked out successfully with nothing. Twitch message core checking out. Changes detected and it's building. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I must have just not changed something that actually reflected as a change in the overall build of things, which is a little bit strange, but I won't worry about it too much. Okay, so it's going to take a second to upload those artifacts, but it should work now. So let's keep moving on this. And then one of the last things I'll do is add it to the workflow as well. So let's see, what do I have my task set to right now? Because it may be incorrect. Implement a listener on the bot for message events via the Pi. We've done that. Create a new project for uptime service. We've done that. Create a new WebSocket listener to connect with OBS and determine if the stream is live. We've done that. Create a secondary check which will ping Twitch API to verify if online. We have not done that. And I think I'm not going to do that with this. I don't think I want to bring the API container into it. I think I'm going to be content with the OBS WebSocket. And I can do local checks. If connecting to that service fails, I can always just do local checks. Always interesting for me, kind of soothing. Probably why there's 26 viewers. They're ASMR. Maybe I don't know. I try not to think about these things too much because it's not very productive for me. I guess I can guess at the motivations of people being here, and that could be one of them. But I guess in the end, it doesn't change much for me. So I just try not to think about it. I used to fixate a lot more on these things. I used to never do bot dev on stream because I thought people didn't want to watch that. And then people were like, yeah, we want to watch that. I was like, oh, okay. So I've tried to stay out of my head as far as that goes. But that's a very sweet sentiment. I appreciate you saying that. Undisintegrated, welcome back, Code Void. I'm glad you've reintegrated. Bot dev is awesome. I'm glad you feel that way because I enjoy doing the bot dev on stream. It certainly saves me a lot of time because otherwise I would just be working on these things off stream. So it saves me a tremendous amount of effort in making extra time for this stuff. How do you unexplode? That is really the question of the era. That's the thing we're all wondering. Okay, attempting to download build artifact for Berry Boy. Artifact was downloaded. Deploying. Starting. Deleting the artifact. Okay, so Berry Boy will restart in a moment at least. And Mr. welcome in, Mr. I like bot dev. Well, welcome in, Felix Zoom. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad you do like bot dev. Pulls out a 40 compass. Ooh. Looks at the 40. What is the fourth dimension? How I do most of my shenanigans. This is accurate. And yeah, sorry about my bot not recognizing messages. I've currently kind of I've removed his ability to hear messages for a little bit. by means of trying to fix things. I swear. I'm trying to fix things, but I just broke them. You know how it goes. So sudo system control status Berry Boy. Berry Boy, are you still failing? What is this? Event intake service. Okay, yes. So I am going to have to reboot that database, I think. Or let's go back to move Berry Boy database. So let's stop Berry Boy. Let's move back to the backup name, and then let's start Berry Boy again. And hopefully it will execute correctly this time. Status. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 6 seconds. Looks like it booted correctly. His evil mode is definitely working. I don't know if the rest of those systems are going to work right now. I actually don't know. It doesn't look like it did. It looked like multiple things broke. Let me go ahead and just stop that evil mode. Your bot is mean to me, so I'm okay with this at the moment. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, let's see. I think I have things still switched off. I do. Let's activate all these things. I had a bunch of things not activated yet. Hoodie Pocket has a link to the void. That's pretty sick. Trying to get entry from reward input queue. Okay, so the reward input queue is working. If I do a test message, do I end up seeing it? Does it break Berry Boy? Berry Boy's not getting broken. Twitch message for 221 milliseconds ago. 3 seconds. Connected and joined the channel. 3 seconds. Connected and joined the channel, and then it reboots every time. Fuck's sake. Journal CTL. I will get this, dang it. Dang it. Go to the end of the list of all the events, and what is happening? What is happening? Cannot assign requested address. Oh, I forgot to... it was in message core. I set... Oh, that's why you should never change things. Never change things for testing. Never do that. Don't change anything ever. Leave everything exactly as it is. Okay, let's make a couple things rebuild. What was this to? Twitch message core? Anything that references Twitch message core, which I think is just itself. Yes, okay. So save that. This time for realsies, for real on God, no cap, certified, absolutely yes. 100%. It's giving done. That's not broken. That's a feature. You might be right, Fit. You might be right. Okay, so we'll let that commit go through. This is going to be the commit of all the commits. It's going to commit the commitment that we need to commit, and then everything's going to work. And Fifth, I hope time has been kind to you. Thank you very, very much for swinging through today. Hope all is absolutely wonderful. Hoodie Pocket has a link to the void. I can fit literally anything in it. Also, I can never truly explain the 4D world to create a creature whose mind is not made for preserving it. Oh, did you just speak garbage Gen Z slang? Yeah, I had to. You got to throw that out there sometimes. Looks at his to-do list. Sorry, list. Seto gospeled. We should never change anything. Yeah, that's just, you gotta. If it works, why? Right? First draft is the best draft. Which is actually how I handled things in school. I was a first draft person. Even when I was told to edit, it wasn't gonna happen. Seeing if you did it, you would go mad. Makes sense. I don't like the idea of going mad. I like being however the hell I am right now. You are fired, sir. You must play Paint Simulator for a day now. No, I don't want to watch paint dry, and I don't want to watch digital paint dry either. Speaking of watching digital paint dry, imagine a future where we have such advanced computers that we are simulating in real time oil painting, and then you have to wait for your digital oil painting to dry. That probably already exists. I bet there's someone who's already made that. I bet that's present technology. Bum, 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 bum. Or a fun 3JS project. Because I feel like that's what a lot of people are making, like, fancy little interactive experiences with nowadays. Art Rage does that? Well, there you go. There's already a game out, Paint Simulator. That's true. Yeah, you were talking about the Paint Simulator. But that's in a game context, at least. But I guess maybe if you can export things from it, it's basically an art tool at that point. I think that qualifies. It's in real time. That is fucking wonderful. That is so wonderful. That sounds like a great just chatting game to play. Just chilling, painting walls, watching paint dry, talking to people. Grabs the crude forge and pulls them through the fourth dimension. You see all this stuff blinking in and out of existence. Well, I hope you survived this, crude forge. All right, so it should have rebooted the service. Twitch message core, are you still broken? Hey, it looks like it's not broken yet. Looks like it's not broken yet. Beep. And now it's probably broken. No exception. Stick his head out of the hoodie pocket. I shall return. Let me open the chat thing back up real quick. Do we log that we've tried to send a message? Yeah, we only log if we failed to post. So can I go to Postman and do chat message queue and get from it? Failed to find entry under chat message queue. BarryBoyDB. Let me make sure the name is correct. Chat message input queue is the name. Hey, they're in there. They're in there. Okay. This is good. This is very good. So now I might just need to reboot the bot and it may work. Let me try that. Let me try. Let's shut him down and then do a .NET build C release. And then I will launch him from the Stream Deck button instead. And then the cool part of this is ideally all of your messages that you're sending right now, they're being registered in that queue. So theoretically, I should be able to process them once the bot boots back up. So we'll boot him. And what should happen in an ideal scenario is my chat viewer should start filling with the messages if it worked. If it worked, which it looks like it didn't. Are you monitoring our chat? It's my chat. Okay, so that part didn't work. So then what is still going wrong? Let's do system control status message core. So the message core has been up for 2 minutes. Barry Boy, how's Barry Boy doing? Trying to get entry from queue, sub message, cheer input. So we're not actually trying to get anything from the message queue yet. What did I do wrong in Twitch chatbot? Let's see. Am I actually enabling that at the right time? I bet I'm not. I bet I forgot to do that. Almost guaranteed. Almost guaranteed. Message queue processor. Yeah, I did. Message queue processor initialize. Await that. And then I'll double check that I'm not accessing it anywhere else. Yep, I completely forgot to do the last and most important part of this, which is actually make sure that the things are processing. Okay, one more reboot. Save that. And now it's just a local reboot, no waiting for a build or anything like that. Oh wait, no, I do have to wait for a very short build. I'm trying to jump the gun here. .NET publish. Let that run. I should make some Stream Deck buttons for running these publish actions. That would be useful. Okay, booting him up. Please. Please process message queue. Please. Pretty please. Looks like it didn't work yet. If I do a test, did it go through? No. Okay. Not quite there yet. Oh, the emote glossary. Wait, the emote glossary was breaking things. If I remember correctly, I need to fix that. I definitely need to fix that. That's probably something I should do. Let me try one more time. One more time. Just one more build. I swear. This one's gonna work. I guarantee it. You broke the bot, you're right. This is part of the daily schedule around here. I've got to break the bot. It was working too well today, so we had to take it down a notch. Building, running, doing things, doing stuff. Does it want to process the message queue though? On message received. It's literally an infinite expanse of fog and whiteness. I guarantee it said no dev either. I guess I'm not a dev. I'm just some guy. Emote set. Message received. There's nothing that should be throwing in here. Is the message still in the queue? And is it the same one? ID entry 1. Okay, so we're not processing them yet. They are there. They're not being processed. Did I do everything I needed to do in the intake queue processor to make this work? I would assume there's nothing to change in here. Yeah, it should be fine. Did I enter the correct names for the queues? No. No. Okay, this time for real, for real. For real, though. I swearsies. Double swearsies. This is the one. Well, my PC just imploded again? Yeah. This time I don't know why. Oh, fuck. Newtonsoft JSON, unable to find a constructor. Failed process. Okay, so we're receiving them now. Failed to process chat message input queue entry. Unable to find a constructor to use for type TwitchLib client models chat message. Class should have a default constructor. We're using the same version of the TwitchLib client, I believe. Let's see. Not right now. I'm looking for my Void Armada. It's literally infinite expanse. They brought the bot into 4D and broke it. They. Don't blame it on me. Well, I did it, but still. Is it on the heater? What? I don't know. It would get hot on the heater. Oh, I suppose that's a fair point, I guess. Reference not knowing genders to put both there, but it is. I was letting you know. Yeah, we're pretty straightforward about these things. It's not a heat issue, it's a file system issue. The file system just sometimes likes to stop working. Well, I hope that this is easily remedied. So it says it's unable to find a constructor for type TwitchLib client models chat message. And that is because it's not chat message. It's chat message received. It's on message received. Deserialize. What is this set to? On message received args. Huh. TwitchLib client events 3.3.1. Are we using a different client version? Client events 3.3.1. Okay, so it's the same version. It says JSON async. Post add data JSON convert. So I'm using Newtonsoft JSON to serialize it. Gotcha, I have a headache, so info isn't registering properly. Oh, you're good. You're good, Mr. Mister. Those 101 plus 102, should they be read only like all the rest? The 101 plus 102, should they be read only, should they be read only like all the rest? No. Because I guess technically they're constructed in here, but theoretically they could be read only as well. But either way, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I was converting a video from MKV to MP4 with FFmpeg. Now I have to do that again because it corrupted the file. Fuck. Pulls out an orange plate with 3 hot dogs on it. This is an interesting thing that's occurring right now. So on message received args, it's the same version. Using JSON convert to deserialize it. At least I should be. Deserialize, and we're using JSON convert. Using the same version of Newtonsoft JSON, v1303. v1303. Okay, so those are all right. Very, very, very weird. If I look in the post, it's all there. Like the full message is here. So why are we having a constructor issue? That's very, very strange. Unable to find a constructor to use the type Twitch Loop client models chat message. A class should either have a default constructor, one constructor with arguments, or constructor marked with JSON constructor attribute path chat message badge info. The badge info, for whatever reason, is throwing an exception. That is extremely weird. I'm being abused. But I think you know what? We've only got 10 minutes left. I've got ads starting to roll through. I think I'm going to start wrapping up early and save those 10 minutes for next time. The problem is, I don't know if I can actually wrap up anymore until I fix this. So I may have no choice. Actually, now that I think about it, I may have no choice. I may have to fix this. I think I've imprisoned myself here until I fix this. Whoa, I punched that one away. Get that out of my face. Get it out of my face. I'm gonna have to fix this, otherwise I'm not gonna be able to register a command. Although technically I can get around this. I can get around this pretty easily, actually. But it might be more fun to figure it out.
Hey, Setolix. Just a friendly nudge to remind you to sip that tea before it gets cold.
Thank you.
Drinking tea always reminds me of that time I decided to brew a pot for myself. I got so caught up in the process that I forgot about it and ended up with a pot of lukewarm disappointment. So, let's not let that happen to you. Keep it hot and flavorful, or else it's just a sad cup of regrets. Cheers.
Yeah, I ain't fucking doing that. Why are we having issues with the badge info? It shouldn't be a problem. Should not be a problem. What would cause... I wonder if Newtonsoft JSON just can't handle this. I wonder if I need to use a different JSON deserialization. Good luck with it all. I'm gonna get sleep. That sounds like a good plan, Crude Forge. Get yourself some excellent rest, and we will catch you again. Opens a door and walks through and keeps it open. All right, Code Void, we'll catch you later. Thanks for lurking around. Initialize client. All right, I'm gonna try and delay those ads and see if I can get this solved. So what happens if I specifically for this, for the message processing, what if instead of using JSON convert, I use system text JSON deserialize, or let's see, what is it? JSON element, JSON exception, serialization, JSON converter of the type on message received args. Deserialize. Oh wait, no, I can't use that. JSON converter. Can I deserialize? I don't even remember how to use system text JSON. JSON convert, and that's for Newtonsoft. JSON converter. Newtonsoft JSON. Do I have to create a converter? I thought there'd be a way to do it with system text without doing that. Okay, let's... Hey, what's up, TBD Gamer? How you doing? It's good to see you, man. I hope the surgery and everything went well. I've deafened my bot. He can't see messages right now because I'm great at bot dev. Message core. I don't see any reason why this would be messing up. Unless for some reason the model version is not the same. Let's look at oh, you know what? I bet that's what it is. I bet on my Setobot services, the version for TwitchLib's models is probably different. Start physical therapy, so on the mend. Well, fuck yeah. I'm glad to hear this. And thank you very, very much for stopping in, TBD. All right, let me snooze those ads. I've been playing with rebuilding my bot with the WebSocket stuff. That's been my return to streaming. Well, fuck yeah, awesome. Yo, hell yes, TBD. I'm glad to hear you're working on the bot dev stuff. Because I tell you what, TwitchLib is annoying me, dude. TwitchLib, they're not keeping up. They're not keeping up with some of the event sub endpoints that I would like to have. So communication is 2.0.1 in Setobot services. Let's set this to solution. Twitch message core 1.0.6 is implicit by TwitchLib client. Let's make sure that we have 1.0.6 installed in Twitch message core. I refuse to use TwitchLib. I've mapped 90% of the event sub messages though. Nice! Fuck yeah. Yeah, I do. There is a point where I think I will have to move away from TwitchLib unless they update very soon. It's increasingly within my skill set to like manage this stuff, so I'm pretty tempted to. Anyways, I'm just going to exit by. We'll catch you later, Code Void. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you. Okay, so this was installed, and then what about models? Client models. Core models. It's not even installed on message core. Let's make sure that message core has that package as well. Maybe there's a version mismatch of the models. You can't leave. You are in this void forever. Not likely. Slevin started a rewrite 3 years ago, but I don't see anything. Damn. Yeah, because I was looking through trying to find... I did find a version of a branch that had the endpoints for a chat notification endpoint, but I could not for the life of me create my own local copy of it and find that in it. But I just am not very good with GitHub stuff. But either way, that was enough for me to be like, this is not good if this is the only option I have available to me. And all of them are on the same client version. They're all on the same communications version. I can leave whenever I like. Opens door, walks in door, or closed door. We'll catch you later, Code Void. Please be well. Just for the sake of attempts, I am simply going to try one more time to do a .NET build. Just in the odd case that maybe I didn't do a rebuild at the right time or something like this. And then if that doesn't work, I think I'll revert to my local processing of messages and commands so I can do the wrap up. But we need you to stay forever for the info you have. Yeah, unable to find a constructor for type TwitchLib client models Twitch chat message. Class should either have a default constructor, one constructor with arguments. So I think, how do I use system text JSON real quick? I think maybe it's fine with serialization of it, but it can't deserialize it. And I'll keep delaying those ads. JSON serializer, deserialize, system text JSON. That should be pretty easy then. So it is JSON serializer dot create default maybe dot deserialize on message received args e chat message. Wait. Huh?
What's so funny?
Oh, this is the post. This is the post. I don't want to do this one. This one's fine. This one is fine as it is. It's the deserialization that I want. Get the chance to delay the ads 3 times. Yep, I'm already doing my second delay of it. I can do this. 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 It's gonna work. JSON serializer in system text JSON. So let's see, JSON serializer. This one. Deserialize. Yeah, there we go. Deserialize T data. Let's try that. Let's reboot him real quick. Close that. Do another publish. If you're using system text, you can use JSON serializer, deserialize. Gotcha, yes. So we'll see. We'll see. This should work. If it's going to work this way. If it's not going to work this way, it would never work. And it's just something with TwitchLib's stupid models. No exceptions? Still an exception. Failed to process chat message input queue entry. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Yeah, I don't think it can deserialize it. All right, well, that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. So let's go ahead and switch these back on. Command received, and then that's this one. And then we'll comment those processors out. I wish ads weren't forced now. I wish this as well. It wasn't a feature 5 years ago when I streamed last. Oh damn, that's a while. But yeah, there's like a whole ad scheduler system now, so you can like control it. But no matter what, it's either you schedule the ads, and it only plays them when you schedule them to, or you do not schedule them, and it will just do pre-rolls all the time. And sometimes I've been hearing from people that it still will play ads on folks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to delay this to the last possible second to get through this, but I think I can do it. So he's building now. Man, I'm bummed I couldn't get that working, but it's just TwitchLib's stupid models. It's legit just TwitchLib's fault in this case for whatever their model setup is. I have to use whatever serialization they're using, so I'll have to figure out what that is. And now we're getting exceptions. Come on now. Come on now. Now is not the time for this. Now is not the time. What is happening? Oh, is it being used still? Oh, it's still running. Duh. There we go. Jeez. The rules changed per country, I'm certain. I bet. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I know everybody's got different, like, legal standards for this stuff. Okay. If in America you get ads on everything, for everything. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Well, thank you all very, very much for being here. And as long as my button works, we will call it a draw as of now. So thank you very, very much. I will be back in a couple of days. And you can be too. If you want to catch my stream again, I will be back on Saturday,
who are here now, or whom have passed through.
the 5th,
You are the statistical
at 11 a.m.
majority in
Pacific.
all audiences, as much as 80% of the audience in some streams.
Finn, you didn't
Thank
even
you
have
for
to
being
be here, and
know
you
you
still
are
got to
regardless
harass my
of whether
bot.
or not you chat.
One of your cheers
Special thank you to
replayed,
our active
and it was you
patrons,
harassing him.
David AV, Mars06, The Ralph, Flux Streams, Rumper,
Thanks for stream. No problem, Mr.
TBD
Mister.
Gamer, Max
Just got
Field,
back. Perfect
George
timing,
Smiley
nameless.
Face, MKJ, Bloody Valve, Jonathan Carrot, Code Void, Aziga, Das Racer, and Arnie
It was
Harsham.
great, Finn. It was
You
great.
are absolute legends for supporting
Appreciate
every
you. Have a
endeavor
great evening,
Setolex
Mr. Seto.
points
You
his
have a
attention
fucking
toward.
great evening, TBD.
A special thank you to the lovely stream.
There we go.
who
We got
decided to
Fuzzy
raid our
recognized.
channel. And thank you, Mary's EXE, for raiding with 10 lovely
Thank you
people.
again, Neris, for that
Thank you so
raid.
much
Thank
for
you,
raiding
thank
the
you.
Seto stream. You are an amazing, beautiful person.
I'm everywhere. You are
We
everywhere,
have some
Finn.
wonderful subscribers to thank: Parpajo TSM with 16 months, and Moonyak with 26 months. For you
And by
both to
next time,
support
I should
this
have these
stream, even a
problems
single
fixed
month
as
is
well.
more than we could
And
ever
more
ask.
problems to
You are
discover.
amazing and tremendously appreciated.
Thanks for streaming. My pleasure,
Now to
Fuzzy.
thank
Thank you
our
for being a
lovely
part
big
of it.
helpers. RGB Productions Games tossed out 195
Okay, I'm gonna delay those
bits.
pretty soon here.
Mars 06 tossed out 280 bits. The Crew Forge tossed out 346 bits. And Finn is Fine tossed out 100 bits. Big or small, every cheer helps
Thank
keep
you all
this
very, very
show
much for the
running.
bits today, too.
Hopefully you all know how much we appreciate you throwing those bits our way.
Yeah, so Finn, that
Time
was
to thank
the
our
that was the
lovely
cheer that
chatters,
got
Expo
replayed.
Cuba,
It was a
RGB
100-bit cheer
Productions
from
Games,
you.
David creates stuff with MIDI, Code Void, Das Racer, Sabin, Big Casual, Tomatoes Cannot Be Trusted, Parpajo TSM, Game On,
Bought well and truly dev. I think so too. It's been a good bot dev day today.
David Lottison, I was Marteo, Half Moon, Backpack Vacuum, Speckled Pingwoff, Aziga, Serializer, Mimagatron, Hilda.
And we got through a lot of stuff.
Mary's EXE, Lou Motec, Matt Birdsquest, Maxis Field.
Got through a lot of stuff today.
Jonathan Carrot, Call Melamv, Otterly Ruined, Hyperiden 2K, and MRM
Crushed it.
1232. Thank you so very much for chatting with us now, being kind, and for being you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for
Hey
hanging
there,
out.
you magnificent bunch of individuals. If you're enjoying this wild ride with us, don't forget to swing back by sometime.
Speaking
You
of
can
problems,
join
where's
the
Deflux?
ranks
Yeah,
of
we
the
didn't see him at all
illustrious
today.
TM interns by following
We didn't
the
even
stream.
see Deflux
Or
today.
If you're feeling particularly
I hope he's
generous,
okay.
consider tossing some support our way through Streamlements, Cheers, subscriptions, or Patron. Every little bit helps keep this chaos going. Finally, to inspire you all, I will recall a quote pulled
Probably
from
doing
the
some work
glorious
for
wonderland known as the
Maybe,
Internet.
maybe.
Embrace each endeavor with unwavering confidence, casting aside any thoughts of
Bye,
failure.
we'll catch you later, Felix. Thank you for
Focus
hanging
on your
out.
strengths and let your potential shine, for true power lies in the belief that you can overcome any challenge. Remember, it's not the OBS tackles that define you,
The
but your
OBS
relentless
tackles.
determination to rise above them.
Is it the same quote every day? It's a different quote every day. Oh no, my background sound is ending. I'm sorry, Fifth Function, but thank you for having me on. Thank you all very, very much for having me on. Whether you're chatting or having me on in the background, it's a fucking tremendous compliment just to have anybody here at all. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for hanging out here. I will be back in a couple of days, as is the tradition. I take Thursdays and Fridays off, so I will be back on Saturday, the 5th, I believe it was. Yep, the 5th at 11 a.m. Pacific. If you would like to be here, you can be, as long as you have the ability to, with your time and availability. So do what you can when you can. And thanks for being here and now. And good night, Meatbag. Good night to you as well, Mars. Thank you for hanging out. So we are gonna go and say hi to Irad. I know Irad has been on for a while. But we're gonna go and say hi anyways, because I think it'll be fun to go and say hi to Irad. He's also going to be hosting a game jam, and I think like 7 days from now that I'll be participating in. And you could too. So let's go say hi to Irad. Irad Dev is a Godot developer and also an absolute fucking sweetheart. And he also has a very cool overlay that he's built himself. So it's perfect. You know, we gotta support our fellow overlay developers. Game dev, that's for the smart folks. Well, thank you again for hanging out, TBD. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're well. I will be joining that jam. Hell yeah! Yo, awesome, RGB. This is good news. This is very good news. Well, yes, please take care of yourselves. Be safe out there these next couple days. We'll go and say hi to Irad, and I will catch you all next time or whenever the hell works for you. Ciao, right back at you. Be safe, be well, take care of yourselves. Thank you so fucking much for hanging out here. I truly do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will catch you later. I'll see you around. Catch you on the flip side. Well, bye-bye.
Alrighty, that's a wrap. To those of you left, thanks for being here, and goodbye.